Hello. I don't.
Why
hear
don't
myself.
I?
Oh,
That's why.
hello.
You're on now.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Good
Hello.
morning, Chatty Hose.
Manny gets the belt.
And
Good job, Manny.
I should be muted on this stream.
You are.
Okay.
Great work. We're figuring this out.
What's happening?
Woo, buddy, the A's are ass.
Yes. Hi, Spencer.
Hey, hang on.
They are ass.
Hello? I'm good and extremely busy. Is this urgent? I have to go. Thanks. Said it. I am extremely busy. Is this urgent? And she said, it'll only take a couple minutes. Like, I don't got a couple minutes, dog.
Oh, you're much too nice to people.
I thought that was pretty rude, honestly.
Well, yeah, but you take the calls.
Only because I've got like appointments and stuff coming up, so I just wanted to make sure.
Right.
But that was Xfinity. They can bother me literally any other time. What up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
You all, everybody.
Hell yeah, Bryce. Can't wait for WrestleMania. James and I talking 2 hours of WrestleMania on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, brother.
Snap into a Slim
Can't
Jim.
wait. R.I.P. Macho Man Randy Savage.
Zabo got the belt.
Spencer, it's Manny. Spencer, they've been doing this for 20 years now. Hell yeah.
Who's
Okay, here we go.
Oh.
Oh yeah, tap in. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you watching in the chatty house. Shout out to you. Thank you. Manny gets the belt today. James, hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you to everybody listening on ESPN 1320 and on the free Odyssey app. We appreciate you tremendously. Hey, I never thought, here we go. I never thought, given the way women's college basketball, women's basketball in general was received even as recently as 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I never thought there would be a day where my timeline on Twitter or X, if you suck, no, I never thought I'd see a day where my timeline on Twitter was on a night where the slate of NBA games was fully dominated by women's college basketball, and rightfully so. It was electric last night in the Women's Elite Eight with LSU-Iowa and USC-UConn. And before we get into specifics of those games, I think that there is a larger conversation that can be had about the state of college sports and the state of men's basketball versus the state of women's basketball and the one and dones and how it's affecting the men's game. Because look, the bits of the men's tournament that I've watched have been solely because it's like, yeah, it's what's on. I don't care about the storylines. Yeah. I don't. DJ Burns is what I'm rooting for now, and NC State's run, but that became a story during the tournament. There was no buildup. There was no anticipation. I didn't know any of the. I don't know these players' backgrounds or stories or anything like that. Whereas you flip over to the women's side, you've got the LSU-Iowa rematch, Angel Reese, Flau'jae Johnson, Caitlin Clark, that rematch from last year in the Natty.
Mm-hmm.
On the UConn USC side, you've got this up and coming USC team, number 1 seed, trying to knock off the perennial powerhouse UConn. It's Paige Beckers versus Juju Watkins. There's storylines. There's things to watch and root for.
Yeah.
You get none of that on the other side.
Even if you didn't know the storylines, the basketball was incredible.
Oh, so good, dude.
My goodness.
So good.
I mean, Caitlin Clark, she just looked like Steph.
It was crazy.
Like, just pulling up from 35. Oh, nothing but net. And, like,
Cash.
off the dribble, like, boom, boom, boom. Like, to start the second half.
Yeah.
It was like, what am I watching?
Did you see the photo going around of Haley Van Lith? The LSU who got, God bless her. LSU's defensive game plan last night on Caitlin Clark was like, hey, we're going to just let her ISO on this one defender.
Oh, no.
And just let Haley Van Lith get cooked all night.
Anytime she didn't have the ball, though, I was like, oh, this is a mess.
I think it was Ben Solak from The Ringer said, every person on Iowa who's not Caitlin Clark and taking a shot is the bravest person in the world.
Yeah.
100%, dude.
They didn't even look like it was like, oh, no, what are we doing? What are we doing? They'd get a rebound and be like, oh, no, what are we doing?
Get it to 22.
Where is she? Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, that was wild to watch. The shot making in the second game, too.
Oh.
Was just spectacular.
Yeah.
And it just, I mean, like, look, this is a moment. Like, there is so much talent coming through women's college basketball. Expand, like, get the WNBA off the ground the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And just, like, Vivek Ranadive, you're out there. Just fire up the Monarchs.
Dude.
Just make the call. Like, this is a point in a moment in history. There's just too much talent,
and you're getting a team down I-80 in the Bay Area, not 24, but in 25.
Okay,
like there's going to be a team here. You're right. Fire out the Monarchs. Get that rivalry going.
Yeah,
get that storyline going. The Las Vegas Aces, very, very good. It's a short flight away.
Yep.
The LA Sparks, the legacy franchise, a short
Seattle.
flight away. Seattle recently won titles, a short flight away. Like, you could dominate the WNBA on the West Coast. You get the Monarchs. You've already got a team going into the Bay Area. I'm here for it, dude.
Yeah, I absolutely think this is just a moment. I mean, they have first round picks that don't make the team because it's so impacted right now. Like, it's just really, really tough.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like at some point you've got to expand. You've got to do it quickly. And the NBA, realistically, they just need to put the money into it again and say, look, we got to this point, but now we see this moment, this in history where we might be able to make this thing incredibly successful for a couple of decades. Just do it.
There's not going to be a better time than this. You have Caitlin Clark entering the league. Paige Beckers will be entering the league.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard about Paige Beckers since she was in high school.
Yeah.
She'll be entering the league. Juju Watkins is next. She'll be in the league in 3 years.
Yeah.
Hannah Hidalgo at Notre Dame. Excellent player. They didn't make a deep tournament run, but she's excellent player. You'll hear more of her name over the next couple of years. All this talent, like you said, is going to be going into this league where they can't hold all the talent currently available to it. And there's not going to be a better time than right now.
Yeah.
So I'm totally with you. I want to bitch about one thing from the games, though.
Okay.
If I can briefly.
Before we do that, I want to pull something up right here.
Yeah, please.
Spencer says, I don't see the WNBA doing well in the city.
San
Wrong.
Francisco?
Well, maybe in San Francisco, but you're wrong there too. But Sacramento supported the Monarchs like crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I think I think the Bay Area team is going to do fine. They have infinite resources, and Joe Lacob is not going to put money into something without trying to win.
Yeah, and a very diverse city. Yeah. Like, they're going to embrace that team.
I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, and Sacramento,
like
same thing.
Sacramento's been
huge WNBA town.
Been done it. I have a Sacramento Monarchs hat. New Era released like a throwback WNBA collection. And I have a Sacramento Monarchs hat. And when I wear that, I get more comments on that around Sacramento than I do any other thing I wear.
Okay.
So, I'm all very much for it, and I think you're absolutely right. I don't know if there's ever going to be a better time than right now. I want to talk about the LSU-Iowa game here for a second.
Okay.
I don't. You know me. I'm not ref guy. I'm definitely not ref guy. I typically, if there's a really awful call at the end of a game, okay, fine, we can talk. But typically, I'm like, refs
I'm
are
kind
there.
of the same way.
You deal with it and you move on. That fifth foul on Angel Reese last night was god awful. If you missed it, LSU is down 10 with 1:45 left. So again, not that this call decided the game, but there's a principle here that I want to get to. Not this call decided the game. 1:45, 10-point game. LSU full court pressure as Iowa's trying to inbound. Angel Reese gets a steal. She drives in, runs into an Iowa defender as she's trying to put the ball on the rim. Offensive foul. They show a replay. It was not close. It was not even a borderline like in real time. Admittedly, it was like, oh man, yeah, that's going the other way. You can't just railroad somebody like that. But then you see it on a replay and you get a better angle from where the ref was. And I don't understand how you make that call in that spot.
Yeah.
Forgetting entirely that Angel Reese is one of the main reasons people are tuning into this game, the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese battle. ESPN stayed on Caitlin Clark all the way through the handshake line because Angel Reese was at the back of it and they wanted to get that interaction on camera. That's how important this was.
Yep.
And you foul her out on an offensive foul that was not even close to an offensive foul? I am all for making the right call regardless of what you think it is. But also, make sure you're making the right call. That wasn't even close, and it effectively ended the game at that point because there it's a turnover. Iowa gets to inbound it, whereas it could have been Angel Reese going to the line for 2, cutting the lead to 8 with 1:45 left. It's a very doable comeback, especially with the way Iowa was turning the ball over in the half court, as they tried to get the ball into the front half.
They were missing free throws too, weren't they? One team just kept missing free throws.
It was UConn.
That was the other
UConn
game.
Missed 7 consecutive free throws at the end.
Oh yeah, that was wild.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I was blown away that the ref blew the whistle and leaned offensive foul. Like typically when it's close, it's like you lean block instead of charge.
Oh yeah.
And he calls a charge that was not close, man. Or the defender's feet were never set. And so Angel Reese fouls out, sucks the wind out of what could have been a really intense last 1:45. It was just kind of over from there. That just sucked.
Yeah, it's just tough.
That.
Yeah.
Hated that very much.
Great basketball night though. And I mean everybody needs to like get on board and I mean I can't wait for the finals. Final Four is gonna be nuts.
Yeah.
Which I would never have thought that I would like, hey, let's tune in.
Dude, for sure. I kind of feel like South Carolina is just going to steamroll everybody, though.
Okay.
We've been so focused on this other side of the bracket where Juju and Paige and Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese have all been, and I think Carolina is just going to kind of steamroll everybody.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I mean, we're used to the NBA. It's a star-driven league, and we've been super hyper-focused on the stars.
Yeah.
It's going to be really tough for a star, doesn't matter how good you are, to like jump over a great team.
Yeah, no doubt. Harrison Barnes is going to win some awards, or is a finalist for some awards.
Finalist.
You mentioned that this morning?
Yeah.
What do we got?
NBA Sportsman of the Year, and he's up for Teammate of the Year as well. This isn't the first time that Harrison Barnes has been nominated for some of these awards. Mm-hmm. He typically is nominated for at least one of these, but he hasn't won it. And hey, look, it just speaks volumes about who he is as a human being, more than it is who he is as a player. And as a player, he's a good player. But off the court and what he means to a franchise and all that stuff is just, it goes well beyond. So, yeah, good stuff.
This is a perfect example of when we talk about, and you've mentioned this before, when I've asked at the trade deadline, when we've talked about next offseason, you've mentioned this. When I've said, what are you getting for Harrison Barnes at this point? What team is looking at Harrison Barnes and going, hey, we're going to give up an asset to acquire Harrison Barnes? This kind of stuff is why.
Yeah.
Because there is he's still a productive player, but B, there is a intangible aspect that comes with Harrison Barnes and a maturity and a culture that comes with him that I think teams like a lot.
Oh, no, I totally agree. I mean, this is a guy who is a pro's pro. That's just, it's it. He's a guy who carries himself the right way, who teaches young players how to be really good pros, who teaches them how to take care of their body, who, teaches them how to get into the community and be active. He's part of the pro basketball, like the Players Association. Like, this is a really, really strong representative for not just your basketball team, but your community and everything else. And so, yeah, there's a lot of value to that. And at a certain point, if his play gets to a point where he's not working to the right value, you're always gonna, look at that as well as like a huge piece to this. But for right now, like, he's still a really good player. And if anyone out there thinks you're a better team without Harrison Barnes on it, just because, yeah, do they need more length and athleticism? Of course they do. That doesn't mean Harrison Barnes can't be part of this team. So it's just got to figure out a way to build around. And if he's not here next year, I mean, it is what it is. But we're talking about a player who, has played every game for the last couple of years, who plays 30-something minutes a night, and you can rely on for everything. So, yeah, good player, good man.
All right, let's continue talking about the Kings. They have I'm just gonna say they have a game tonight because all of their games are big the rest of the way.
Yeah, there is no small game.
Every game is effectively a playoff game moving forward. So the Kings have a game tonight. Understand that it is a big one, and we'll talk about it. The Clippers visiting Golden One Center. We will dive into that matchup next, and we'll tell you a stat that maybe has the A's even worse than you thought they would. Yeah. Kings Clips, we're talking about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? Were we late?
Getting out?
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah, David, I saw what you're. I really did not think that was a good call. I thought she was late getting there. But
yeah, I mean, we had that in the Kings game the other night where Davion got there a little bit late. Sorry, Spencer. Yeah. Hey, look, I think either way, I think it'll do really well in the Bay Area as well.
Word. Someone else said something. David said something else interesting in here. David just crushing it in the chat today.
No,
in a good way. It was about, he said half the people at Monarchs games were from the Bay. I just don't think that would be the case now. I don't think there would be a problem getting people in Golden One for a...
Well, that and half the Bay moved to Sacramento.
Yeah, good point.
I will not be covering the WNBA in the Bay. I don't have time to breathe at this point, so I'm not adding anything to my plate.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into like a one of those, season ticket packages that 10 games or whatever. I'll look into that.
Well, you live down there.
Sorta.
Yeah. I mean, how long does it take you to get to the city?
So my commute when I took BART, which is if you're unfamiliar for some reason, the train system in the Bay, from door to door. So driving to the station, getting on a train, taking the train to the city, walking to the office, was like 2 hours. Now granted, most of that is on a train, so I could work or sleep or read or whatever.
That's still miserable.
It was fine on the way in. It's the way back that sucked. Or when it was like raining out.
Yeah.
And that 0.6 mile walk to the office felt like 5 miles in the rain.
That sucks.
But when I drove, this is the thing is I drive now and I'm an hour and a half up here, but it's mostly moving the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I hit a little traffic where 5 turns into 50, or you can keep going on 5. I hit a little traffic there and going through downtown, but once I get past downtown toward Natomas and I get on 80, I'm cruising.
Yeah.
So the drive time is about the same now as it was when I worked in the city.
Okay. That's rough, man.
So I'm an hour, a little over an hour drive in to the city usually. Like if I was going to go to a Bay Area WNBA team game, I don't even think they have a name yet. So Bay Point. Antioch just became a pain because you get on at Antioch, you have to take a train to a transfer station at Pittsburgh Bay Point, transfer to a train, and then go. And it became faster to just drive down to Bay Point. And it's cheaper a little bit.
I've only taken part to A's games. And even that, I haven't done all that much.
Yeah. It's facts. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Rocking with you until noon. If you're just listening to the show for the first time, that guy over there is James. I'm Kyle. And you can bark at us anytime on the Farmer's Dog Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Farmer's Dog. A healthy life starts with healthy food. Talking Kings, Clippers. It's a big one, James.
It's a big one, Kyle.
Biggest regular season game in Golden One history?
It's very possible.
I don't think it's as big as the Mavs game on Friday, to be totally frank.
At this point, it's bigger.
Is it, though?
Is it? Well, you got to show up.
You do.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. This is a Clippers team that the Clippers, the Mavericks until recently, and the Suns. We'll talk about the Suns and their win later on, but they all sit in the same bucket to me of team that I see it. I see why they are dangerous. And I see why you wouldn't want to face them in a playoff series. I don't trust them.
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
I can't. And it's a little bit irrational because the Mavs, we just saw it in person. Like they are playing very well and they are dangerous. They are a tough team. They're a good team. The Suns, saw it last night. They smoked the Pelicans in New Orleans. 52 from Devin Booker. And you go, man, that's a dangerous. But then they'll turn around and lose to the Victor Wembanyama-less Spurs.
Yeah.
And if you told me that Dallas, with 8 games, I think they have 8 games left, in their final 8 games went 4-4, but okay, sure. 3-5, okay, yeah. The Clippers were the hottest team in basketball in December and January, and now they look pretty mediocre. But also, it's still Kawhi Leonard, it's still Paul George, it's still James Harden. It's still Norman Powell off the bench. It's still Russell Westbrook. Is Norman Powell coming off the bench or is he starting lately?
He's coming off the bench.
So it just Terrence Mann, Ivica Zubats, like they have enough guys that you go, man, all right, it could be dangerous. But also, again, if you told me they just kind of face planted and lost in the first round, sure, man. They all fall in the same bucket to me.
Yeah, I think most of these teams that we're looking at right here around the Kings, they're an injury away from not being relevant.
Yeah.
Because they're so top heavy, right? I think the Clippers have maybe better depth than someone like the Suns.
Sure.
But they're still super top heavy. And it's like, okay, look, you've got great players at the top. But then what?
Bones Highland?
Yeah. I guess.
I like Bones.
Yeah. No, I mean you can like Bones Highland, but you know he's not going to make a huge
right.
Huge
You're
difference.
not scared of Bones Highland in a playoff series.
No, No, I don't think you're scared of Russell Westbrook in a playoff series. I think if you're the Clippers, you're scared of Russell Westbrook in a playoff series.
Like he's fit into his role a little bit better, but yeah, he's not a player now that you're going, man, we need a game plan around Russell Westbrook minutes.
Yeah. And I also think like these teams are built around aging stars.
Mm-hmm.
And aging stars, yeah, you fear them, but I think you fear the ghost of them more than you fear them.
I disagree. Because Kawhi Leonard, we have seen this year, can still just go be Kawhi Leonard. Is he what he was defensively? He's not. Just flat out, he is not the lockdown, put him on LeBron, and he's throwing LeBron in a straitjacket. He's not that anymore. But he can still go score as well as anybody. And he can still be an effective defender. He's still a player that when he has the ball on the perimeter and he's getting to a spot in the mid-range, that's dangerous for you. Paul George, same deal. Paul George is still a very well-rounded, effective scorer. Is he peak Paul George? No, but he's still really good.
Yeah, but they're like 80% or 85% of who they were.
Sure.
Like, especially on the offensive end. And then James Harden's like 70.
Sure.
And sure, James Harden can come into Sacramento tonight and somehow light you up for 40 because that's who James Harden's been. But you don't really see that anymore.
No.
So
I don't even think he's averaging 20 this year.
No. I put him and Bradley Beal in the same bucket where, like, look, there are nights where they're good, but they're also, specifically with Beal where you're like, all right, man, are you going to play again this year?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that they're dangerous for sure, but I don't walk into a game with Paul George, who's averaging 22 points a game, and Kawhi Leonard, who's averaging 23 points per game, and think that you're averaging that because your team is so stacked that that's just the way it is and that you're taking a step back. No, you're taking a step back because you're not the same player.
No doubt.
And Paul George has been really honest about this on his podcast.
Yes.
Like, hey, look, I'm not a 1A anymore. And I still think he's a really, really productive player, but he's not someone that you just go, oh my gosh, we can't beat the Clippers because they have Paul George, or
no doubt.
We can't beat them because they have Kawhi Leonard. Now, Kawhi doesn't miss from the mid-range, and Paul George is still an effective player, but, they're getting up there.
Do you know, just because you said Kawhi doesn't miss in the mid-range, do you know what his field goal percentage is this year?
No.
52.5%.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's so nuts for a small forward. Yeah, man, I totally understand. And I get that if this was 5 years ago, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and Russell Westbrook would have been like,
you're winning a championship.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But also, Kawhi Leonard on the Kings is immediately their second best player. Second best scorer.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
same with Paul George.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it just it's
okay,
what
so
it is.
I would say Kawhi Leonard, there's a possibility he's your second best player if he were to join the team. But Paul George, I would say he's your third best player.
Right, but he's your second
scoring option.
Yeah.
But he's your third best player.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's even the option, like this summer, Paul George has a gigantic decision to make whether he's going to opt in or opt out of his contract, or if he's going to sign an extension with the Clippers. And there's like the Kings are listed. They're like, I think, third best odds to go out and get a player like that. I don't know that would ever happen. And again, like the Kings don't have any money. So it would have to be a sign and trade, and they would have to be willing to take what you're offering and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean,
it's not off the table.
I certainly like it. For me, it's always been the fact that at this point he's 33 going on 34, and he makes a ton of money, just a ton of money. And it's really, really difficult. Yeah, he'll be 34 on May 2nd. So, yeah, and he's a guy with a long history of injury.
Yeah,
and it makes it tough. I mean, he's played 68 games this year.
So is your thing with the Clippers injury specific, or these guys just aren't good enough on a night in, night out basis?
I don't think they're
both.
good enough night in, night out basis anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to win a championship, no,
not. Yeah, I don't think they're winning a title. But let's just Clippers specific, because the Kings are playing them tonight. Right now, season ends today. It doesn't, but if it did, things shake out this way. They would host the Mavericks in the 4-5 playoff.
Okay, I'm probably taking them.
Taking the Clippers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because you got
they're the same team to me. Like, I know they're not apples to apples comparison, But you told me the Clippers went to the conference finals? Sure.
Okay.
Told me the Mavs went to the conference finals? Sure. But also you told me one of them loses in round 1 and the other one lost in round 2. I'd be like, yeah, all right, I'll buy that as well.
Well, I mean, I think it's really interesting, especially if it's Denver at the top. If it's Denver at the top, then they're in trouble. So the second round, they would face whoever the 4-5 matchup, the winner, whoever it is going to face Denver in the second round. I don't think they can hang.
Yeah.
But if it's OKC, or if Minnesota jumps back in that conversation, and right now, as we sit, OKC is a half game ahead of Denver, I'd worry about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're good. I'm not saying the Clippers aren't a good team.
Yeah.
But they are beatable.
What's your matchup to watch tonight before we get out of here?
I think my matchup to watch tonight is Keegan versus Kawhi.
I agree. For so many reasons. We are going to put a pin in that because I think there is a much bigger discussion to be had about Keegan Murray moving forward. We mentioned the Suns blew out the Pelicans last night, 124-111. Was that good or bad for the Kings? James and I couldn't decide via text message, so we're going to try and decide with you next right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. And clear.
Clear. Yeah, it's just going at it in chat today. Good for you.
You said what?
I said they're just going at it in the chat today.
Yeah, Chatty House is on one today. In a good way.
You guys don't mind. You're out there hanging out. Hit that thumbs up button for us. There it is.
I feel like a child with how excited I am to go to England.
Oh, see, this is your first time out of the country.
First time, bro.
Man.
I'm a crier. Like, I'm a weird, like...
Yeah, you're an emotional guy.
I'm just a freaking weirdo.
You're not a weirdo. You're just emotional. I get it.
So, like, Amazon commercials get me.
Oh.
Like, that's... But I think being in a place where, hey, this church we're going into was built in 1512 is going to be like a... It's going to be a lot for me.
Yeah. No, I'm excited for you.
Here's the other thing. I was talking to my wife about this the other day. We were at, shout out to World Travelers Coffee, by the way. They don't pay for anything here, but they are right across from Golden One.
Yep.
And the little side exit you can use if you have a credential, it's right across from there. And sometimes I'll go get a coffee before a game. And A, it's really good coffee. But B, I was sitting there with my wife the other night, and I was like, I'm really excited to have a coffee in England because I love just like coffee shops.
Okay.
And then I was like, but in my head, I'm romanticizing an English coffee shop is going to look like Hogwarts, and really an English coffee shop is going to look like this. Like it's gonna feel like I'm in, like I'm going to London. It's gonna feel like I'm in San Francisco or Chicago or LA or something. Like
no, I probably Chicago.
Yeah, I'm not gonna feel super. Like, we're going to some historic sites for sure.
Yeah.
But on a day-to-day just bopping around, I'm not sure how different it's gonna feel.
I need to get over there. So I haven't been to England.
Yeah, you've been everywhere else.
I've been to France, I don't know, 3 times. Been to Spain, been to Germany, been to Czechoslovakia. Well, Czech Republic. I've been to Slovenia. I've been to Budapest. I've been to Austria. Been to Italy, Vatican City, which is its own country. I've been around Europe quite a bit. Like, one trip we did, like, D-Day sites.
Oh.
And then toward the Loire Valley, all the chateaus.
2 minutes. That's incredible.
We took the boys. That was fun.
Yeah.
We walked up to a beach in Spain, and my youngest, who was probably 10, he goes, "Oh my gosh, that guy is naked." Like, yes. Wow, look at that.
Bienvenidos, bro.
Nude beach, guy showering right there in front of us.
España.
I don't have money. We travel. Like if you get the travel bug, you do it.
That's what I'm kind of I kind of think that now that I have a passport, that's kind of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I hope so.
Is
Yeah.
like, hey, instead of going to LA for a few days or San Diego for a few days, we're going to go to Tokyo.
Yeah, we're in a phase right now where we've been going to Mexico the last couple of years with friends.
1 minute.
And that's just because, because our friends are going, but also because it's easier with the boys, the age they are and all that stuff. And, they can bring friends and stuff like that. But I want to get back to like world travel stuff. It's fun.
Yeah.
Like we've been to Belize, we've been to Costa Rica, the wife and I.
Yeah, this is our original plan. We're going to do London, France, or England, France, and Italy. But some stuff came up, so we're just doing a week.
I would love to be an NBA scout, Polo.
That'd be so sick. Jesus.
Ouch.
Oh. Yeah, bangers and mash, full English for sure, a curry, fish and chips. Oh,
so-
hang on.
All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we're going to talk about whether the Suns smacking the Pelicans last night was good or bad for the Kings. But before we do that, we're talking world travel.
Yeah.
And you started to say something before we came back, and I cut you off. So I want to let you finish that thought.
Yeah. Okay. So someone said you've got to spread the Sacramento Kings gospel, or Jason Siebenthal in the chat said that. I'll tell you a crazy story. We were in Budapest, Hungary.
As one does.
Is sometimes, yes. We're there with friends, and we're staying at a hostel or like a hotel that had a bar in the basement, and we were all excited because there was a Euro Cup game going. So we went to go watch soccer, and we did run into like your standard noisy anti-soccer Americans there who were drunk and having a great time, and it was a father and son tandem, and I think the son was around our age, the father was older, and they were like super super crazy obnoxious about there being soccer and how stupid soccer was. And we're like, okay man, like tone it down a little bit. Ends up
respect.
You fly all the way to Europe and tour Europe, and you end up in a bar in the basement of a hotel in Budapest, Hungary. And it was a father and son tandem that taught high school at McClatchy High School. So not only were the obnoxious Americans, were they obnoxious Americans, but they were our obnoxious Americans from here.
Because of those people, there is a group of I don't know how many
Europeans somewhere.
A group of people from Hungary who are like, Sacramento sucks.
Sacramento sucks.
The Sacramento people are arrogant, and everything people from Sacramento say about the Bay Area, that's what people in Hungary say about Sacramento.
They did have this interesting idea. The Sun had this idea that because the Kings were really good at that time, that their last roster spot they should use on a little person, and then when you beat someone really badly, like the "oh no you didn't move" is to bring out the little person, put him on Vlade Divac's shoulders, and like Thunderdome, and have him blocking shots from Vlade Divac's shoulders. This is what I was dealing with in Budapest, and yeah.
Oh boy!
You travel, you meet people. That's what happens.
Apparently.
Like, I guess. Like, oh no, they brought out the little person on us.
Okay.
Wild.
And okay.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
You don't know where to go from there.
I don't. I have no transition out of that. Anyways,
let's get to this.
Speaking
this
of
Suns
the
blowout. Yeah.
the Suns blew out the Pelicans. Oh, by the way, next segment we're gonna give away a Kings jersey. We'll tell you about it.
Oh.
But the Suns blew out the Pelicans 124-111 last night. And at halftime of LSU-Iowa, I flipped over to Pelicans Suns because it just started.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching the game. I text James. I'm like, hey, who are the Kings rooting for here? Because I went and I'm looking, I'm going, all right, well, they're 2 back of the Pelicans, but they're tied with the Suns.
Yep.
Do you want to gain some separation for the 7 seed? Or do you want to gain a half game on the 6 seed that feels almost out of reach? Because if you're trying to catch the Pelicans specifically, they have the season series on you. You got to make up a ton of ground.
You got one more game against them.
You got one more game. Like, I couldn't. Did you? So we kind of went back and forth on this, and you had a firm answer out the gate. You're like Pelicans because you want to open that door.
I want all the doors open.
Sure.
Okay, so there's a couple of reasons. Again, what we had is the Suns trashed the Pelicans 124-111.
I mean, it wasn't that close.
No, and Devin Booker dropped 52 for the second time this season against the Pelicans, and I think it's the 3rd time in a row he's dropped 50 on the Pelicans, which is crazy because he's literally being guarded by all of these long athletic people that we always talk about that the Kings need.
Book's a good freaking player, man. He's a really, really good scorer.
And he's playing really, really well right now. And at this point, I mean, he's going to sneak in and steal an All-NBA spot, and I don't even think it's close. He's just been that kind of guy, and he's got his games in. He's at 61 games, so he needs 4 more games to finish out the season. But man, he's just been incredible. The deal is, though, like, look, you want as many opportunities to get up to the 6th spot as possible. You need like options, right? And so if I'm the Kings, I'm looking at you're tied with the Suns going into that game. Now the Suns are up on you by half game, but the Suns have the worst strength of schedule still left in the season.
Yeah.
So they got 7 games left. Their strength of schedule is 633.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wild.
Silly.
Yeah. I mean, they still have 2 against the Timberwolves, 2 against the Clippers, 1 against the Cavs, 1 against the Pelicans, and 1 against the Kings. Right? So their strength of schedule, and that's their 7 games. That's tough. But like the Pelicans, you play the Pelicans too. And if you're the Kings and you can somehow beat the Pelicans and you can finish 1 game ahead of them, then you can push them down. So again, I think the Suns are going to lose games for sure. But the fact that the Suns and the Pelicans keep playing each other, that's fine. Okay. Like that, they've got 1 more game against each other. That means one of those teams is taking a loss.
Mm-hmm.
You have to concentrate on winning as many as you can.
Right.
But you also have to look at this as like an opportunity that you want people in the mix with you.
Yeah, I think that's right. You have to go down through the final 8. You have to go undefeated or like 7-1, maybe 6-2, depending on who the losses are against.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be the case no matter what. And the goal ultimately here is not to, hey, secure the 7 seed. The goal here is to, hey, see if you can climb into the 6, which means any team ahead of you losing is good news.
Yes.
You'll deal with the Suns, fine. And if the Suns are going to get hot, the Suns are going to get hot. The Suns going to get hot.
Oh, yeah, I think the Suns are hot.
No pun intended.
The sun is hot.
The sun is hot. The Suns, kind of mid. No, so the Suns are, if they're gonna get hot, then that's what it's gonna be. There's nothing the Kings are gonna do about that. They play them 1 more time, but I think that's right. I think the Pelicans losing ultimately benefited the Kings last night.
Yeah, just like throw it all in the mix, because even if, let's say, in a weird world where you end up in a 3-way tie at the end of the season for the 6, 7, 8, right? And it's totally possible, but 6, 7, 8, and you beat the Suns, but you lose to the Pelicans, but the Suns have beat the Pelicans. Now we got a 3-way tie, and then it goes to division record, and because you don't play in the same, it goes to conference record because you don't play in the same division.
Sure.
And so now there could be a possibility where Again, the Suns division, conference record is 25-21. The Kings conference record, 28-19. The Pelicans, 26-20.
Mm-hmm.
You have conference record against both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So if this somehow ends up in a 3-way tie, okay. So that's where I'm at. Like, whoever wants to, again, a team like the Pelicans losing can be a really good thing for the Kings. They don't have a tough schedule to finish out.
Yeah.
But it's not also, they still have another game against the Suns. They've got Orlando. They've got one against the Kings, one against the Lakers, one against Golden State, but also one against the Spurs, who have just waved the white flag, and one against the Blazers.
Something that can't be overlooked here as we talk about strength of schedule. The Kings have a really tough stretch coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Starting tonight. Like this, this is all couched in. Yeah, hey, if the Kings figure out how to go, like we said, minimum 6-2 over the next 8, all right. Now we can worry about this. But when the Kings aren't playing, you got to watch something. Got to follow something.
Yeah.
In the NBA. So ultimately, I think the Suns win last night over the Pelicans. Good for Sacramento. That's where I land.
I definitely think it is. Like, it would take more time and research to figure out just like the impact of it. Because what you don't want to do is tie with the Pelicans by yourself, and then Pelicans get in and you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the other thing you don't want to do, in my opinion, is to end up 7-8 with the Pelicans and then have to play the Pelicans in the play-in game, because that doesn't seem like it'd be a great deal for the Kings. And
so that's another question I have. We spent so much time yesterday laying out Lakers, Mavs, Pelicans, Warriors, potential play-in matchups, whatever it is. Are you more concerned with hosting the 7-8 or a matchup in the 7-8? For example, would you rather host the Pelicans in the 7-8 or visit the Suns?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because to me, the Kings don't have enough home court advantage to confidently say, yes, host the Pelicans, and that is the path to victory. I would give the Kings a way better chance to beat the Suns in Phoenix, which is, again, going to be a rowdy crowd. It's going to be a tough environment for sure. But I would give them a much better chance to go into that building and win that game than I would them suddenly figuring out how to beat the Pelicans in a win or go home situation. Well, win or play again situation.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question. Like, the Kings should be better at home. And, right now they have a 22-15 home record and 21-16 road record. They don't make any sense at all. Like, the fact that they haven't been able to harness the home crowd is just something that's weird to me.
So strange.
Yeah. And, I think for me, I don't think home versus road really matters, except for maybe for a guy like me who would, I don't know if I'm going to hop a plane and go to New Orleans for one game play-in, especially when it's going to be 3 days in advance.
Yeah.
Where you don't have time to actually book something out. Maybe, but I still think that, I think you'd want to play a home game. I think I would prefer to play the Suns to the Pelicans, though. That's
the Pelicans are the I think of every West team are the team you're trying to avoid the most.
Yeah.
If that's not even close. I would lose a game on purpose to avoid playing the Pelicans. Not literally, but
yeah, but I mean,
that's kind of how it seems to me.
No, I get what
especially since it looks like Zion's starting to figure it out.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Zion figures it out every time against the Kings.
Yeah,
and especially you're going to be shorthanded. Like, this is, you want to stretch this out as far as you can with the hope that you can bring. That somehow Malik Monk makes it back.
Right. That's so there's always been this kind of separate agendas for the Kings making the playoffs. They for future purposes need to make the playoffs this year to make sure their pick conveys to the Hawks.
Yes.
So they have their
full arsenal this summer.
Thank you. Arsenal. Yeah. Right. And like you've mentioned, there are different ways you can try and move picks, but if the pick conveys, you're good to just start dealing picks. So that's one reason. But then there's also been this, hey, you know what? They're playing better defense lately. maybe they get into a favorable first round matchup, and then you avoid the Nuggets in the second round, and maybe you get like an inexperienced team like the Thunder or something in the second round, and maybe you sneak by them, and you start to kind of talk yourself into, hey, maybe there's this path where they make this little run. To me, at this point with the injury stuff, that's out the window. We can deal with that if they make it through the first round.
Yes.
But at this point now, I'm like, how do you get into the tournament? Because the play-in does not convey the pick.
Yeah.
We talked about this yesterday. It's not where you finish in the regular season. The play-in tournament decides the final seeding.
Yes.
And so if you are the 7 seed coming out of the regular season and you lose 2 play-in games, you're the 9 seed now.
Exactly. And the Kings have basically, they have the way it's set up. Their pick is top 14 protected in 2024. It's top 12 protected in 2025 and top 10 protected in 2026. So if it doesn't relay this year, it carries over to the next year, which means you can't trade next year. You can't trade 25. You can't trade 26. And you also can't trade 27.
Right.
Because it could possibly slide to 26.
Right.
So the best you can do is trade 28 and 30.
Which is not as valuable.
Which is not nearly as valuable. Not only is it like way off in the distance, but it's also, it's just nothing immediate for another team.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really tough. So
yeah. So that's the way I'm viewing this now.
Yeah.
Is less about, hey, what does the playoff matchup look like? If they're the 6 or the 7 or the 8, that to me matters so much less than just getting there. And that's why I would want to avoid the Pelicans at all costs, because I think the Pelicans are just a bad matchup.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. I don't think there's anybody who will really disagree with that.
No, I think in the grand scheme of the NBA, the Kings, the Pelicans, the Suns, and the Dallas Mavericks, they're all on equal footing.
Yes.
They're all basically the same. One's going to have a little bit tougher schedule. One's going to have a little bit less. You've got head-to-head matchup against this team, but not against this team. Again, the Kings beat the Suns. That's why that game is becoming more and more important. You beat the Suns, you have a 3-2 season series advantage over them. You should have already won the season series against them, but you gave up a 20-point lead in the final 8 minutes of a game.
Really bad.
That would have put you at 3-1. Not only would that put you 3-1, but if you just take that game, you would be at 44. They would be at 43. They'd be at 32 losses. You'd be a game ahead of them. Yeah, it's just like, it's all right there, man. It's tough.
They were talking about this on D'Lo and Casey yesterday. And you mentioned the Mavericks, Pelicans, Suns, and Kings all kind of being in the same boat. They're separated by 2 games. The 5 through 9 seeds.
Yep.
Excuse me. The 5 through 8 seeds are separated by 2 games. You can go 5 through 9 and make it 3.5 if you want.
Okay.
But it's a little late in the season for 3.5 to matter. So we'll just go 5 through 8, separated by 2 games. The Kings in the East at 43 and 31 would be 2 games up on the Pacers in the loss column. They'd be a half game back of the Magic for the number 5 seed. And they would be well clear of Miami in the 7, who's 41 and 33.
Yeah.
Man, that's the West is just a gauntlet. And that's what we talked about like before this year. Go, hey, the Kings were the number 3 seed last year, but 48 wins most years might get you the 6th seed. West is going to be a little bit better this year. And when we talk about what did the Kings do differently, who was better, who was worse, this and that, I think this is part of it. Is Oklahoma City's just dramatically better this year. The Nuggets are the Nuggets. The Timberwolves took a little bit of a leap.
Huge leap.
The Clippers, same deal. The Mavericks certainly have figured it out a little bit with Luka and Kyrie.
Well, they just were so bad for no reason last year.
It was so silly.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even make the playoffs. They
So
didn't make the
wild.
play-in.
So wild.
Yeah.
So I think that's we can, and the Kings definitely have flaws on the roster, and we will talk about that, I promise, all summer. And the Kings have some guys who didn't play as well this year, or maybe didn't quite fit the way they thought they would. But ultimately, I think so much of the quote-unquote problem for them has just been this. The fact that 43 and 31 this year has you in the 8th seed instead of the 3.
Yeah, I would also
of it.
say, Kyle, the thing that really stands out when you look at this is that they've got a 2-1 advantage against OKC. They beat the season series with the Nuggets. They're the winner of that series 3-1. What are they? 2-1 against Minnesota and won that season series. They're 1-2 against the Clippers. They're 2-2 against the Mavs.
Mhm.
They're 0-4 against the Pelicans, but they're 2-2 against the Suns.
Mhm.
They're 4-0 against the Lakers. They're 2-2 against Golden State.
Mhm.
You are so good against a very talented Western Conference.
Mhm.
Again, we talk about conference record. The fact that the Kings conference record is 28-19, that's incredible. That's
Really
a spectacular conference record when you consider how good it is. How good this Western
Mhm.
Conference is. But then when you look at these bad losses, that's why they stand out so bad, is because it's the worst teams in the East.
Mhm.
You have lost to the Pistons, the Wizards, and the Hornets. I mean, those games stand out so
Yeah.
loudly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And the fact that you've lost to the Blazers, that's one game. The fact that you can't beat the Rockets at all, which, have fallen off just a little bit. But some of the teams that aren't going to make the playoffs, when you look at how they've done against the teams that are in the playoffs
Mhm.
and that you're fighting with, it's just really, really alarming how those things stand out.
Yeah, the one thing I would point to is you mentioned the conference record. What did you say it was again?
The conference record is 28-19.
28-19.
9 games over 500 against an incredible conference.
Last year, they were, and keeping in mind the last 2 games of the year were kind of punts against the Warriors and the Blazers that they lost.
Mhm.
They were 32-20.
Mm.
But had they really tried in those games, you might have been looking at like 34-18 in the West. I don't think they're getting there this year.
No.
So I think that's a little bit part of it. But I just, again, not that that's the only thing, because as you just mentioned, they've been really good against some of these teams. Then you get a team like the Rockets where they went, what, 1-3?
No, they didn't beat the Rockets.
0-3 against the Rockets. So that kind of factors into. I just think the West being better is a factor. Like,
No, I totally agree.
Tougher sledding this year than it was last year.
Yeah, I totally agree. The West is better, but at the same time, you're still who you are in the West.
Yeah,
You're the same
sure.
team you were last year, basically, against the West.
Yeah.
And it's just tough. And some of the games that you have lost are against the non-playoff teams.
Mhm.
Like, again, we can just pull out 4 games that we know. They lost to the Blazers. They lost 3 to the Rockets.
Mhm.
And that's not something that you would expect for a playoff team, for a team that's this high.
Yeah.
You take, just even throw the Rockets out, but the 4 games against the bottom 5 teams in the NBA,
Yeah.
or the bottom 4 teams in the NBA that you've lost to,
Yeah.
you're a 5th seed.
Well, you're tied with the Clippers if
Yeah.
you just switch those. And that's why I have a hard time, because you get on air after one of those games in November.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, man, you go, oh, it's only November. Everything's fine. It's like, dude,
It matters.
It does. Like, the Kings are good. They're not Denver.
Mm-hmm.
They're not so good that you're going, hey, you know what? They lost to Portland in December. They're gonna win 50 plus. Doesn't matter. Like, that every single game matters at this point, and that's going to be the case until we see Keegan Murray take a leap, or we see an acquisition that kind of takes this team to the next step, where we're looking and going, hey, pencil this team as a top 2 seed, and let's get to April.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just not there yet.
Yeah.
So
I would say because we saw it last year with the Kings being one of those teams that jumped. Just because OKC and Minnesota are up there right now, that doesn't mean that they're going to be up there next year. This is going to be a very similar situation to what the Kings faced. And it's possible that they're building and that they're going to be up there for years and years and years, but it's also possible that they'll take a step back next year, because that's kind of what happens in year 2. You're acclimating to success, you're acclimating to expectations and everything else, and teams are now looking at you in a different way.
Yeah, definitely. I was just looking, Minnesota, play-in last year. Oklahoma City lost in the play-in last year. New Orleans lost in the play-in last year. I think with those teams, it's definitely I think Minnesota's kind of just where they are. I think it's just sort of Ant and how far he's going to take them.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's another step for Jaden McDaniels to take as a scorer. But yeah, with the Thunder, Who knows?
They're really well built.
They're extremely well built. And I think that's part of it with them is Sam Presti just gets benefit of the doubt at this point.
Well, that and remember, they have a war chest.
They have a ridiculous foundation and a war chest of picks where they have 12 first-round picks in the next 3 drafts?
I don't know what it is, but it's a lot.
An outrageous number.
Yeah.
Like they could make real moves to dramatically improve even from where they are this year. But no, you're right. It's not necessarily set in stone that there's just this steady trajectory as we're seeing right now with Sacramento. In conclusion, the Pelicans losing last night was good for the Kings.
In conclusion.
We'll take a look elsewhere around the NBA. We're not going to take a look at scores from last night, and because nothing else really impacted the Kings, but there's some storylines popping out in the NBA right now that I would love to chat about with you, James.
Okay.
And we still got to tell you just how bad the Oakland A's are. The Oakland A's, and the Errors tour. It's going on right now in Oakland.
Oakland Errors.
Yeah, we'll tell you next on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Yeah. Okay, so the Pelicans have the Lakers first round pick, the Bucks first round pick. They have the Bucks first round pick the next year. They have the Bucks first round pick the year after that. How did the Bucks? Oh no, that's a pick swap. And a 2027. Oh, this is New Orleans. Why am I looking at New Orleans?
I was gonna say, what did they get from the Bucks?
Oh my gosh. Oh, and you have to remember the Knicks are the other team. Knicks have a war chest. They have Dallas's pick. They have
We're gonna talk. I have the Knicks coming up. Wait, no, I don't.
Okay, so here's OKC.
Yeah, go ahead.
OKC has a 2024 pick from the Rockets. That's top 4 protected. Ooh.
Hey, Charlie. How are you? Doing great. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you, guys.
Excellent.
They have the Clippers 2024 pick. So they have the Rockets 24, the Clippers 24, the Jazz 24. That's 1 through 10 protected. They have Houston or Clippers 2025. They have a 25 from the Heat. They have a 25 from Philadelphia. They have a 25 from Atlanta. They have that's a second round pick. A 26 from Houston or LA. 26 from Dallas or Philly. 26 from Golden State. A 27 from Denver. Jesus, these are all first round picks. A 27 from LA. Oh, that might be a pick swap. 27 second round pick. 28 first round pick from Dallas. 29 first round pick from Denver. How in the world? This is so wild. Everyone says just go get Mikal. Mikal's not for sale.
You might be this summer.
No, that's what we keep thinking.
That's one of the ones just go get with what?
You gotta have everything to throw at them. Oh. How much time do we have?
1.5. Oh, that says asses. Assess is the word I was looking for.
That says asses. I need to listen to this voicemail.
30 seconds. Oh, we got stuff to give away.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Hour number 2. Hanging out with you until noon. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. At noon, D-Lo and KC will take over. Got a couple of housekeeping things to get out of the way first. Want to remind everybody that the Farmer's Dog Talk line is open. 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. Farmer's Dog, a healthy life starts with healthy food. If you want to chime in our conversation, please do. Hit us up at 916-909-1320. A reminder on that, we're not in the room with the phone, and I can't put you on hold. So if you call, it might just ring for a while until we pick you up, and then you'll be live, unscreened phone calls. It's a real treat. It's a real fun thing.
It's a gamble, Kyle.
Boy, is it.
Playing with fire.
I also want to remind everybody that you can download the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. That's this show where if maybe you can't catch it live, or maybe you missed something, or maybe you want to go back and listen to something, download and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, and on the free Odyssey app. We post it there every day. Each hour, each show, a clip I think is worth posting. It's all there for you. It goes right to your phone, as long as you subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. And at 4 p.m. today, last thing, James, the semifinals, the NIT semifinals. Buckle up, y'all. From Hinkle Fieldhouse, the basketball cathedral on the campus of Butler University in Indianapolis. We know that Brad Stevens is going to be dialed into that one. We've got Utah against Indiana State, and then we've got Georgia against Seton Hall. Just a who's who of basketball powerhouses there. And we're giving stuff away. We're going to give away a Kings jersey in the next segment, but right now, enter online, ESPN1320.com for a chance to win tickets to the Monster Truck Nitro Circus Tour at Cal Expo April 13th. Y'all have a chance to win tickets to Monster Truck Nitro Circus at Cal Expo on April 13th. Go to ESPN1320.com and fill out the form for a chance to win 4 tickets plus 4 pit party passes.
Pit party passes.
Pit party passes.
You said that really well. I was
love a pit
worried
party
about
pass.
Hinkle Fieldhouse. I would have said Finkel Fieldhouse.
Hinkle and Einhorn?
Yeah.
Einhorn is Hinkle?
Einhorn is Hinkle.
All right.
Saying.
I get that one. I get that reference.
That's right.
All right. In the NBA, Pelicans lost last night. Good for the Kings. I want to talk about some non-King stuff for a second, though. Joel Embiid is supposedly returning for the 76ers. How much does this move the needle for you in the East?
Well, I mean, it depends on what version you get of him.
Yeah, I know. That's what.
Like,
is this a Joel Embiid is rushing back because the Sixers are slowly careening toward a not playoff berth?
Yeah, I mean, they're super close to being a non-playoff team.
Yeah.
This is a problem. I mean, they're 40-35. They certainly currently sit in 8th place in the Eastern Conference with the Miami Heat right above them. Like, I don't want that smoke in round one, in a play-in. Nope, not at all. And I don't even know if there's a way for them to get out of the 8th seed here, but you need to make sure that he's healthy enough that you can get him ready for a play-in game. Because if he's healthy, yeah, okay, that's fine. But here's the problem. The 8th seed plays the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
A not 100% Joel Embiid is not going to help you against the buzzsaw that is the Boston Celtics. The only chance they have is to somehow secure the 7, and that might get you a matchup with the Bucks.
Great. A potentially hobbled Joel Embiid against Giannis? Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
We'll have to see how it goes, but I fear the Sixers. We talked about, well, like not here, but it was talked about last year. Hey, is it time to trade Embiid?
Mm-hmm.
And now you're like, okay, Tobias Harris is a free agent after this season. Maxey is coming on as a star, but Embiid, not only is he getting old, but he's starting to break down, which we all knew he would. And you got to figure out what's your path forward. I mean, you can build around Maxey, but Maxey and what else?
Yeah, I would be fascinated to know what Joel Embiid's trade value would be. I know it'd be high. I'm not saying he's going to go for 2 second-round picks.
No.
But is the Rudy Gobert deal on the table where it's like 4 picks and multiple players? Or is
if
team...
OKC decides that they want to jump in and they have every pick known to man?
Good point.
Okay.
With Lou Dort and Isaiah Joe and whoever else?
I mean, you might have to give up a Jalen Williams or
Jalen
something.
Williams?
But yeah.
I don't know if I'd do it. Embiid next to Chet would be nasty. Like, don't get me twisted. But I don't. Are you pulling a Suns and just dismantling everything you've built for this guy who's?
Well, I'd also
he's approaching 30 and can't stay healthy.
Look at the Knicks. The Knicks have a ton of picks. You could also do like a Julius Randle, and then build around their OG and Jalen Brunson.
Hey, speaking of the Knicks, A, what you just said. B, so Damian Lillard has a groin injury.
A groin
injury. He's dealing with that. Again, another guy wrong side of 30, dealing with a groin thing on a team that Milwaukee's been very good this year. They're the number 2 seed in the East. It's not like they're bad.
Yeah, they'd be tied for the 4th seed in the West,
but
with the Clippers.
Right, but I don't know how much I trust them in a playoff series, particularly after what happened last year, where they lost to Miami in the first round.
It's okay. They've got Doc now.
Oh, okay, yeah. And their success isn't defined on whether they win or lose.
Yeah.
Per Giannis.
No.
But dude, okay, so let's go here for a second. Sorry, Jesse. I don't know if is Jesse logged in yet? I don't think Jesse's logged in yet. Okay, so Jesse, I'm sorry if you do happen to be listening. Let's go to the world momentarily where the Celtics don't represent the East in the finals.
I don't think that world exists, but go ahead.
I don't either. But let's head there anyway.
Okay. It's right there with world peace.
Right.
World peace is not happening.
Right.
The Boston Celtics not representing the East. Go ahead.
So I want it to be very clear. If somebody's just tuning in right now, James and I both believe very strongly that the Celtics will be representing the East in the NBA Finals.
Yes.
Okay. But hypothetically, if they don't, I don't know that I'm just throwing the Bucks in and going like, yep, then it's them. I kind of think it might be the Knicks.
Okay.
If the Knicks and again, this is contingent upon Julius Randle coming back, which he may or may not. It's a weird thing going on. And if OG Anunoby comes back, I would not want smoke with the Knicks in a 7-game series. They're just when they're healthy, again, when they're healthy, this is the caveat. But when they're fully healthy, they're just a really, really tough matchup.
Yeah, they're physical. They punch you. They don't let up. They're well coached. I mean, Tom Thibodeau runs people into the ground, but he hasn't done it yet there. Yeah. And he plays defense. And now they got Mitchell Robinson back. That whole deal was weird. They tried to get an injury exception for him, like he's going to be out for the year, and everyone's like, we heard 3 weeks ago that he's out like 4 to 6 weeks or 6 to 8 weeks. We're not giving you an injury exception.
He's supposed to come back.
And sure enough, here he is back. And no, you can't. But they also, they were aggressive. They went out and got Bojan Bogdanovic, who, in a playoff series, he could be
useful, dude.
Yeah.
Alec Burks, useful in a playoff series.
Yeah. And
not that they played 20 minutes a night, but
if they can get Randall back, we haven't seen that version of this team with Randall.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's dangerous.
So
I could see that.
The latest here, OG Anunoby, no timetable for his return. He had a setback with that elbow injury, as we saw here in Sac. And then the Knicks announced that Randall is active in solo practices, not yet cleared for full contact, no timetable for return.
Okay, so no timetable. I would just assume the timetable is whatever day the Kings play them, they'll both return. So
fully healthy, mind you.
I'm just gonna mark April 4th, 2 days from now.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah,
OG was
would-
broken when
I would
they
o-
played.
I would
when
only
that was
believe in
not
the
good.
Knicks if OG and Julius Randle are playing.
Okay.
And even still, I'm not sure I'm ready to pencil in the Bucks. There's just something about them. I don't know if it's Doc. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
how much their defense struggled in the first half. I'm not really sure. I just don't trust Milwaukee.
That's fair. I mean, Middleton, you can't trust him either.
Yeah.
I mean,
And that's for
injuries.
the Celtics are coming out of the East, dude. This is all a formality.
It's funny. We just we gloss over and we forget about the Cavs and just
That's true.
ignore the Cavs. I don't know.
Donovan Mitchell, definitely the kind of player who could just take over a series and
He's
win.
back. Yeah.
Mm.
Or he's close to
I think
back,
I could
right?
size. Oh, I have a funny. We have to go. I have a funny thing to read to you regarding the Cavs.
Oh.
Sort of regarding the Cavs.
Okay.
All right. We'll do that next. And we still got to talk about how bad the Oakland D's are. And I have a question for you about the Kings starting lineup that we have to discuss as well. Plenty to come up in the final couple segments here on ESPN 1320, where the Insider is sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Yeah, I just said that.
Cheese and rice. Okay, so I haven't seen anything about Kawhi Leonard missing tonight's game.
Hang on, real quick. If people in the chatty house are not subscribed to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast yet, can you go ahead and do that? I'm not even going to require that you listen to it after listening to the show live, but just that's helpful for us. And that way, if you do happen to be out of town or something and can't catch a show, you can still catch it.
There you go. Oh, that's good. Subscribe. Where are we? I don't know who said Kawhi is out. I just looked at the injury report and no one's on it. The Clippers literally have no one. If he's not playing tonight, that's pretty big. Oh, Deuce tweeted it. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Norman Powell will start for the injured Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, I was even on their PR account. Oh, he's not with the team. Oh.
Knee?
Yeah, right knee soreness. That could be more than one game. Oh, here's a question. How many games has Kawhi Leonard played?
Just like 68.
He's a 68?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He and George both.
Interesting. Yeah, it's crazy. The Clippers, for whatever reason, they don't have anyone on their injury report with the NBA. Because they didn't play yesterday, right?
No.
So that should have been already posted. Like yesterday. I think 5:30 yesterday, they should have posted an injury report.
Yeah, this is nuts. This is crazy. That's a wild ass thing to put in the chat.
Jesus, Katrina, I'm just trying to pause myself.
Yeah, no. Well,
oh, no.
I don't have flags, but if I did.
Yeah. Wait, someone just asked me, do I bet on games? No, I don't bet on games.
I think
I do price picks.
no, I think it's because we've talked before about if we bet, we would not ever bet on the Kings because there's just no feel.
Oh, yeah. No.
I would guess that 1.5 point number is off the board right now.
Yeah. I don't know. That's an interesting.
Katrina throwing the flag on herself. That's so funny.
Hilarious.
She fouled and was just like, yeah, it's me. I did that.
That's right.
I'll take that one. My favorite thing that happens in the NBA. I know players do this all the time, but I saw Gary Payton do it twice the other night. Steph is just in the vicinity of where a foul was called, and GP2 immediately raises his hand.
Oh,
Like, yeah, it was me. I got him.
I got
him on the arm.
Did you see this?
30
this
seconds.
Legion hoop. Jeff Teague said, I was on the Hawks and we were playing this Pacers. My mama and my aunt were sitting courtside and cheering every time I came into the game. Then Tony Brothers pulled me to the side and was like, who them hoes?
Wow.
About his mom and his aunt.
Wow.
Oh, man.
It would have been on site with Tony Brothers.
Tony
Oh my
Brothers.
God.
Come on now.
Oh no.
Oh, he's straight up
Hang on.
menace.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I tried.
Just because?
Yeah. I don't know. That's something different. What do you want from me, man? All right. If you're not, look, if you're listening to this on the radio, thank you. We appreciate you so much. If you're listening to this on the free Odyssey app, again, thank you. We appreciate you more than I could possibly express. If you're listening to this on the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast feed, love that as well. You're not live, but we still love you. If you're not watching on YouTube, maybe you're in the car, maybe you're driving to work, maybe you're at work and you're on lunch right now, or you work late and you're driving to work now. Maybe you're on your way home. I don't know. But if you're listening on the radio, when you get a chance to get in front of a computer, or you get a chance to go on YouTube on your phone, go to youtube.com/ESPN1320 and vibe out with us in the chatty house. When we go to break on the radio, we don't go to break on the stream. We sit here and hang out. And the conversations that happen during breaks are wild. People talking about how sore their knees are. We got Jeff Teague talking about Tony Brothers calling his mom and his aunt some hoes. Like, what? You cannot do that.
Wild.
That is insane.
It's wild.
So tap in youtube.com/ESPN1320. The good news is if you miss something live, A, you can rewind, but B, the show will be posted. Once the show is over, it just lives on YouTube, and you can go check it back out. And again, download the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe as well. And want to remind everybody that the Farmer's Dog Talk line is open. I've unlocked the phones, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Farmer's Dog, a healthy life starts with healthy food. I want to read a funny thing to you.
I'm listening.
I saw this I had this sent to me the other day. Bobby Marks, the great Bobby Marks.
Mm-hmm.
Notable names that have reached the 65-game criteria.
Mm.
He has a long-ass list.
Okay.
It is, 25 names or so. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis on there.
Yep.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. Among the players listed, Jason Tatum. Okay. Kobe White. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe for comeback player of the year. Most improved. Maybe.
Okay.
Jalen Brunson, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Kevin Durant. I mentioned Domas, Fox, LeBron, Victor Wembanyama, Luka Doncic, Chet Holmgren, Jarrett Allen.
I will tell you, Jarrett Allen is maybe defensive, all defensive team. He is one of the most impactful fantasy basketball players. Like, I kept him, and my goodness, he's so good.
He lists him twice.
He lists him twice? He must be really good.
Is he like you said, defensive player of the year, maybe?
Well, not defensive player of the year, but I would say all defensive team, possibly.
I guess that makes sense.
I don't know. That's tough.
It's just funny. It's Jason Tatum, Nikola Jokic, Steph Curry, Paul George, Domantas Sabonis, Damian Lillard, Jalen Brunson, Jarrett Allen.
Wow, that one hits.
Derek White, most improved, All NBA.
Yeah.
Jesse, we getting Derek White on an All NBA team?
No. But all NBA defensive team, second team.
Oh, yeah, maybe. There you go.
Maybe.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Jared Allen's been really good. He's averaging 16.3 points, 10.6 rebounds, only 1.1 blocks, 2.7 assists per game, which is a career high. I like Jared Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On here twice.
Well, I think sometimes you need to be on a list twice.
I also love that this is where the NBA is. That, hey, notably, these players have played 65 games. Cool, man. Great. Good for the league.
But you know what? I think it is good for the league.
It is. It definitely is.
Look at the Clippers. It's forced Kawhi Leonard to play.
It's undoubtedly good for the league. The fact that it has become a notable thing that, hey, look at all these star players have played 80% of the games. Great.
Okay.
Glad that we've gotten to this point.
We talked about this early on in the season, though. I want to look and see what some of these players who don't play a lot of games, what they look like in the postseason.
Yeah.
When they've had to play all these games. And it's like, okay, what do you look like?
Yeah.
Maybe you're
running out of gas.
Yeah, maybe they are going to run out of gas. And I know that there's breaks and all that stuff, but we're talking about mileage on a body.
No doubt. Yeah. It's if you've been playing 60 games and this year you're playing 72, that's an extra 350 plus minutes.
Yeah.
That adds up. If you missed the news, Kawhi Leonard out for the Clippers tonight with knee soreness. Norman Powell will jump into the starting lineup in his place. So that changes tonight dramatically for me.
Well, it just ruined our matchup of the game.
Boy, did it.
Kawhi, come on, man.
I think that's why he sat out.
I think it's very possible that our matchup of the game is now Paul George versus Keegan Murray.
Do you think that if this was game 82 and he had played 64 games, I wonder if this injury is so serious that he wouldn't have played?
I'm going to guess he would play, Kyle.
I legitimately have no idea. It's very vague.
Yeah. Made him eligible.
Knee soreness.
Knee soreness. Yep.
I have no idea. So Norman Powell starting for Kawhi Leonard. I want to talk about Keegan Murray. We can do that next segment. You want to do keys to the game?
Yeah, let's do that.
Keys to a Kings victory? All right, let's do it right now. Keys to a Kings victory. James Ham, number
1. No time to worry about size and length.
Come on, man.
Just go out there and play.
Bro,
like, you can't worry about physicality. You got to go out there and it's over. Like, you can't worry about those things anymore. You can't say, we can't beat the Clippers because they have taller and longer players than we are.
It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it.
Ridiculous. We're tired of it. That's it, Kyle. What do you got?
Unreal. Did it on purpose.
I wrote it on the paper. You knew it was coming.
I'm really surprised at you.
Number 1 for me. I don't even. No. Trying to do a radio show. I'm trying to host a professional radio program. Got James over here.
Come on, Kyle. We talked about it all season long. Kings struggle with teams with size and length.
No ISO ball. The Clippers have too many impactful defenders to try and go one-on-one with them. If Paul George is going to score a bunch of baskets and James Harden's going to score a bunch of baskets and ISO ball, the way you compete with that is running your offense and forcing the Clippers to get out of position, and you're spraying threes and doing all that jazz. De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell, Keegan Murray, ISO ball, it's not going to work. Number 2.
Well, as far as the ISO ball, yeah, hey, don't play their game.
That's it.
Like, yeah, I totally agree, Kyle.
Yeah.
Keegan has to show out against great defenders. Like, whether Kawhi's playing or not, Paul George is still a really, really good defender. He needs to step up, and it can't just be against the Utah Jazzes of the world, who have sat every single player that is a legitimate NBA starter. So yeah, you got to show up every night, not just on the easy ones.
We will continue this Keegan Murray discussion in the next segment. Number 2 for me, I need somebody. This was a key before he entered the starting lineup. I need someone to guard Norman Powell.
Anyone, please.
Literally anybody.
Yes.
He's going to get a lot of shots.
Mhm.
Make sure he's not alone in the corner knocking down 7 threes tonight and single-handedly keeping the Clippers in the game. Number 3.
Fox needs to make Harden work.
Yes.
He does. He's got to make him work
Mm-hmm.
on both ends of the court. That guy does not want to play defense at all.
Nope.
But also Fox, when he pressures Harden, has stolen the ball from Harden plenty of times.
Yep.
And if you can have Fox guard Harden and Ellis guard Norman Powell, you might have something.
Yeah. Keegan on Paul George. Yeah, you feel pretty good about those matchups. Just can't get Fox in foul trouble.
Yeah. And
there's going to be times if you're up on Harden that he's going to blow past you and get in the paint. Can't get Domas in foul trouble too.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3 for me. Need Harrison Barnes to stay active. That's going to be the case all year. This might just be a permanent key for me. When Harrison Barnes is active, and what did you say when he scores 17 plus? They're like 14-3, or some insane number like that. They're really, really good when he puts the ball in the hoop.
Yeah.
So I think it's a sign that the Kings offense is working well. And I would like to see Harrison Barnes stay that way, even against a bigger team like the Clippers. So that's it. And we have to break. When we get back, I want to have this Keegan Murray discussion that we put a pin in like the second segment.
Yeah.
Because I think it's something kind of important, and we can continue discussing that. And I still have my question about the Kings starting lineup moving into next year as well, that we'll get to on ESPN 1320. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube on Sacramento Sports Center. Where?
Your reaction killed me.
Huh?
I said your reaction killed me.
I didn't know you were actually going to do it. I thought the fact that you wrote it down was like, hey, I'm going to make sure to word this different. Like, no, we just put it on a tee and took a rip. Was it, though?
What?
Soren said, hell of a segment.
I think it was funny. I'm crying a little bit over here. Oh. Kyle, did you see that someone moved all the coffee cups and glasses to the top row and moved all the stuff in the top row to the bottom row?
I did not see that, but that's a funny prank.
I believe it was for April Fool's Day.
Good one. Russell,
what do you want us to
going
say?
Away. Fine, we'll talk about it at the top.
I like that every time you keep calling him the Oakland E's. I think it's funny.
Old joke, but
yeah, it fits though.
I mean, what?
Man, I got to be honest. I don't have any idea. I think the Kings are going to handle adversity well. The adversity of not having Monk, I think they are. And I don't know what it means.
I forgot the Dodgers played those 2 games in Seoul. It's like, how have they played 7 games already? Alas.
Oh, yeah.
Five errors through 3 innings is just...
Jeff Teague's story. It's ridiculous.
The good news about SD Ruiz going down is that it opens the door for more at-bats for Seth Brown.
Blade.
JJ Blade, I'm actually fine with that. But Tyler Nevin, going to get some ABs? Sure.
But he doesn't play the outfield, so why would you send him down and not the young kid who you're not giving any infield at bats to?
Lawrence Butler, batting buck 33, law butt.
Yeah.
Getting him.
And is Rooker still got a 0 batting average?
Yes.
0
for 3, 2 strikeouts. It's amazing the guy who suddenly out of nowhere hit 30 jacks last year isn't an all-star again this year. A true stunner. What a clown show. What an absolute clown show.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised Rooker they trade.
I wouldn't be surprised by anything. No deal yet after A's meet with Oakland and Alameda officials on Coliseum lease extension per John Shea.
That just happened?
Yeah. That's so funny. The NFL does that performance-based pay thing where if you outperform your contract, you get performance. The system rewards all NFL players based on their play time and base salary. If a player has a low base salary, plays a significant number of snaps, they earn more. With Rodgers having the opposite, Aaron Rodgers, a high salary and playing just 0.33% of snaps due to his torn Achilles, his total came out to $81.14.
That's what he got?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, fine. We'll talk about the A's. We'll talk about Keegan Murray and our Kings starting lineup question. We will save that for the handoff, I guess, or for closer to the handoff when D'Lo pops in. D'Lo and Casey hanging out with you from noon to 4. We, the Insiders, that's James and Kyle, will hang out with you until noon. The Oakland A's last night committed 5 errors in a 9-0 loss to the Boston Red Sox. They now have 13 errors this season, which is an alarming amount through 5 games for a bunch of professional baseball players, quote unquote. To make matters worse, that's 2 more than they have runs scored. They have scored 11 runs through 5 games, also a terrible number for a Major League Baseball team, quote unquote. 13 errors, 11 runs scored. If there was any question about what this team is doing or what they are trying to do, or the fact that they are an unserious organization that is entirely unserious about winning, look no further than this season. And look no further than the fact that Esteury Ruiz was sent down yesterday to AAA to get at-bats or something because they didn't like the at-bats he was having. He's hitting like 429. He had an OPS over 1,000.
Yeah, 429 with a 375 on-base percentage and 857 slugging percentage. His OPS is a 1.232. He had 3 hits in 7 at-bats, including a double and a triple. He had a stolen base. He's only struck out once, but he doesn't have a walk. So, of course, let's blame it on the walk.
Again, spring training, he wasn't great.
Yeah.
Struck out 19 times, 5 walks. He slashed 236, 295, 400. Like, that's not great. But he got in the regular season. And last year hit 250, stole 67 bags, dealt with some injury stuff, only played 132 games. But this year, 8 plate appearances. You just said the numbers. Just for reference, here's who got at bats last night. Ryan Noda batting 200 with a 294 on base so far this season. JJ Bleday has been good, couple of hits. He's batting 350. Tyler Nevin has not gotten a hit. Zach Geloff, good last year, batting a .158, 238 on base. Seth Brown, who's 30.
Yep.
What is Seth Brown doing on the team? What is his purpose here?
He's 31.
Seth Brown is 31.
31.
What is he doing on the team? What is his purpose here?
It is to bat .077.
077. This is an outfielder that's taking at bats from Esteury Ruiz. Okay? Now we can go to Brett Rooker, your all-star from last year. Doesn't have a hit yet. 083 on base. But hey, let's keep him up. 0 for 3 last night, 2 Ks, by the way.
Lawrence Butler.
Abraham Toro, why not? Third baseman, 0 for 3, 2 Ks. Hasn't gotten a hit yet this year. $125 on base. Who was that? Lawrence Butler?
Oh, yeah.
0 for 3 last night with a K. Batting a $133, 235 on base. None of this is to say that, and again, some of those guys weren't outfielders, which doesn't take ABs away from Esty. But there's this, David Forst came out with a statement that was just a word salad of something about needs to play every day, and we don't like the at-bats he's having, And so we want to go get him some at-bats where he can play every day. Like, why not now? Why not in the major leagues now? This is an exciting player that people like to watch.
Yep.
And it's going to cost you nothing to have him in the lineup every day. He can get his at-bats here on a 1-4 team. This reeks of, and I try not to be conspiracy theorist guy, but here we are. This reeks of Las Vegas Aviators, not super popular right now. And so they're just going to send down a major league quality player to be like, yeah, hey, this guy. Everybody come watch Esty.
Look at he's batting 400 and stolen in 12 games.
Yeah, he's raking in AAA. Everybody come watch. That's what this reeks of to me. And I hate every second of it. I don't even care. I don't care anymore. There's always going to be a part of me that loves the Oakland A's.
Mm-hmm.
The team, the players, the tradition, the memories I have with this team. I'm always going to love them. The fact that they're 1-4 has bothered me none. I don't care that much. It's the fact that they continue to get away with this stuff and baseball facilitates it. 29 other owners facilitate this and advocate for whatever this is. Forget the A's. Forget Oakland. This is a professional sports franchise, or it's supposed to be. Being run like this, they were awful last year. They look like they're going to be worse this year. And they send down one of their exciting young players to get him some at-bats where he can play every day, as if this is a competitive program. It's a joke, dude. Major League Baseball is a joke for letting it happen.
I agree, man. At some point, you have to step in. You have to step in because it's the wrong thing for the sport. It's just flat out wrong for the sport. Like, it's okay for them to be bad, but they are literally playing out Major League, the movie, in real time.
And they have been.
Yeah, and so now you actually have a player who's a ball player who people like, who's batting 429,
and a really good defender, by the way, on a team that has 13 errors through 5 games. Go on.
And you send him down for no reason. He's your leadoff hitter. Like, don't give me this. And I think that's where, like, we get the quote yesterday from David Force.
I'm gonna go find it. Go
ahead.
Like,
what in the world, man? First of all, this is a quality baseball man. You are a very high quality baseball man. Why are you still there? Why is anyone still there that believes in baseball? Why would you work for these guys?
You're talking about David Force.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
No, he could go be a GM.
What are we doing here?
Like, all over the league. What is happening? Why are you putting yourself through this? Why are you going out there and making some asinine statement about why you sent a guy who's batting 429 and stole 67 bases last year? Why you're sending him to the minor league? It's a joke.
If you missed the statement, here it is. This is from David Force, his GM, via Jessica Klein, his team reporter. We talked about Esty a couple times during the spring and where he fits in the lineup on this team, and frankly, the importance of him playing every day. And as you can see through the first 4 games, and certainly with adding Tyler Nevin, that wasn't going to happen here. Mark Kotze and I spoke to Ruiz today about some of the things that he needs to do to get back in this lineup. Cutting down on strikeouts, getting on base, or things that we talked to him about all last season. We saw some better at-bats, but the reality is, to use his skills, he needs to get on base. You saw yesterday, just getting on base twice, how he impacted the game. He needs to be able to do that on a consistent basis.
Man,
What?
Tyler Nevin is a career 202 hitter. He's 27 years old and just got waived by Detroit.
Tough to beat out Tyler Nevin.
It's really tough.
I've often said, anytime you can get Tyler Nevin some ABs, you got to do it.
You know, Tyler Nevin in 267 career bats has 5 homers.
Oh, okay. So adding a little pop to the lineup. Nice.
Yeah.
Esty last year. Hey, to their point, Esty last year, 5 homers.
Okay. What's Esty's on base percentage last year?
Last year, 309. Not great.
Oh, wow. That just happens to be the exact same career on base percentage for Tyler Nevin, the 27-year-old. But, we got to make sure we secure Tyler Nevin into a spot. And sorry.
So hang on. Tyler Nevin in his career, how many at-bats?
267.
Esty last year, 449 at bats,
Yeah.
309 on base, 5 homers, which I think is the exact same as Tyler Nevin for his career.
On base percentage,
In relation to
309 for his
Phil?
career. What's his OPS?
Oh, he's Phil Nevin's kid.
Okay.
OPS, career OPS?
Yeah.
609.
Are we looking like literally the same guy? That's Nevin's career.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about
No,
Tyler Nevin.
Esty.
Esty's career OPS, 648.
Oh yeah, so it's better.
Including 1232 this year, 654 last year.
Yeah.
I
Well,
just don't
like,
it's not serious, dude.
come
It's
on,
totally
man.
unserious.
and the problem that I have again is that Major League Baseball is allowing stuff like this to happen. Like, they should not be dictating who goes up and who goes down from the minor leagues to the big league club.
Mhm.
But maybe they should be, because this is just an absolute joke. And it's not even, I mean, they started him up with the club out of spring training. So why would you, if you wanted to save like his years of service and stuff like that, maybe that's what they're trying to do. But what a dirty way to do it.
It's so trash.
Yeah.
It's so unbelievably trash. And this is why it's difficult to be like, yeah, hey, I'll be excited about the A's as long as they're in Oakland, because it's what's there to be excited about, even if they weren't moving. What are we watching for this year?
Even if they do move,
Watching a Tyler Nevin development.
this guy literally did this exact same thing to get a stadium built for his soccer team, and then he doesn't put any money into his soccer team. So why would you think he's going to spend any money when he goes to Vegas? And let's just add this element to it.
Mhm.
Major League Baseball has put a parameter on that. If he sells a team in the first 10 years,
Mhm.
they take a lump of flesh.
Yes.
They're going to want their relocation fee.
Yes.
So that means that Las Vegas is stuck with this idiot doing this for a decade, because he has to give up a bunch of money if he sells in that decade.
I thought for sure, hey, when this relocation stuff going through, you're going to see some real investment in the team, because they are going to want to be serious people going into their new home.
Mhm.
If you're trying to, if you're in Vegas right now, maybe you're all gung-ho about MLB. You want MLB in Vegas.
Yep.
You're a rich guy, lives in Vegas. Are you funding this guy at all? Because they still don't have funding for this stadium, by the way, in Vegas.
Nope.
Are you giving it to the guy who runs this? I'm not.
They're about to tear down the Tropicana, though. You saw that, right?
I'm biased, but obviously, I just don't know how you look at the Earthquakes and you look at this A's team and you think, oh, the owner of these teams is very serious about success. Because he's not.
Mhm.
He's not. So we will continue complaining about this throughout the year. I'm sorry if you took my advice and bet the A's over 56.5 wins. They are not going over. They're going to go well under that. I would be shocked if they won 50.
Kyle, if they are going to get to 57, they're trading everybody. They have no interest in being good.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Rough.
Got the handoff of Damien Barling coming up in just a second. We will put a pin in the A's discussion moving forward. Let's talk about the Sacramento Kings. They are in action tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers at Golden One Center. And this is a spot where, to me, you mentioned a couple of times Keegan Murray in tonight's game. And we welcome in Damien Barling for the handoff. Keegan Murray was really, really good the other night against Utah. And we went collectively, hey, that's what you need from Keegan on a night in, night out basis. We've seen it before, though. We've seen stretches 2, 3, 4 games where Keegan's really good and aggressive, and then he goes back into hiding. But with Malik Monk out, they can't afford to have that happen if they're going to be a team that is serious about competing this year. They're going to need Keegan Murray to step up. I'm fascinated to see if he can do that tonight, Damien, against a team that's not Utah with no John Collins and no Lauri Markkanen. If he can do that against a Clippers team that, okay, Kawhi Leonard's out, but they still have Paul George. This is still a Clippers team that is ahead of them in the standings, that is trying to win these games. It's trying to secure a top 4 seed. I need to see Keegan do it in games like tonight consistently before I start going, hey, he's arrived. He's taking the leap. This is the kind of stuff that matters.
Yeah, you can't say anything at this point in the season to say, oh, well, they did it. Or, oh, Keegan's taking a leap. Or, oh, this is happening. Or, oh, that's happening. It's like there's 8 games left, whatever it is. Like all that matters is what happens over the course of the next 8 games. Keegan Murray's role to a certain degree, Keegan Murray, Davion Mitchell, there's a handful of guys whose role has dramatically shifted now because you've got to do a little bit more. Like, it sucks, but it's just the nature of team sports. When there's an injury to an impactful player like Malik Monk, everybody has to do a little bit more.
Next man up.
Yeah, it's too. I guess, but in this case, it's not a next man.
Right.
It's a collective that are going to have to fill, the gap that Malik Monk leaves, and it's not just Keegan. I know everyone's focused on him, and like I'm going to be the guy who keeps pointing it out. It's Domas too. I want Domas to shoot more than 13 or 14 times because I know he's not going to shoot outside of himself. He's not going to do something erratic. He's not going to do something ridiculous. He can be effective. He can be efficient. He can still play the way that he likes to play while still getting up a few more field goal attempts. And one of my biggest concerns that we'll talk a lot about over the next 4 hours is, what do defenses look like now that not 1, but 2 legitimate scoring threats are gone? And that was a tough read versus Utah. Because Utah's kind of what they are. I have no clue. Like, the Clippers are a defensive team, whether Kawhi Leonard's playing or not. They're a tough physical team. It's gonna look a little bit different tonight, and I'm curious how teams adjust to the fact that 2 scoring threats are just completely gone from their lineup.
I mean, realistically, Dame, it's got to be Keon Ellis has to prove
He has to be a threat.
He has to prove that he's a threat, and he's got to do it every single game, and he's got to hit him.
Yep.
He can't just take a bunch. He has to start hitting him, because that's the only way you're going to create that spacing again. Keegan Murray, he can't just be sitting in the corner waiting for the 3 ball, which he's not good in the corner anyways. I'm not sure why. He has got to come off that DHO, and he has got to do what Kevin Huerter did. He has got to draw the defense to him, and that goes for everybody. Again, Harrison Barnes.
Yep.
Dude, you've got to be aggressive. If there is one game this season where he shoots 5 times, just like you throw your arms up and like, man, what in the world? I don't care how many shots. And that's the other, you talk about Domantas Sabonis. De'Aaron Fox is averaging like 22 points a game over the last 16.
Yeah.
Man, you have, at this point, it's got to be 30. It's got to be 30 every night, and you got to backpack this team. Everyone has to be on board, but it's got to start with your 2 stars, and it's not easy. It's not easy when it's Keon Ellis that's playing alongside you who doesn't have the rep. And
if I'm Ty Lue, I'm challenging Mike Brown to let Keon Ellis shoot, because it's you talk about shooting and hitting them consistently.
Yeah.
Let's say he gets 4 or 5 shots. He could be 3 of 5, 3 of 6. He could be 4 of 6. The thing for me is, he going to keep shooting them?
Right.
Is he going to get to 12, 13, 14, 15 field goal attempts, even when they're dropping? Because that's what I'm wondering if I'm an opposing coach is, we know Malik is fearless.
Yes.
We know Kevin Huerter, like it or not, if that shot's there, and this is what he's been instructed to do, he's going to take it. Will Keon get at it? Because the 5, 6, 7, 8 shot, they're always going to be there for him. But will he take them if it's 10, 11,
right,
12, 13? If it's that starting 2-guard type number, will he continue to be comfortable taking those shots? And if I'm Ty Lue, I'm going to find out.
Yeah.
I'm going to find out tonight if he's comfortable taking those.
Yeah.
Because 5 ain't going to beat me. I got to deal with what 10 does, but 5 ain't going to beat me.
Yep.
I'll work with 10, but we'll see what Keon does.
Yeah. I'm with you on the Domas thing. I've been begging him to shoot more all freaking year. And maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I've given up on the idea that he's.
Were you called a hater for it?
Yes.
They let me have it.
Yes. Yes, for sure. Okay. So no, he does. If you're gonna be a max guy, all NBA guy, you have to put the ball in the hoop. Like,
Well, which
especially
he does, like he can,
but with far more consistency.
No, he does it with consistency. He just doesn't do it enough.
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
He'll shoot 60%.
I'm sorry.
He's not doing it with enough.
You need to be aggressive in putting shots on the rim.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, but the reason I go to Keegan specifically to start this is because this is a turning point for me with him. If in this spot over these next 8 games and the play-in and whatever they get there and whatever they get in the playoffs, if you're getting a version of Keegan Murray that, hey, he took 18 shots tonight. Oh, and then here's 2 games where he took 6.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a game where he took 8.
Yeah.
Oh, he's red hot in the first quarter, took 8 shots and finished with 11.
Yeah.
Like that. Now I'm starting to get worried because we are deep into year 2. This is a wide open door for him where, hey, go get it. If you're not going and getting it in this spot, then when is it? Where's it going to be? That's why I am so concerned about Keegan Murray over these next 8 and why I want to see him be more aggressive.
I think that's a little unfair.
Why?
Well, the dynamic of the team is different.
Okay.
Like they're missing 2 guys. Like you're 100% right. I'm with you completely. I want to see Keegan be aggressive. I want to see him do all of those things. We've seen those hot quarters where they go away from him. I'll hit him. I'll hit him with the Angel Reese last night. I'm telling Mike, Domas, De'Aaron, give me the effing ball. Like Keegan needs to do that more often. But I also think defenses are shifting a little. Defense, which is the question that I asked a second ago. What will defenses look like against Sacramento now with Malik and Kevin Huerter? I believe there'll be there's already an emphasis on De'Aaron and Domas to a certain degree, but if there's an emphasis anywhere else, it's probably on the guy you're referencing. And that's where it's perfectly fair to ask him to be aggressive. I think it's a little unfair to say, if not now, when? Yeah. Because this isn't the team. This is what this is, but this will show a level of, hey, he's got the ability to step up. And that's what the Kings need, a variety of guys to step up. Keon has done it this season. I think Davion has done it this season.
Definitely.
But now they're going to be asked to do something they haven't had to do in 2 years, and that's win a number of games without Malik Monk.
Got something saying 10 seconds?
21 shots per game between Huerter and Monk. Somebody has to take them.
That's it. It's a great point.
We always say it's 25 points per game with the option of 50. Like they have the ability to get you, 25 apiece, but at minimum you've got 25 gone, and that's tough.
All right, 10 seconds. What do you guys got?
Yeah, a lot on the Clippers game. We're going to talk a lot about last night in women's basketball as well. I have some unpopular opinions on some things we saw last night.
Oh, can't wait. Tap in. D'Lo and KC hanging out with you till 4 on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Later. Clear. See you, chatty gang. Appreciate you guys.
Thumbs up.
Say it one more time.
Hit the thumbs up, please.
What's up, guys?
Watching now.
A buddy of ours had got he does well for himself. He had gotten tickets to Warriors Mavs, but this is a game that got rescheduled, and so he can't go anymore.
Oh, that's right.
And so
What's up, Jesse?
That's gonna be dope.
it's going to be extremely fire. I'm so excited.
What the hell? Why does this always happen?
If you see somebody escorted out for talking shit to Luka, you know what it is.
Oh boy. Boy.
Got it.
All right, cool, man. Get tapped into that NIT semifinal. No purple
Locked
purple.
in, baby.
No purple and black pregame. We
Oh,
NIT
gotta
semifinal.
get the NIT.
Why did we won live games? Damn.
All right, boys.
Appreciate you.
Hello, Gavin.
Final boss belt for the studio.
Jesse, what up, though?
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Where y'all at today? Where y'all at? Bob check 1 2 1 2. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, April 2nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damien Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we in here. Thanks for being with us, man. Lots to talk about here today.
Weather's great.
Oh, man, it's phenomenal.
Weather
It's
is
phenomenal.
great. We're almost turning the corner out of that first spring.
Just about. Yeah. I don't like the way I'm dressed. I should have wore something more like you, like the vibe, just stepping out of the car. Vibes were immaculate.
That's how you got to do. Like
Yeah.
sometimes people, I come with the sweater and, the Aldo boots and stuff. Like, where are you going? Nowhere, bro. This is just what I do from time to time. Stop sweating me.
It's a light sweater, but I had to wear the shirt underneath because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise it'd just be nipples for 4 hours.
all
It's
right.
like it's a thin.
Catch a Damien Barling every weekend at Tiger. I see you.
That's what it would be. So I was like, all right, got to do the shirt underneath it. Now I just feel like it created a whole different vibe, man. But it's beautiful outside. There's lots to talk about. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Kings basketball. No Kawhi Leonard in Sacramento tonight. He was sent home. Oh, there's that. So we'll talk a lot about the Kings and the Lakers. We'll actually dive into that here shortly. Trysta Krick will be with us today. Will Z will be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, and it's WrestleMania week. I'm hoping Jason Jones posts that article. He gave us a little. It hasn't posted yet, and it's obviously posting this week,
Right?
But it hasn't posted yet. So if nothing else, hopefully he'll be able to tell you why he was late.
Right.
I
think he will. Because that's
I'm ready for this.
It's almost like if it's not out, it's almost like a teaser.
It's going to be, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you guys got to check this out.
Yeah. So we'll talk to our man Jason Jones in the final hour of the show. UConn and Iowa. They're headed to the Final Four. It was a marquee night for women's basketball. An absolutely incredible evening. Two just star power at perhaps the highest level that we've ever seen. I don't want to steal your heat because I knew you said something like this. I can't remember if it was on the air or off, but you and I are in agreement. This is one of, if not the most impressive trip to the Final Four for Gino Auriemma.
Oh man, it really is, man. And Gino, he's still got top flight players, all-American players or whatever. But this wasn't one of his stronger teams, and
that teams have dealt with a lot, like the Paige Beckers. Wondering we wondered at one point if Paige was ever going to play for UConn.
Yeah, Yeah.
And for them to get to the Final Four, man, is spectacular.
Absolutely, man. And shout out to Gino, man.
My hang up in that game yesterday is we were leading into it, and I told you UConn win, despite John in Connecticut perhaps not recognizing that I picked Connecticut to win that game. I still think I think it's really hard to coach a player like Juju. I think Lindsey's one of the best coaches in college basketball, but it's really hard to figure out. Mulkey dealt with it with Griner. Gino dealt with it with Maya. I think the only one he didn't deal with Breonna Stewart because she figured it out right away. It's really difficult to coach a potential generational player like that. And the thing I kept thinking about is this game, if it's close, is going to wind up UConn versus Juju. And that's exactly what happened last night. The game was close, and it was UConn versus Juju. And what happened? They got blown out. Like the game went from close to a blowout. And it's tough. Like those are things Lindsey Gottlieb has to figure out. There's things USC has to figure out. Juju's obviously insanely talented, but a really, really impressive run by UConn in his group. And a really impressive run by Iowa. I thought that bracket was tough. I did not think they would be here. I thought that their side of the bracket I thought was brutal. And I just didn't know if they were good enough. And they were up for the challenge last night.
Yeah, Caitlin obviously is amazing. But like we talked about yesterday, they've got a better team than I maybe gave them credit for during the season and what they had last year. You know, they've got other guards that can create, score some buckets. They had a very impressive run, like you just said.
Here's a kind of maybe a forgotten fact. Maybe it's an uncomfortable. It doesn't matter because you win, right? But when you look back at it and you look at the way LSU was discussed this year, and you look at the way LSU was written about, and you look at the different elements that came out of last year's national title game, it kind of muddied the fact that LSU was an extremely overachieving team last year. At no point in the regular season was LSU the best team in the country. At no point during the tournament, until it mattered the most, were they the best team in the country. It doesn't take away from the fact that they're national. It doesn't. None of that matters. They're national champions. But what we forget sometimes is we carry that over into the next year thinking, well, they won the national championship. They have to be just as good and maybe they are just as good, but they didn't overachieve the way that they did last year. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you're not going to like this. I have a few things about what happened after the game last night that are bothering me.
Oh, yeah. That's
so a lot has been written about LSU. A lot of it, particularly that nonsense from the Los Angeles Times, one, it wasn't fair. Two, it was ridiculous. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact we're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-old young women in this case. And I said something to you a month ago, a couple of weeks ago, that you disagree with then and you disagree with now. And it's that it was awesome to see everybody tweeting about women's basketball last night. But it was like and I didn't respond to him. He's a hip hop writer who I have a tremendous amount of respect for. And I've never interacted with him on Twitter, so I wasn't going to interact with this tweet. But he tweeted that Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark are going to be the Magic and Larry to the WNBA. And I thought, Jesus Christ, you can't be serious. One, no, just emphatically no. It's great that you're watching, but you're doing too much. Angel's not that. Angel's like what she did yesterday, where she was clearly hurt. Like she was just off. Like after whatever happened behind the basket extension, which I'm not sure we ever even saw, whatever rolled ankle, stepped on it, whatever happened right there, she was in great discomfort. And she went from it was 7 of 9 to 2 of her next 13. Right. Like it's impossible to not tie those two things together, but she gutted it out. 17 points, 20 rebounds. She's a tough basketball player. But just like in the NBA, I'll use one that might hit too close. There are Jimmer Fredette's. there's marquee college basketball players that don't necessarily translate the same to the league. And I think that's Angel. I'll hit another Sacramento one. There was a stretch where Courtney and Ashley Paris at Oklahoma, they were something. Yeah. They were the particularly Courtney, that was DeMontis Sabonis. Like, she was a double-double every night. That's what she did. Drafted by the Sacramento Monarchs, you knew almost right away, I don't think this is going to work. And she had moments in the league. She didn't have a lengthy career. It just ultimately didn't work out. When I see Angel, like, I question, like, what is Angel's motivation in all of this? Is it to be a great basketball player? Or is it to be a star? And I felt bad for her in that post-game press conference. But I hated every second of it.
Speak on it.
She talked about, and I can't speak for her experiences, right? Because I'm not her. But I listened to her, you know, she's obviously incredibly emotional, which, please, everybody, keep that in mind. Her college career probably just ended. Please keep that in mind. And she's headed into what is really an unknown next chapter of her life. But she's talking about how, you know, since winning the national championship, she's received death threats and she's been sexualized and, you know, all of these things. And she just kept her head up and did all of this. And it's like, death threats, when you live on social media, it's like, look, we all know what it is. It sucks. And maybe this is her first exposure to that. But social media is an ugly, ugly, ugly place. But it also made you a millionaire. And I thought, okay. As soon as she said it, I pulled up her IG account and started scrolling. And you see some amazing professional photographs, which are clearly part of a campaign. She's got a Wingstop campaign. She's got all these different things. And if you're in a professional photo shoot and someone says, hey, why don't you slide that LSU jersey off your shoulder? Hey, zip that jacket down a little bit further. Show some cleavage. That's being sexualized. And that's being sexualized on direction. She also has selfies in a bikini, like bathroom selfies, like her. It's like, okay, wait, which is it? To quote my partner, is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike?
Yeah.
To quote my partner, quoting Jay-Z. Like, which one is it? And I wanted to be frustrated, but I wanted to be frustrated with her in that moment. But I also understood, like, she's an emotional young lady. This is just what they're going through. Excuse me. And remember, her teammate who was up there repping for her was promoting a rap single the other day. And it's like, okay, y'all had a crown. Y'all were all about the noise until you lost. You were all about the noise until you got beat. Now you want to play this bordering on a victim role. And I couldn't rock with that. And that's why I look at Angel going, she's not going to make it. She isn't going to make it. I don't think her skills in the league will translate. And I don't think she has the mindset to make it in the league. That's why I feel the way I do.
Okay. I mean,
and I'm not lost on the black and white component. Like, I hate that I wanted to bring this up, but the black and white component is not lost on me. Like, I see it. I recognized it. We joked about it yesterday,
right?
But it's just part of there's just things about her that rub me the wrong way.
I hear you. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I'll just have a discussion about it. Like, there's not anything overly that,
I just ate up 13 minutes. I'm sorry. You want to hold off on that?
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it when we come back.
We'll come back. I'll shut the hell up and let my partner talk here.
We gonna talk. We talking.
And then
is that segment considered pocket watching?
Jesus. You know what?
Whatever. I went to go get a bag of grapes from the fridge. Whatever.
We'll fill you in. We'll come back. I'll let KC talk and shut up. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Or Jesse just wanted some damn grapes. Yeah, I might have to send a text. I think it was Kelly's friend. Yeah.
Should probably take these glasses off.
Well, I don't have. I got mine on too. I couldn't see. I was like, hey, and then I saw Kelly. I was like, oh, that's Kelly's.
I should probably take the glasses off because I was like, Who's that black guy?
You should definitely take your glasses off.
Oh, I finished Griselda.
Yeah, how was it?
It was good. I mean, seems like they stretched out the final episode a little bit, but it's good. Good stuff. I'm still cooking with BMF. Still cooking with BMF. It's very they had like a I don't know. Are you caught up? Are you still watching?
I'm not caught up. I'm not even remotely caught up. I haven't seen this season yet.
Okay. Well, this isn't really like messing anything up when I tell you this, but they had like one of the craziest shootouts in cinema history.
BMF?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in the middle of the hood, just it was probably about 35 guys, automatic weapons, just letting them off it was, and nobody, well, one person,
no one got hit.
One person on the BMF crew got killed. It was the rapper. But Meech and T were unscathed. Yeah, I said, wait a minute. Like clearly this didn't happen, but the shootout took so long. If you're paying attention, it's different times of the day when they go to a different scene. Like, for instance, it looks like when they started, it's about noon. And when they finish, it looks like it's more like 3:30 p.m. Like you see. Now, they're not saying that's how long it took, but I said, this is crazy. And they were outnumbered like 40-7. They made it out though. They made it out.
I've tried to tell you about that show. It's the Threat Level Midnight episode where dude comes in and shoots Michael at point blank range like 20 times, and Michael just does this and dodges all the bullets. Yeah,
it's a 5-star film right there.
All right, we're looking out for Warren.
Who is she? Because where was I at? Where was I? Oh, I think I was at church. I was at church on Sunday, and your aunt, I guess, was somebody said, "Oh, that's the lady that's going to be on BMF or something like that." So yeah, I didn't see who it was though.
You know what's funny? WCW comes to all of our events, and he sees Warren and thinks it's his uncle. He tells me that every time. Every time I see Warren, I think it's my uncle. And then he sent me a picture of him and his uncle.
Yeah,
looks just like Warren. Like I gotta find the picture. It looks exactly like Warren. I was like, oh, I get it. I get it. Let's show this to Warren. As his uncle.
Oh, snap.
When he sent me this picture, I was like, hey, he's out with Warren. I was like, nope, that's not it.
That's crazy.
That's not Warren. He ain't gonna tell you.
No, I said it last time I wore it.
He ain't gonna tell you.
I really say it this time.
I don't remember.
You did. You did. I think it was the De'Aaron one that went out of business.
Oh no.
I remember you shared
it. He got that one.
I think you shared the Malik one. Oh. Kenny pocket watching his t-shirts again. I feel like we need to. I guess some people have to have everything explained to them.
Yeah, just let them rock, man. It's all good. It's all good, man. I got love for myself.
I love them.
I saw my people on when I was there on Friday, man. It's all love, man. Yeah. It really is.
Next time I see him, man, every time I see him, I give him a big hug. I'm gonna say, hey, I'm gonna explain to you what pocket watching is, so you can utilize this moving forward the right way. I had a 13-minute monologue on
it was good stuff.
LSU and Angel Reese, and I didn't give you.
That's why we got a 4-hour show.
Well, we do have 4 hours.
Whatever.
I know you're an
do you
Angel Reese fan.
just in case, do you want to go back over kind of like what you?
I didn't like her post game remarks. Like I felt like her energy shifted a lot. I feel like the team's energy shifted quite a bit once they lost. Right? They were the queens. They had the crown. You know, they were brash. They were confident. They were walking with the head up. And then the second they got beat, it was, oh, we've been victimized and we've been, you know, unfairly treated and all this other stuff. And it's like, all right, I have my feelings about that. And I gave you my feelings about Angel a couple of weeks ago. I don't think Angel's game is going to translate into the WNBA. And while star power was undeniable last night, I thought some of the reaction on social media, and it was clear, there were people who were actively watching women's basketball for the first time. One, that's awesome. That's absolutely tremendous. But two, hey, let's not tweet, because some of y'all look a little crazy right now. And the people talking about Angel and Caitlin leading the Bird Magic era. Okay. No, man, just on a million levels. No. Yeah. The WNBA is already trajecting. It's been trajecting up at the same rate that the women's college game has been trajecting up. Caitlin is going to be a massive needle mover. Angel's going to have fans. There's no question about that. I just don't think Angel's going to get that type of run. If she lines up on the right team, the right franchise, the right city, could be golden for her. I don't know who that is, by the way, at the top of my head, but I just don't. I feel like we're not going to hear a lot about Angel Reese moving forward. We will in the draft, but like heading into the summer, I'm not sure that we're going to hear much about her. We're going to hear a ton about Caitlin, though, and Paige, and you're going to continue to hear about Juju, but she's the one of the marquee stars last night, and she is a star. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. She's the one who I think we're going to see, tail off a little bit in this conversation.
The first thing when you talk about Magic and Bird, I mean, you're right. Like Angel is not either one. She's not in this case. She's not Magic, right? She's not that type of player. But what those two specifically have done over the course of a year with college basketball, they started it. And it was a culmination. They finished their story last night. That is Magic and Bird-like. I mean, that they have taken over college basketball for a year. They have.
Sure.
They have. And that's you can have two different discussions about that. Like we can say that we don't believe Angel will live up to what Magic and Bird did in the pros, skill wise and all this other stuff, but acknowledge, I mean, is that still the highest rated college basketball game of all time? I mean, that national championship
it
game,
probably always will be, just because of the nature of
that national championship game last year, that game last night, probably two of, if not the highest rated college women's basketball games of all time.
Oh, like they're gonna think so.
They're gonna have that. You know what I'm saying? It's because of those two. Angel in the WNBA, I think she's gonna be a role player in the NBA. A starter in the league maybe. I think she's tough. She's tough. I know where she's from. She's tough. She's gotten better at every turn. So that tells me she'll find a way to figure it out, whatever she has to do. I don't think she'll back down. Girls will come at her the way we talk about Caitlin. They'll come at Angel to be like, hey, this ain't LSU no more. And I don't think she'll back down.
Yep.
I think she's with all the smoke. She's not very athletic, but one thing that I've seen from her is she has a knack for rebounding.
She does.
She understands how to rebound, and on both the offensive and defensive end. And I think that'll only get better. And then I think she'll, be around better coaches, be around better trainers, and her game will improve. So I think she'll be in the league. I don't think she'll get played out of the league. Basically, I'll put it to you like that. And then as far as everything she said post game, the sexualized comments. I mean, I was like, because I've seen the same pictures, and I was a little baffled by that. But I think about two things. I remember a couple of weeks ago, they had done something with AI pictures with her, and she kind of spoke about that. I don't follow her on Twitter, so I don't know what she's always speaking out. But I remember she was like, "Yo, y'all tripping. Y'all are doing way too much. This is weird, right? This is really strange." And that could be one of the things she's referring to. Like just, and I'm not saying you're saying this, I'm just speaking in general. Just because you take pictures in a bikini doesn't mean that you can't be uncomfortably sexualized by somebody else that you're not approving of, right? Like you're not, just because I take these pictures doesn't mean it's okay for somebody to go overboard with me or copy and paste or Photoshop and do all this other stuff for their enjoyment or to send to the, I don't think that gives a free pass to be able to do something like that. So she could have been talking about that. I don't necessarily know. She didn't go into detail about that aspect. As far as everything else that she talked about, I mean, it all happened. Like there are people who hate Angel Reese. Angel Reese didn't do nothing to nobody. She talks, she don't back down. She talks her talk. She ain't hurt nobody. She's never disrespected Caitlin. Like people always try to make this whole thing. Oh, she ain't never, every time you ask her about Caitlin, she's a great ball player. We were hooping. And somebody said this the other day when she said this thing about Caitlin. She's like, I don't hate Caitlin. Me and Caitlin don't hate each other. But when we get on the court, I don't have no friends. I'm out here, I'm grinding. If we talking, we talking. If we battling, we battling. When we get off the court, it's something different. But somebody said perfectly, men don't have to do that. Men don't have to explain that. Kobe don't have to explain, I don't hate.
No doubt.
Kevin Garnett.
It's a completely different animal.
You know what I'm saying? And and people look at that and say, oh, you had so much to say when you were winning all this. I seen her with Caitlin yesterday in the handshake line. Dap, hug, smile, everything else like that. All the things that people have a problem with how they're talking. Number one was when they won, and they was talking when they won. They didn't shy away from the microphones yesterday. They were up there. They spoke candidly, and they said everything they had to say. Number two, all the stuff on the court. Like it's on the court. She talking. That's what she doing. When you get off the court, it's done with. She ain't never hurt nobody. She ain't never said nothing bad about Caitlin or anybody else.
You can't. One, you're incredibly naive if you think everyone's going to pay attention to the words that you say after the act, right? We are watching press conferences. We are following videos. We are doing stuff like that. The majority of people, if they're watching the game, they're watching the game. And all they saw was this. All they saw was the celebration act. And you can't invite being a villain and then get mad when you're treated like a villain.
So what about that as a villainous act?
You don't think celebrating on the floor to like you don't think she showed up Caitlin by pointing at a ring finger?
Is Caitlin a villain? Because how did all this start? Caitlin was doing this to everybody she played against.
Yeah.
Caitlin's a villain?
Is she
viewed and talked about as a villain?
She's not viewed and talked about the same way. And I think there's another reason for that.
Yeah.
No, it's not that.
What's that?
She's too good.
LeBron is too good and he's looked at as a villain.
Well, okay. Here's an example, and it's probably the perfect one for her. Steph Curry did a golf celebration in the first quarter of a game in which his team is in like the 10th seed, which they're fighting to stay in the 10th seed. And did anyone care? Did anyone go, oh, look at this low-class act by Steph Curry? No, they've allowed that to be a part of Steph's personality because it's what he's done from jump. Caitlin has done that from jump. I don't even think she did it this year. If I'm not mistaken. I don't
remember her doing it this year.
And with Angel, it was more of a, and this goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the show. Where's she come from? Oh, we missed it. Oh, she okay. Oh, she the Joker. All right. And it's part of it is narratives. We had built Caitlin up. Again, Angel came out of nowhere. LSU collectively came out of nowhere. Angel really came out of nowhere. She wasn't that. And this is where you got to give, the evil mastermind in green her credit. She's a great coach, right? She's a great coach who somehow, some way, maybe with the exception of her daughter, can get the most out of her players.
Well, she was awful last night.
She was terrible last night. She being Kim.
Yeah.
Kim Mulkey was awful. Admittedly, there is no game plan.
Come on, man.
And then tried to say, well, we didn't guard her last year. Ma'am. What?
Kim was ridiculous.
Like Kim Mulkey was terrible last night. But I think that's where like narratives come into play. And it's the Steph Curry thing. Like Paolo Banchero, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Paolo Banchero couldn't do what Steph Curry does right now. Because Paolo Banchero isn't built to be he's good, right? But he's not lovable.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't shaped the narrative around him yet. But again, Steph Curry can do a golf celebration in the first quarter of a game in which his team is fighting to stay in the playoffs, in the postseason, in the 10th seed. No one bats an eye. It gets pushed out. Oh, look at Steph's cute little celebration. Same thing happens with Caitlin.
So if last year in Game 7 the Kings win and Malik Monk hits a shot and he goes night-night, is he looked at as a villain?
Yes.
Why? Why?
Because he went at the beloved Steph Curry.
That would be.
How do you turn heel?
That would be ridiculous. I don't disagree. So the fact that Angel is looked at as a villain is ridiculous.
That's fine.
That's ridiculous.
That's fine. I'm not arguing its validity. I'm arguing why people did it.
And that also comes from people. And I'll say this.
She didn't shy away from it, by the way.
No, she shouldn't. And this comes from people who know who didn't trip about it. And what have I said since day one? Though one person who didn't trip.
Yeah,
was Caitlin. She said, I would have done the same thing. Like, it's good.
She didn't care.
Because she's a hooper. They got too many people who are outside the lines that are making judgments on people, on things that happen inside those lines.
Couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more.
So Angel's not a villain, and she shouldn't have been. She shouldn't have been looked at as a villain.
Well, it's too late. The movie's over. It's too late.
Right.
Am I wrong? Was she not looked at as a villain?
She was looked at, and that's why I come around and say she ain't no villain.
I don't.
There needs to be more, not like patting myself on the back, but more people like me, like y'all tripping. That is not a villainous act.
But it was almost like a Bret Hart heel turn in the fact that, she does her gimmick, but every great villain believes that what they're doing is right, and she took the villain role almost as if me. Yo, I'm the national champ. Y'all coming from me? After she did y'all coming from me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll show y'all. Okay.
And the young lady.
Watch me. And you know what the best revenge for especially if someone that age, what happened to her after that national championship?
To Angel?
Yeah. She got rich.
Mm-hmm.
Like rich. Oh yeah. Oh, look. Oh, this is my birthday party. Sponsored by Wingstop. There's chicken wings and money everywhere.
Well, look,
and it's like, oh yeah, y'all want me to be the villain? Okay, I'm gonna be the Nature Boy Ric Flair villains right here.
Well, see, the other thing about that though is we're thinking about that as 40-plus-year-old adults. At the time, she's like 20, 21 years old. I don't know. Like, come on, I don't know how I would have behaved if I became a nationwide superstar.
Let me have gotten money at 20. I would have acted just like her.
And what she did was she didn't, from what I can remember, somebody can call in or get in the chat and tell me whatever, but she didn't break any laws. She didn't go and disrespect Caitlin or talk bad about anybody. She just had a lot of money. It was like, look at me on social media. Look what I got.
And it was social media that made her money.
Yeah.
It was the fact that she was a villain that got it. It was the fact that people wanted to hate what she did. People wanted to love what she did, but people wanted to hate what she did. But they all started following, and people took notice. Businesses took notice, like, oh, we've got a bankable star right here. And she took that role and embraced it really, really well.
She wasn't a villain, though. She was not a villain in real life.
No,
she was never.
No,
she didn't embrace anything other than
Roman Reigns is not a villain in real life.
But I'm saying she never embraced being a villain.
I disagree. Oh, I fully disagree.
What did she do that was villainous after this? What did she? Well, for argument's sake, we'll say this was a villainous act. What did she do to be a villain after that?
She just played it. I feel like she just kept playing into the role. She never shied away from it. It doesn't mean she hit, Paige Beckers in the back with a steel chair. It just means she didn't cut the babyface promo. She just kept going along with it. I'm right. My point guard just dropped a single. Yo, peep this joint out. Look, this is what we do. Y'all coming for us? Okay, we'll come for you. Just yesterday. Well, I don't even know where they got this crown from. They had it sitting on their bench. I don't know. I guess they flew the crown in for the game.
Yeah.
They put it on their bench. Like, we're still the queens here.
We're still the queen.
That's it. But there's nothing wrong with it. It's just embracing a perception of you.
It's embracing what you think of yourself as well, though. We're still the queens. That for whatever reason, like we get on Angel or people get on Angel and all this other stuff, they need to be getting on themselves, asking themselves, why are you so upset with these champions still behaving like champions?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that so upsetting for
me?
I
can tell. I think I know the answer to that. I was thinking about this last night because I did kind of wonder the same thing. I don't feel like this has ever happened before, and I feel like it's new. It's like these young ladies. Some of them, one, are either millionaires. Maybe Angel's the only millionaire, but a lot of them are wealthy.
Yeah,
like a lot of them. I shouldn't say wealthy.
Money.
A lot of them have made money now.
Yeah.
And they're making money being on that LSU basketball team, doing their social media stuff, doing their NIL stuff, doing all that. This is new, and I don't think people knew how to react to it. And there's also a thing about like women's basketball. That audience is still growing, right? And you're getting introduced to new audiences, so it's hard to pinpoint the current demographic of women's basketball because it's evolving. And I think as that net for audience members gets wider, you get some that are like, yo, why are they acting like that? Or you get the ones that have been around for the UConns and the Rebecca Lobo UConns and the Tamika Catchings Tennessees, and they're like, that's not how you're supposed to behave. That's not what you're supposed to do. You know who the closest was doing? Who the closest to doing that was? What Angel and was Candace. Candace at Tennessee was like, "Come see me, all of you, every single." She was the closest, but it was you had Pat to level it. Y'all want the smoke? Okay, y'all are praying for me to fall because she got the LeBron James treatment about the next big thing. Yeah, okay, come on, but you had Pat there. Angel, well, Angel's got another polarizing figure of her own. She doesn't have a Kay Yao. She doesn't have a Pat Summitt, a Tara Vanderveer, a Muffet McGraw. She doesn't have a neutral, non-polarizing figure to balance that out. She has the only individual on the LSU sideline more polarizing than her, fighting for her, which is causing what? Greater, oh God, Mulkey's talking again. And it's like it's has nothing to do with Angel, but she gets the wrath of it.
And that's kind of one of the things that happens. One of the last things I'll say about Angel's situation and what I saw last night is I saw somebody that we talk about inviting all the hate and all this other stuff. I saw somebody that comes from a place and, to a certain degree comes from a culture where if something is upsetting you or you're hurt, you suck it up. You suck it up and you keep moving. And you don't, somebody says something crazy about you on the internet or writes a story about you. You don't say, hey man, that hurt me, man. That hurt me. That really hurt that you would say these things about me, that you would write this piece about me. That hurt. And you don't come from that culture. You come from culture. Oh, all right. Suck it up. I'm hurt right now. I'm going to suck it up and I'm going to put this crown on my head, raise my head, keep on moving, do this Wingstop commercial. I'm going to keep it moving. That don't mean you're not hurt. That does not mean that didn't hurt you. And what I saw last night was what I saw. Maybe I'm biased to it, but what I saw with her crying, is finally acknowledging for the first time in a year, some of the things that happened really hurt me, man. Really brought me to tears. Really hurt me. And whether I handled it the right way or not, sometimes that's another discussion. But this article, and some people, hell, I don't know Angel like that, but she may have felt like she was forced, or maybe some people don't want to be a villain. Remember LeBron remember when LeBron said, "I'll be a villain"?
Yeah,
that ain't him.
He couldn't do it.
That ain't him. And maybe Angel's like, "Fine, I'll be a villain," and she got through us. I don't want to be hated by everybody. No, what ain't that there's a song way back when he was regular, but Kanye talking about when he was talking about his future son, he's like, "You don't want to be hated all the time, cuz don't be like your daddy that you never was." Like, some people embrace that, number one, to just hide the pain, hide the hurt. And what I saw last night at the press conference, somebody had been hurt. She's not going to stop. She's not going to get the money back. She's not going. But some of the things hurt her. Some of the things she went through hurt.
Do you think she would have done that emotional dump if they had won?
See, and that's the other thing. No, because it's not over.
So okay,
it's
perfect,
not over.
Perfect. Do you think she would have done that emotional dump had they won another national title?
Yeah,
you do.
If I think a lot of what happened last night is because it's over. It's over.
So it wasn't that it was over and they lost. It was just it was over.
So that's why we're talking about it. That's why I'm gonna bring it up at this press conference, because it's over. The journey, what we went through for this last year, is over. If they would have won, it's not over. You still got games to play. And if they would have won, obviously, there's emotions in there as well. It's like you just lost the game. Like, so you're hurt, you're crying about that, you're upset, you're emotional about that. If they would have won the national championship and she said all that, maybe there wouldn't have been tears. But the expressing the hurt, expressing what you went through, still would have happened.
I don't think it would have.
You don't think so?
No, because I think it's more, and I think you're onto something about it being over. But I think I'm leaning towards more they lost and it's over.
That hurts
rather than
too. That's part of.
But I think it's more so than it just being over. And obviously, like it's impossible to predict how anyone responds. Not only winning one title, but winning two titles, especially this time. This would have been a completely different title for LSU and Angel Reese. You're not sneaking up on anybody. You're not overachieving, and you have been written about now for a year. This is an entirely different type of title if they win it again. So it's probably a bit unfair for me to ask that question about how they'd respond. But I feel like the response was, we lost and it's over. And I'm probably not going to be back at this podium in these colors again. And I'm going to tell you what I went through.
Yeah.
And I wonder if her message hits different for people like me who heard it and kind of, I didn't roll my eyes at it. I was trying to be like sensitive to it, but I had questions about it. Obviously, it's been 43 minutes we've been talking about it. But I wonder if she had shown up with Shannon on the pod and told the story there. I wonder if it hits different. I wonder if she goes through, whatever happens at the press conference and you just give a Peyton Manning standard answer, press conference, blah, 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 blah. But she pours her heart out the same exact way a week later to Shannon Sharp or the Pivot or Joe or whoever. I wonder if it resonates different for people like me, because immediately I feel like it does. Because my first thought was they shrivel up now that they lost. They're not at the top of the mountain, so they're going to shrivel up a little bit. And it's extra. It's not losing to, was it UCLA that they last beat?
Yeah. It's
not losing to UCLA. Right. It's losing to the team you beat last year. It's losing because UCLA versus LSU wasn't a marquee game. I mean, it was, but not like this. You lost to Iowa. You lost the rematch. You lost the game everyone wanted to see. That's hard.
Absolutely. Well, again, we'll go to a break, but maybe because I like that group. Not saying you don't or anybody else doesn't, but just my perspective. I like that group. They've been through a lot.
Absolutely,
they've been through a lot. Those young women
absolutely
have been through a lot, and also
some of it wasn't their doing.
No, Some of it wasn't, but also just they've been through a lot, and they're more tapped into what they see on social media than we are. I can imagine the comments they see on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
That they've had to deal with for almost 365 days. And I think they've been through a lot in the last year.
No doubt. I don't question that at all. We'll come back. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, poor Haley.
Now,
Haley, this is not on you. This is not on you. No. This is on the coaches. Are these Kyle's? Kyle, these yours? Can you hear me? Or James's?
Oh, those might be mine. Yeah, those are mine. Well, AK's right. Draymond been through a lot. He's lived his life as a backpack. And we don't show him no love on this show. Oh, right on. Cousin Pete in Denver. I love it, man. I love it.
Hey, stay out of that airport.
I don't think you driving to Denver, Cousin Pete? What's in the airport? Is that the
Spirits?
Yes.
Oh, that's the Spirits airport. Okay.
Airport. I've been in there twice. Can't say I felt anything, but yeah. I wouldn't want to spend the night in the Denver airport. I'll put it to you that way.
Do they promote that, or
I don't think they
is that like their thing? Like, hey, we're a demonic airport. Come fly with us.
I don't think it's on their commercials during Nuggets games, like
oh my God,
like Sac International. But
yeah,
they did put up that. They haven't taken down, I should say, that demonted horse in the front of it. McDonald's All-American game.
Come on, Sarah. Where we going, baby? Where we going, Sarah? Let's go, baby.
Is she making her choice tonight?
I don't think so.
No, she should.
I don't think so. Yeah, she should just show up in a Hooper hoodie. Oh, I got the backstory on that, by the way.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Malika's going to look in the different camera again.
I need Sarah to go, I'm going to Duke. I'm going to play with Cooper next year.
Back junk, I think they call the Spirit Airlines.
Oh.
What? I didn't ask you nothing.
Siri, excuse me. Okay. Oh,
Bruh.
Man, sir. Thank you, Siri. All right.
Phone's always listening.
Man, ain't lying. Ain't lying. Ain't nobody even talking. Who's talking to you?
Who was talking to you?
Oh man, just the house, John Poles, and they gave me the closing date. I couldn't believe it.
That is a compound.
It's just the house. Sure. It's the 29th. It's the 29th of this month.
It's a compound. That is a compound. Jesse, you've seen it. That is a compound.
That's not. You saw all you saw was the entranceway,
and it already looks like a compound. That's my whole point.
You got a fridge that I don't even know if it's a fridge. Like I don't even know if it's a fridge.
You hear that? You see that? Come on, man. Don't play with me.
I always wanted to be like Kenny growing up. I think I want to be like Damien now.
That's where you should go.
Yeah.
Don't worry about me.
Kyle said as well he wants to be like you.
No, he doesn't. No, nobody needs that. Nobody. All right, man. Fun conversation to start the show. I love the stars in women's basketball right now. And I love that women's basketball is such a great part of the conversations. There's so many great stars out there right now. Omar asked, oh, it's a good one. Who do you think would be a good fit for Tennessee who is not from the Summit Tree? Buddy, I have no idea. Because all I was thinking, like, KC asked when we went off the air if I was surprised Kelly got fired. And I kind of was. Like, she's been to Sweet 16s and Elite 8s. Like, she's only been there like 5 years.
It didn't seem like a fireable season.
Not at all. I mean, you have one play that was bad in the SEC championship, but I didn't think she warranted being fired. So my feeling is they already have someone. Like, you let a coach like that go, you're not starting a long, extensive. You're not doing that. You already know who you're going to, and I have no clue who that is. Absolutely none. I want to believe Tennessee is still a desirable job. It's still the legacy of Pat Summitt, but I have no idea who they're bringing in for that job. Absolutely no clue.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what they do over there at Tennessee, man, because I think they desperately want to get back to that level.
Yeah. It's hard because they still, this is going to come across, they still think they're Tennessee, and they see Geno doing what he's doing. But it was UConn and Tennessee because it was Geno and Pat. And it's not Pat. Like, you're not going to find Pat.
Right. Need to start sending them tractors to these girls. That's what you got to do.
That's your daily Blue Chips reference right there.
What you got to do, go send them tractors.
I was wondering, are tractors like a big recruiting chip or something?
There's something. There's
Jesse,
something.
You ever seen Blue Chips?
Never seen Blue Chips.
You don't know.
That's why I was sitting there. I was like, wait, what's going on with the tractors?
Something just dawned on me that could low-key be hilarious, like if you're kind of in on the bit a little bit. You know who's doing really, really well right now as a head coach is Lindsey Harding.
Well,
so the only reason it would be funny for women's college basketball fans would be Lindsey Harding coaching the University of Tennessee while Kara Lawson coaches Duke University.
That'd be a trip.
Oh, man.
And that would be, no disrespect, but maybe I looked at as a bigger, somebody bigger waiting in the wings if you're Tennessee.
Lindsey?
Yeah.
I mean, Kelly was a Tennessee, she played for Pat and Holly and everyone. Like, she's part of that tree. But if you're looking for a great coach, maybe the G League has gotten some people's attention.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. It literally just thought about that.
That'd be crazy. That'd be a trip.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'd have love for UT if that happened. You know
absolutely.
I'd have love for UT.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm sure the G League is treating her well, but that's a paycheck difference.
Yeah.
There's a handful of schools in women's college sports that are it adjusts your tax bracket a little bit.
Absolutely.
Tennessee can adjust your tax bracket, especially if you're going to fire a coach who's gone deep into the tournament,
right,
and you're looking to go further along. Yeah, man. I don't know if it's out there. I'm throwing Lindsey Harding out there. Let's go.
Look at this guy's a needle mover.
Let's go.
And he's making things happen. I got to explain to Jesse though. He didn't
get the tractor reference.
Yeah. So in Blue Chips, it's this guy's like at the time he's supposed to be Bobby Knight, right? But moving forward, he's like Coach K, Coach Mike Krzyzewski, and everybody around him in the game is starting to do the shady stuff, like drop off a bag of money, to get a recruit or whatever. But he's like, no, we don't do that here. We don't do that or whatever. And they lost a couple of times in the tournament. There's a little pressure coming down from the AD's department, and he's trying to recruit like the best class in the country. And he's like struggling with like, man, I'm trying to do it the right way, Then eventually he says, all right, whatever, man, do what you got to do.
Come on, coach.
And one of the players' dads is like a farmer. And he's like, man, he went to go visit him or whatever when, before he made his decision of like doing the shady stuff. And he goes, man, I love being out here on the farm. And he said something to the effect of like, that tractor ain't going to get it done no more though. That's the only killer, like kind of implying something. And coach is like, well, what are you telling me for? Like, what does that do? So when he decides to do that, he basically the kid walks out of his house, and there's a brand new John Deere tractor there to kind of help sweeten his decision, which worked. He ended up going to the school. So anytime you say, hey, I'll send somebody that tractor, that's what it is. I'll send somebody a tractor.
I heard a story about a former Heisman Trophy winner who started out at one school and transferred to another. And when his recruiting period opened, some coaches from, I think, Ole Miss, where was it? A couple of SEC schools went to see him and saw that his dad's church had been redone and realized, well, don't think we got a shot at this one.
Did you hear
I think that story's out there.
Did you hear the story of Chris Webber? I never heard this till like a week ago. He said he was going to Michigan State. He was going to Michigan State. He was going to follow Magic's footsteps.
I feel like I've heard that before.
Yeah, he was going to Michigan State, and he took one last visit to Minnesota. And he said he was at a Minnesota football game, and he shook some donor's hand or something like that. He was walking in the suite, shook some donor's hand, and something happened where Michigan, like, I don't know if he was implying that Michigan State sent the picture to the NCAA to like, hey, you better come here or else or somebody else sent it and threatened Michigan State. Because I think he said he talked to Izzo, and Izzo was like, yeah, it's out of my hands now at this point. And he was like, oh, that's how they do things over Michigan State? All right, fine. I'm going to Michigan. And that's how he made his decision.
Wow. Think about that.
What if the Fab Five never forms?
It's crazy.
Oh, man.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's insane. Like, think about that, though. That's a 17, 18-year-old kid you did that to.
Man. It's crazy game.
Oh, there's great what ifs. You know, Candace Maya committed to Pat.
What?
No comment, but Maya committed to Pat. let's just say someone showed up and shook a donor's hand or something, and all of a sudden, UConn looked like a more appealing option. But imagine back-to-back titles with Candace Parker into the Maya Moore era. Yeah,
that would have been crazy.
Yeah.
On a smaller,
Gino never would have caught Pat.
No,
in terms of national titles, he never would have caught her.
On a smaller scale, I heard this is a smaller scale, but it has ramifications. Caleb Love, the point guard from UNC that transferred to Arizona, he was supposed to go to Michigan. Juwan was supposed to get him, go to Michigan. Something happened with the admissions, and they said, yeah, we're not going to let him in. So he goes to Arizona. Juwan also loses his starting center, Hunter Dickinson, because Kansas just offered him a crazy NIL deal. 11 months later, Juwan Howard's without a job. Two situations, like they would have made the tournament. I don't know if they would have been like probably a top team. I mean, Caleb Love is one of the best point guards in the country. Hunter Dickinson's one of the best centers, plus the guys you already have. This guy, he might be getting a pay raise and a contract extension. And in turn, he's fired.
College sports is tough, man, especially today. There's so many variables. There's so many different things at play. And we've talked about it a million times in the past. Kids being able to transfer, young people being able to transfer because they got a McDonald's NIL deal or whatever that is based on them going to Kansas instead of Michigan. Crazy.
Jesse, you should watch Blue Chips, though. I don't know. I haven't seen it in a while. I don't know if it holds up age.
You know, Shaq's in it. Like, you know that.
Yeah, I know that. Like, I know the story. Like him and Penny and the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that story and all that. I know Blue Chips, but I've never seen it. I'll throw it on the list.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. I like
that.
it.
Was the. Is that where Shaq tells the story? We got to draft Penny.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And he told that on the 30 for 30.
Yeah, because they were playing. They were working on set. Yeah, we got to get this kid.
Gotta go get him.
I'll watch that this weekend. I'm not doing it this weekend besides like Wrestlemania. I'll throw that on and like Heat.
That's a lot of time, man. That's what
it's 9 hours.
I forget. Yeah, they're like 6 hours now, huh?
Well, they've cut. Well, now that they're cut into two, it's probably about. I thought they did last year, right? Yeah, I thought they did last year, right? It was about 3.5 hours. Don't watch the pre-show. You'll exhaust yourself.
No.
Just tune in on.
I
when
love that we're
it
doing the
starts.
Andre the Giant Battle Royal or whatever on Fridays now too.
Oh, they're doing that on Smack. Oh, that's
Yeah.
a hell. That's a plus. Do that on SmackDown. That's a big plus. No one's watching SmackDown anyways.
I haven't checked this. So it looks like it's gonna work out. It's raining today and Wednesday in Philadelphia. It's supposed to not rain Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
But this is cold. A high of 50
On Sunday.
Oh no, that's Friday. Excuse me. On Saturday, a high of 52 warms up a little bit. A high of 63 on Sunday. That's still cold though.
They keep tempting fate. Like I don't know why they do this.
They got enough money to control the weather, bro. They're good.
Well, there are stories that Redacted once controlled the weather. The old WrestleMania 3 story.
Aceberg went to the one at MetLife. He said it was chilly.
Oh, I bet.
It was chilly out there.
I bet.
Was it the MetLife one? Is it WrestleMania or the Super Bowl where it rained just crazy the next
Super
day?
Bowl.
Okay, yeah.
The Super Bowl. It was snow.
Oh, snow. Gotcha.
Like, what do they call them? Nor'easters?
Yeah.
The next day. Like, there were NFL people who were stuck in New York because the storm hit. Yeah, they made it by one day. I remember the WrestleMania in Tampa when the fans just came back and it was like
it was raining.
It was raining. It was like the start of WrestleMania has been delayed because of thunder.
They got delayed like 45 minutes or something like that.
They had Hogan in the back like, what? Do we go? They're making an announcement. Hogan, no one wants you out there. Get out of here.
Hogan, when he originally messed up, that was hilarious. When he got the
Silver Dome.
But then it became a bit, and he did it like every time after that. But
well, no, he didn't do it. The Rock and Austin did it when they came out. They came out, and it's great to be here in the Silver Dome.
Speaking of Austin, I haven't listened to the video with sound, but have you seen the video of him that he posted with like someone dropped off the Easter basket with beer?
I heard about it. I didn't hear it.
Wait, he dropped off what?
Someone dropped off an Easter basket with beer to Stone Cold, and he put it on Twitter, social media, or whatever. I didn't listen to it, so I'm asking you guys if you guys saw it. Yeah,
his literal compound.
Oh,
and I didn't hear it either, but I could just imagine. Yeah, I go out here and I go and check my mail.
It was a surprise. He didn't know who dropped it off.
No, hold on a second. This is your Austin.
Well, yeah, I just got to go out here and I go check my mail, and then I'm over here and I see this basket over here. This basket got nothing but a bunch of good Steve Weisers in there. And I said, well, hell, let me just say make a couple Steve Weisers here. See what I got.
Oh, WrestleMania season. Hold on. We got the Ultimate Warrior on the Farmer's Dog talk line right now.
One of the things that happened when I was watching college basketball last night is I saw Tyrese Halliburton and I saw a jacket and I looked into the stars and I said, Ezekiel Elliott, run, run, run.
That Austin sounded like Draymond Rivers. That's for sure. All of your impressions kind of sound the same. It's really the cadence that changes a little bit. Those impressions are brought to you by the Farmer's Dog Hotline. Healthy life starts with healthy food.
Hey, everybody out there talking about that was a terrible impression. I'll tell you this right now. You won't say it to my face, and I got 2 words for you. Matter of fact, I got 2 fingers for you.
Austin's got 2 words for you.
He fixed it.
I'll say this. No one commits to a bit like Kenny does. Whether it's good or bad, Kenny's going to commit to it.
It's always funny when the impression is like a mixture of like 2 people. Like sometimes you get like some Shaq and Broussard or something.
The Ultimate Warrior sounds different. Like I find the Ultimate Warrior one funny, but that Austin one is terrible.
They'll do more impressions today on Pocket Watching.
I guess.
Well, it makes as much sense as what we've heard elsewhere.
Want to pocket watch the WrestleMania card, you guys? Make
Listen,
predictions.
No, let me, because people, I don't want to be shady. Those are really my people.
Well, go ahead and say it.
We crack jokes. We just crack jokes. That's all we doing, man. Those are my guys.
Okay, look. Styles and Watkins don't know what pocket watching means. That's what it is. That's what Kenny's trying to say.
We crack jokes, man. Those are my dudes. I seen Chris and Alan the other day at the game, man. Those are my people.
Did you tell them what pocket watching means?
I didn't. I got to explain to them.
I know WCW is listening right now. Will you please explain to your brothers what pocket watching means? And just maybe nudge them to stop. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on
We ain't
KIFM.
gonna sue. We just gonna get these jokes off. That's all we gonna do.
We're gonna take him to court for pocket watching.
That's gonna be on Judge Judy. That would be on Judge Judy.
That company's been taken to court enough. We don't need to put them through this. You listen.
Yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey.
75.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kings play tonight.
Well, Kings and Clippers tonight.
No Kawhi.
No Kawhi Leonard tonight. Absolutely zero Kings fans feel comfort in that.
Oh.
Phoenix, let's start here. Let's set the scenario for what we're looking at. Phoenix beat the Pelicans last night. They hold on to the 7th spot for right now. Devin Booker's 3rd straight game of 50 versus the Pelicans. That's such a weird stat, but it's accurate. So it's that unfortunate thing that we've been talking about for a few weeks that KC reminded you of yesterday. If a team plays a team twice, you just got to root for the one that wins the first one to win both of them.
Keep on winning.
Because I know we feel like we want Phoenix to lose, but if they beat the Pelicans again, it just pulls the Pelicans closer to Sacramento, and now you have another team for them to potentially catch. Dallas could be the one running away with this thing.
Man, for real.
Dallas could be. We thought it would be the Pelicans that solidified their spot. This might be Dallas that just says, I'll holler at y'all later. I'll let you guys fight amongst yourselves. At this point, I'm pulling for the Pelicans I'm pulling for the Suns to win both of these games against the Pelicans. And now the Pelicans are suddenly in the conversation with Sacramento, Phoenix, and now New Orleans would be a part of that, with Dallas a little ahead of both of them.
And the other thing about it that you can do,
unless go Dubs.
Yeah, and
then
it's keep go Dubs.
Then you got to root for the Warriors to win too.
Yeah, absolutely. But the other thing about this that I see with Phoenix is, to a certain degree, if Phoenix beats New Orleans again or whatever, right? And I don't know if they have another one against anybody close. Like, I think they're done with Dallas.
Who, Pelicans?
No, Suns.
I'll tell you. Go ahead.
But
Clippers.
Okay, I think they're
two
kind of gone.
Two versus the Clippers.
Yeah, if you win both of those, if
the Kings win tonight,
that's 3 games, right?
And then of course you got the Kings game.
But you can kind of wasn't this the original term for tailgating? Like ride the coattails of Phoenix. Like if Phoenix, say Phoenix wins all those games, beats the Pelicans again, beat the Clippers twice, and the Kings win games, you could just kind of ride Phoenix's coattails until you play them, and then you beat them. Boom. you zoom right by them, but they did the dirty work by beating all these other teams that you weren't playing as much. So that's another reason why, in a sneaky way, you may look at going for Phoenix.
I'm with it,
especially since they won yesterday.
Go Suns, go! What's the feel the heat?
No, it's not feel the heat. I think it is go.
Gorilla
Suns,
up.
Gorilla up. Well. Gorilla up.
I don't know. I'm down. I'll root for Phoenix.
Let me see. I'm trying to think.
Shout out to the Cortez.
Well, no, wait. Before
do we want to take a guess?
Yeah, I want to.
Okay.
I want to take a guess. Rise in the Valley.
I was going to say it's something with the Valley.
Rise in
the Valley. It's got to do with heat.
No, it's not feel the heat.
It's not.
The heat is on.
Feel the burn.
No, are we
heating up? Harlem Heat.
It is coming in hot.
Okay.
You guys they stay
yeah, that's
we need to we can do better.
That's not good.
It's coming in hot.
Nope. Not okay. Not okay. No.
Oh, you guys
still better than set the pace.
Well, set the pace I thought that was a good one. I thought we had a chance.
Well.
Set the pace. What did my boy Sugar Free say again?
Shine the light. Shine the light.
It's coming in hot. A pause.
It kind of feels like
that's why. Yeah,
it kind of feels like
they're saying in the chat. Someone saying
it kind of feels like it. Yeah,
I mean
that's feels like.
But no, that's kind of crazy though. Nah, never mind. It's Bruce.
That feels like one of those you jumped off sides, but you
That's-
jumped back in time before we hiked.
It was the name of Diddy's summer party.
Wow. Jeez. I mean, but think about that though. That's kind of that don't even sound healthy. Like, what you talking about? Like,
It's coming in hot. What is it again?
Coming in hot.
No, that's
It's in the Suns bio. It's got the little Suns logo right next to it,
trash.
so you know it's official.
Like,
that's trash.
That's great.
Look, we're still rooting for you guys, but that's trash. The Pelicans, who've lost 2 in a row, by the way, got the Magic coming up, the Spurs, that second matchup against the Suns, the Blazers, and then they end the season here in Sacramento at Golden State, and then versus the Los Angeles Lakers.
Interesting.
There's no scenario. There's no scenario barring a disaster of a road trip. And there's no indication that this hasn't happened this year. There's no scenario where I don't think this isn't coming down to the last 1 or 2 games.
What do you mean by that? Like for a 6 seed? You think
yeah, they're I
think there's still a lot of people have conceded. Like 6 seed is gone. You think
the 6 seed? We do no. The 6 seed's absolutely not gone.
I'm with you.
Catching Dallas might be gone, but Dallas isn't in the 6 seed.
Right. I'm with you.
The Pelicans are in the 6 seed.
A lot of people are like, "Nah, it's done. Playing. Here we come." Kamara
The
said
Kings.
that yesterday.
He did just say that yesterday. The Kings are a game and a half back from the Pelicans. The Kings, if the Kings win tonight, they're a game back from the Pelicans. And I think do the Suns play tonight?
Suns do not play. They play tomorrow.
Okay.
They play Cleveland.
So we're on this thing where it just alternates by the team that plays. So Phoenix did their job. Now the Kings have to do theirs. They have to beat the Clippers. Then they'll move back to the 7. Now, because of what Phoenix did yesterday, they're a game back from New Orleans.
Right. Well,
that's the 6th spot.
And you got to tell the whole story.
I got it.
They're really 2 games.
I got it. But you have a game with them.
They're a true 2 games.
You have a game against them, and you where you could make the tiebreaker not matter, and they have another game against Phoenix. So either way, regardless, even though we want Phoenix to win that game now, it could work in your favor.
Right.
Regardless of what happens, it still works in your favor because if they wind up splitting, it pushes Phoenix back. If Phoenix gets that win, obviously you have to fight off Phoenix, which you can control on your home floor, whether that's a good thing or not. And you have the game. If you're just within striking distance, if you have the same record as New Orleans heading into that final week, you have a chance to get 6. And as long as nothing, I mean, you've got Boston to deal with, you've got a New York team that's always going to be tough, but they're dealing with their own issues right now. You've got that road trip. Broken record. You've got to beat Brooklyn. And truth be told, you got to find a way to get on your home floor tonight. You got to find a way to get a win on your home floor tonight.
Yeah, Keegan Murray watch in the chat says we do not control our destiny.
No.
But
not yet.
You've got head-to-head opportunities.
Not yet. That game between Phoenix and New Orleans takes place before any Pelicans, Suns game. That game could determine whether the Kings control their own destiny or not.
And Pelicans, Suns, Portland is the last 3 games of the season, all of the Golden One, right?
Yes. That might be the wrong order. It might be Suns, Pelicans, Blazers.
No, Pelicans is Friday night. Blazers are last game of the season.
That's incorrect. It's Pelicans Thursday, Phoenix Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Suns
Well,
Friday.
yeah, you're right. That's what I said. That's what I said. What would Austin say in this situation?
Well, he said, look at the schedule, and he said, look there.
You
got the Pelicans on a Thursday. They can go to hell. You got the Suns on a Friday. They can go straight to hell. And then you look at the Blazers. And I said, look at the Blazers. Who cares? Get that stupid look off your face.
What?
I love that The Rock leans into the what chance. Like The Rock knows how to get the what chant going because he'll say something, take a pause, say something, take a pause, and he can sense it. So he just leans into it and lets the crowd do it. While so many people fight it, The Rock's just like, yeah, do it.
I don't get fighting it. It's like one of the best things.
I remember when Stephanie used to fight it. Vince would say, all right, you got it out of your system. Now stop it. Or Hunter would just try to talk over it. He'll just try to keep cutting his promo and they'll be chanting, what? Or chanting Daniel Bryan or whatever they're yelling at him at that moment.
What did Austin do during the Thunderdome era where he tried to speak to the crowd?
What? And he'd pause and there'd be no one there. We'll come back.
That was low-key gold.
And we'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Trysta Krick at the top of the 2 o'clock hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Of the 7 most watched college basketball games, there hasn't been the most recent one to register in the top 7 was 1994.
Oh, let me guess the game. No, I wasn't sure. Was it?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. This is men. Sorry.
Oh,
because you asked the question about Larry and Magic, and I wanted to look that up, and it's been sitting.
So what was it? What was the?
It was 1994.
94. What? These are all college games, or just?
It's college. Yeah, the most watched college games of the last.
The most recent one is 94.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Of the top 7.
That was Duke and Arkansas, wasn't it?
That's it. Yep.
And that was big because I remember Bill Clinton called Arkansas after that.
Interestingly enough, number 3 on the list was 1993. Mm-hmm. Everybody remembers that. Mm-hmm. Number 2 on the list was 1992.
Another villains versus.
Yep. And number 1 still at 35 million. Michigan State and Indiana State. But think about that whenever these numbers come out in, Tuesday or whatever. 34 million people watch Duke versus Michigan. What's number 7 on the list? Villanova versus Georgetown.
Oh, yeah. No.
31 million.
So let me see. Go down the list and say the year. So we got one.
Well, I think what's
2?
Number 2 is 1992.
Okay. 3 was 93, right?
Yep. And 4 was 94.
What's 5?
1983.
Valvano. What's 6?
1987. I'll be impressed.
That's Syracuse, Indiana?
That's it.
What's the next one?
1985.
Oh, Georgetown.
Yeah. Okay. And that's all I have. It was just the top 7. I have 7, yeah. I'll see if I can find more. But
Whatchamacallit, at Syracuse, Indiana, that was Keith Smart, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. March Madness. Let's see. This is 2024. This is this year. Except, this is that's a share. I'll give you a couple more. Let's see.
There's 99 anywhere. That's one of my favorite championship games.
99. Nowhere.
UConn Duke.
Nowhere on any of the lists that I have in front of me. I have 2 of them. They're not there.
That was one of my favorite, I should say, championship games all the time. I think Duke came into that game like 33-1. Trajan Langdon, Elton Brand, Corey Maggette, Will Avery. Yeah, they were stacked. But UConn with Khalid El-Amin, Ricky Moore, Rip Hamilton, obviously, were able to get that one done.
Is this Zion?
It was different back then, man. It was different.
Duke, North Carolina, national semifinal.
Oh, that was like 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm looking for the number. It's not the championship, but still. 16 million. This is Duke, North Carolina. 16 million. I love looking at rating stuff.
Very interesting.
Yeah. How was that donut? That was from Bad Baker's, that place Katrina and Ramsey brought.
It was cool.
Look like a lot. Hey, friendly reminder, coming up on Monday, D'Lo KC and I'm going to say the Insiders. I'm not sure if Kyle Matson's going to be able to pull up.
Carl Matson will be out. He's on vacation next week.
Oh, very nice. Okay, so it'll be D'Lo and KC along with James Ham live at Tom's Watch Bar.
Yeah, man.
This is going to be a party for the national championship, man. We're going to have a great time, courtesy of Tom's Watch Bar and Michelob Ultra. Come through, hang out, watch the game with us, man. We're going to have a really, really good time this Monday.
We may see DJ Burns, who's on NFL Live right now, saying he addressed rumors of entering the 2024 NFL draft. I don't know what he said, but I'm assuming he said, no, I'm not.
Bro, play basketball.
Maybe.
Well, I don't think he said it. Somebody else put it out there.
I know, but football's not worth it.
Maybe DJ Burns should like lift the camera up. That's a tough angle.
He's in the car with the camera like on his pedal on the
yeah, pretty much.
You went to the Brian Windhorst School of Journalism. Give him a break, all right?
I do like the way my man on the right rocks, though.
Yeah,
he dressed really good. ESPN has grown that they're actually showing clips of the Dan Patrick Show. They used to not do that.
No, they wouldn't do that.
No, they would just say DJ Burns told Dan Patrick, and that's after they evolved. Mm-hmm. Originally, it was just DJ Burns told a media outlet that.
Yeah, they're upset that he left, huh?
They sure were.
That also reminds me too, real quick. We talked about national championship game. We're gonna be at Tom's Watch Bar next Monday, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
We were right here. We were watching it. You know how I felt about it. You know how I felt about the women's game all year long, women's tournament all year long. We don't have to crap on the men's tournament. The men's tournament has been just fine. But last night, this has just been way better than the men's tournament. All right, well, settle down. Like, it's still been good. We don't have to do all that. We don't have to do all that.
Men's tournament has no stars, though.
That's what it is.
There's no star power at all. Like, it's fine. It's good, like, fun basketball or whatever.
Yep.
There's just nothing, like, I don't want to say nothing to watch for because, like, UConn's dominant. No, there's just no stars at all.
That's 100% what it is.
But see, that's where we want to be careful, because me and you, we'd watch the women's tournament when there were no stars. We're like, yo, this stuff is good. Like, y'all tripping off the lack of star power or whatever. Like, it's good stuff. Same thing going on in the men. They don't have stars, but obviously I have to watch the games closely because I like it, and I had to know about it for doing the post game. There's some good games, some really good performances. That game, that Tennessee Purdue game on Sunday was really good. DJ Burns is a star that kind of came out of nowhere with his personality. Settle down.
Yeah, I just think it's people are attracted to the big names. That's all it is. That's all it is. But I agree with you.
You got any early thoughts on women's Final Four? I'm going for Paige. Paige, but Paige is my girl. It may sound like I'm hating on Caitlin, but Paige, I've always liked Paige.
No, I don't really have I don't have an opinion on the Final Four, like in terms of picking. I think I think Iowa, advancing to the national championship is great for the game because all eyes are on Caitlin. I think Paige advancing is a great story. I think it adds to Gino's legacy. I also think South Carolina is probably the best team left, and I honestly think there's only one person who can beat him.
Caitlin?
Gino.
Oh, Gino.
I think Gino's the only person who could beat South Carolina.
That's another little.
And that's not a knock on his. I don't mean that. I think. I said this earlier when talking about Juju and USC. No matter how many stars, and he's had a lot of them. No matter how many stars Gino has, that group is a collective. No matter how good Brianna is, no matter how good Maya is, no matter how good Tina is, no matter how good Diana and Sue are, like, they are a collective. And I think they operate differently than other teams in the league, in women's college basketball. The funny thing is, the closest to doing that right now might be South Carolina. Like Caitlin, like Iowa's good, but like Caitlin had 41 last night. You know what I mean? NC State came out of nowhere. They're obviously they're a good basketball team that I've seen too many times this year. But I don't think they could beat South Carolina. Could they beat UConn? Sure. Could they beat Iowa? Sure. I don't think they could beat South Carolina. The only team that I think can beat South Carolina is UConn.
There was I thought the video was funny. It made me chuckle, but there was a video of South Carolina after they won the Elite Eight game to go to the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
And the girls are
in the circle.
And they're like, "Yeah, we going." Don gets in there. We going. We got practice next week. And they all just stop clapping.
Mm-hmm.
She cracks me up. They crack me up. Laugh, Davey, laugh.
Don't give in to this nonsense.
This guy.
Yeah, we about to win
coach.
We about to win that natty. We about to win that natty.
We?
Yeah, that's my team.
Who's we?
That's my team. South Carolina, my team. Duke, my team. LSU.
You
was my
just said
team.
Paige Beckers. You just said something about Paige.
Yeah, that's my girl. UConn. I don't like UConn as a school, but that's my girl, Paige Beckers.
It was probably like South Carolina's 1 on your team rankings, UConn 2. Like, what do the rankings look like?
Well, I think it's South Carolina
UConn
1.
2.
I think it's.
Well, I don't know, dude. Like, you have different teams every day. I'm not sure.
I think his rankings go South Carolina at number 1. Like here, this is visual.
No, there's a clear tier there.
South Carolina's here, and then like the Kings are down here.
That's true.
And then the 49ers are over here.
Facts.
And then the Giants are over here. And then he probably has South Carolina again on the list just so they could be in the top 5 twice.
South Carolina, nah, they're not above Michigan. I was about to say, are they my favorite college basketball team? I still rock Go Blue all day. But
I feel like if the thought is even there, like they're overtaking Michigan.
Nah. Well, see, Michigan, there's a lot of turnover though. And this is hence the point with men's college basketball. There's so much turnover. I can't get attached to anybody at Michigan the way I get attached to Don.
Mark makes a great point. You know what the ultimate payback would be was just showing up in book ones. That'd be the ultimate payback. And just doing the whole show with my feet up, like this, just like, oh yeah, no, it's good. Feet on the counter, books, PE books just clearly visible.
Kenny just sitting there thinking in his mind for 4 hours. Wait, is he just joking? Like, is there another box for me after? Like, is he really just not giving me the shoes?
Just come in with the 10 pair I got sent and stack them up right next to me.
Start giving them to Gina.
Yeah.
What I got for you guys?
Hey, go get Joe. Joe's done a great job. Give my man Carew some book ones.
Casey, take these books right here. Go ahead and hand them to Aaron too.
Yeah. Casey, I got these book ones for you. Could you run them in and give them to Jesse? That would be good.
Shout out to the Blue Devils too. We might have a big recruit coming through, man. So that'd be a good
I
look.
hope so.
That'd be a good look.
Yeah, I hope so. You talk about the grind don't stop. Just on to USA basketball. On a flight this morning on the way to USA basketball.
That's where Caitlin's gonna be going.
Yeah, I think about Coach Patrick. Coach. Hey, Coach. Season ended 2 days ago. Yeah, I've been in 3 cities since then. been out trying to convince people to come here and hang out. Come here and play ball. So we've laid the groundwork for what the Western Conference looks like tonight, headed into the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Clippers. Clippers will be without Kawhi Leonard. A weird post from one of their beat reporters. He was sent home to like literally sent back to Los Angeles to get treatment on I think it was his knee.
That seemed a little excessive, but whatever.
Oh, I don't know.
If he need to go home to get that kind of treatment, he might not be ready for the playoffs.
Well, it feels like
doesn't Kawhi kind of play by a different set of rules too?
But it feels like. Isn't your training staff with you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it seems a little
what is JB in LA to take care of him? Like, what is going on? Like the whole staff is here.
Well, is it like the Clippers staff or is it his guys? I'm sure that dude's probably scarred from San Antonio and all that.
That's fair. That's a fair question.
That's a good point.
Fair question. Yeah. Don't have an answer to that, but that's a perfectly fair question. So the bottom, I mean, we talked about this Friday. We talked about this all last week. We've talked about it for weeks. the next game is the biggest game of the season. And that's just the way it was going to be. It was Friday. Kings lost the second game to the Mavericks. Well, now they got to find a way to regroup. They lost Malik Monk. They've got to settle in because if they lose to Utah, this thing could spiral out of control. All right, you got through Utah. Now you got the Clippers. This game's going to be a lot tougher with or without Kawhi Leonard. This game is going to be tough. Phoenix did their job last night by beating the New Orleans Pelicans. You've got to do your job tonight before you play yourself out of this conversation because they're one bad night away from playing themselves out of this conversation. There's so few games left. There comes a point where you're just realistically not going to be able to make these games up. And if they still have a hope for the 6th, and I believe they very much do, it's still attainable for them, but they have to win games like tonight. I don't expect them to win every game the rest of the season. That's completely unrealistic. But I also don't expect Phoenix to win every game the rest of the season. I don't expect New Orleans to win every game the rest of the season. Dallas, on the other hand, might just not lose anymore. So that's just that is what it is. We'll keep the conversation on those three and keep an eye on the Lakers. They're kind of lingering around a little bit. They're probably one bad night away from solidifying, the 9 or 10 spot. And then you still have the Houston Golden State thing is going on. I'm go Dubs tonight. I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm go Dubs tonight.
Yeah, go Dubs because we gotta make sure there's
because it's go Dubs twice.
Yeah. Well, no, I take that back. I might be goes Mavs because I still got my eye on that situation.
The Rockets, Warriors,
even Lakers. Like I still need them to lose about 2.
Oh, for sure,
times.
for sure.
And like you said, we're not catching the Mavs. I don't believe. So go ahead and finish these guys off. Finish them off.
Yeah, but this doesn't finish the Warriors off.
MFFL. #MFFL.
Mavs fan for life, I think.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's #MFFL.
That's a real thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark Cuban came up with that one.
Okay, Mark.
Nerd.
What is Mark doing? Like, he was here.
He was here.
Sir, why are you here? What is your role?
He's actually living the best life.
Yeah, what is his
I got
role?
no responsibility.
Does he have a job?
I don't know.
Because Nico's the general manager, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not
the
the
owner
owner.
now.
Yeah,
He's just vibes.
Yes, because there's clips. Luka was joking with someone on the Mavs, and they're joking. You see Mark Cuban in the back.
Yeah, they were
like,
laughing at Vlade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it was that one, but
That was uncalled for.
They were.
Sit your ass down.
I don't know.
After you
know why he's
around.
picking on Vlade now. It's been 5 years.
Yeah.
Where were you last year when you missed the playoffs?
Boy, what you saying? You saying Luka Angel Reese?
No, Luka's a villain. Luka, the difference between Luka and Angel Reese, Luka don't even know he a villain. Luka, like what?
Luka's not even a villain. He's like a brat.
Yeah, that's facts.
Like he's not a villain. Facts. Like he's a pouty child.
He's a whiny ass heel. That's what he is.
But yeah, Mark Cuban's just there for the vibe. He's just vibing out.
Okay.
I mean, he got the best life now. He ain't got no responsibility. I can go to the games and be sitting behind the bench, courtside, whatever the case may be. He got a big booze when he was there on Friday. They put him up on the screen.
Mark?
Yeah. He blew a kiss to the screen. Big booze.
That's cute.
We don't like you, Mark.
Well, that's not necessary. Mark never did anything
In a
to
sports
anybody
sense.
Here. Oh, that's fine.
Luka was good. I'm glad to see Luka be getting booed now around here. I'm glad to see y'all stop being weak in the knees. Stand up.
Every opposing team superstar should get booed every time they come in a golden one, I think.
It's about time. But the whole point being, the Mavs are gone. We need to make sure.
I get it. I guess
make
so.
sure nothing crazy happens. Got to make sure. So
I hear you.
#MFFL.
Oh, okay. Warriors have won 4 straight. I don't even think I realized that.
Yeah, man. Well, the other day it showed that they got to put up with the chaos.
This is why we deal with it.
Jesus, man.
They should make that a commercial. This is why.
You can make that a T-shirt. This is why we deal with it.
It's like Steph doing his "This is why" for Draymond, and Steve. Everyone just sharing their different messages.
Draymond had a big game against the 18-win San Antonio Spurs, and man, the think pieces were out in full force.
Shams was on Pat McAfee this morning. You know, Draymond at 21, 6 and 8 or whatever it was against the Jazz the other day. Like, he's back.
Did he? He said that.
Oh, he was propping up. He was propping up the stat line.
Come on, man.
Shams Charania missed the clutch. Missed the clutch.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's whatever at this point, man. It is whatever. But they got 2 games on the Rockets right now. I felt like the Rockets had a tough stretch ahead. Rockets have Timberwolves tonight.
Timberwolves, then the Warriors, then the Mavericks again, I think.
Heat first, then the Mavericks. They got Orlando, then they're at Utah, at Portland, at the Clippers to close things out.
Yeah, that pipe dream
It's tough.
might be done.
Yeah, it's a tough road for them. That's a tough look for them. That's a lot of playoff teams right there. A lot of playoff teams right there.
Probably the team next year won't be in that position, though.
I'm not sure what to think about their future.
I think Jalen Green really came into his own these last couple months.
I wonder
Who do you
last
think?
month.
Go ahead.
Who do you think wins Coach of the Year?
Should be Missoula.
Yeah, it should be Missoula.
Should be.
Jimmy Cozy.
But
Yeah.
will it be?
Yeah, it'll be Missoula.
I don't know
No,
who
they might
else
What
give
about
it-
Dagnall?
Yeah, I was about to say they might give it a Dagnall. Especially if they stay at the 1.
I think it's going to be. Yeah, I think it's going to be Dagnall. But what?
Nasty work.
I don't
you're right.
disagree.
You're right. It should be
I
Missoula.
don't disagree.
Should be little Jimmy Cozier.
I saw Ime and show Missoula got Coach of the Month. So I was just thinking about Ime, like the Rocket. This is an overachievement by the Rockets, right?
I wouldn't say
You
that. A lot
paid
of-
guys
no,
this
a lot of-
offseason.
Yeah, a lot of people were trying to say they were a sleeper coming in because
Okay.
Ime was there and they did.
Yeah, I thought that.
There should also be like a little asterisk or whatever. Coach of the year, you're not eligible if you don't make playoffs.
Yeah, I mean that's
fine.
Because last year they were trying to do that stuff with Mark Dagnall or whatever, and I think they missed out. I was like, no, stop it.
Well, they'd be trying to.
Houston's
Enable
probably
a
going to
bunch
finish
of stuff.
500 though. I think that's impressive.
It's
I guess I didn't see them the way because I didn't see them the way other people did.
I did.
It's like I don't think this. I think they're going to be significantly better than they were last year, but I don't know that I'm buying this team being a threat. They're tough though. They have an identity, and more so than anything else, that makes me wonder what they'll be next year. I'm not in. I'm not
What?
in on them though.
West is like always going to be crazy next year.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a bad team
Mm-hmm.
except for maybe Utah.
Yeah, you could have 11 teams finishing above 500 or at 500 if Houston wins 3 more.
Yeah.
Which they're very capable of doing that. You could have 11 500 or better teams in the Eastern Conference or Western Conference, excuse me.
I was looking at the standings last week in the West. I don't know if it's still the case. I'll look it up right now, but like all the top 10 teams had a positive point differential. I don't know how many times you usually see that.
Yeah, that includes Houston. Yeah.
West going to be crazy next year. Like I said, San Antonio going to be better. I expect Memphis to be competent. The only bad team will probably be Utah. That's it. Everybody else is ready to do work. That's
Memphis
crazy.
the direction of the Memphis Grizzlies is interesting because obviously Ja's a massive difference maker.
But it seems like they found somebody with Gigi. So you put Gigi with Ja, Bane, Marcus Smart will be back, Jaren Jackson. They got a nice little squad.
Did who'd you say the bad team would be? You say Utah. What about the Trailblazers?
Oh yeah, I forgot about them. They'll be the worst.
Okay. I was
Sorry,
like, because
Trysta,
part of me,
they'll
I'm
be the
thinking, boy,
worst.
you really putting a lot on Shaedon Sharp right now.
No, I forgot about
You just forgot about him. Okay.
They'll be worse than Utah.
Yeah. Yeah, they will be. Is San Antonio in the Rocket spot next year?
Sounds about right.
30 plus wins, approaching 40.
If
Sounds
they
about
get a
right.
point guard.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
So
Well, the stage is set. It's the Kings and the Clippers tonight. We've gone over the different things.
I'm sorry. That's what I was going to ask you about. We talk about this Clippers game tonight, and you want to win. What they've got 8 games left, correct?
Okay.
To get to the 6th seed, I'm not gonna say pick the games, but what do you think that needs to look like? Does it have to be 6-2? Does it
Well,
is 5-3 maybe good enough?
So there's a 5-3 could do it, but there's a caveat to all of this.
Winning New Orleans and Phoenix.
That's it. You have to beat the Pelicans. You have to beat the Suns. Truth is, you might have to beat the Clippers. You beat the Western Conference teams, right? The Thunder game, it'd be great to get that one, but whatever. To set up the record, would you say 5-3? 5-3. If as long as the 5 includes the Suns, Pelicans, in fact, the Clippers, the Blazers, and the Thunder, that makes 5 wins. If you win all Western Conference games, that might give you the tiebreaker against Dallas, just in case. You'd have the tiebreaker against Phoenix. And New Orleans, you'd need you get the win against New Orleans. You'd obviously need a couple of things to go your way. Yeah. That might not be realistic, but you got that creates another opportunity. That's the only way I think 5-3 works. It's a very specific 5-3.
If we're conceding games, people will concede the Celtics game.
Lose the whole road trip. If that's the one that it has to be.
Yeah.
Lose the road trip. The tough part about that, well, you got the Thunder game at the end, so it's not the entire road trip. It's you go 1-3 on the road trip, but you have to win your last. Counting that Thunder game, you have to win your last 4 games.
So
Kings fans would be sick in the stomach if they started out 0-3 on that trip, because you lose to Brooklyn.
Oof.
You lose to Brooklyn in this scenario.
You lose the Celtics game. And I'll say the Thunder game as well.
Okay.
You gotta win those 2 games. You gotta find a way to beat the Clippers.
5-3, even in the scenario that we just went over, I don't think that does it.
Now the other thing,
because you got to ask what's Phoenix do, or New Orleans, like what do they collectively do?
The other thing about that is, I think. I think we're all doing it, but keep your eye on 7. Get that home game for the play-in.
I told you, I don't want it.
No, let's take the home.
I don't want it. Let's have a watch party instead. I don't want it. I do not want that home game. You want to deal with that?
Yeah, I'll invite it.
They don't have a home court advantage.
They do.
They don't.
No, they
how
do.
can you have a home court advantage if you don't win?
No, you just don't take advantage of it. It ain't like,
I don't understand.
No, so like to me, you don't have a home court advantage. That means there's no energy in the building. There's it's like a Clippers game. Half the team is half the crowd is for somebody else. Like, that's not a home court advantage.
You know how tight everybody's booty hole gonna be in that playing game? People gonna be sitting like this. It's gonna be like the Utah game the other day. They're gonna be scared to death.
Kings got a break in case of emergency home court advantage, but they don't know how to break the glass. Like, they don't know how to use it. It's there.
Well, the Kings need to hit them with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, the Kings need to go in there.
Oh, that's not what.
Win that damn game. Get into the playoffs.
But it's my fault. I understand
Get that damn 7th seed if that's what you're trying to get.
What? It's my fault.
Play the Oklahoma City Thunder.
What?
Beat them in the first round.
It's my fault.
What?
I'm sorry. It's players. This is not on you. It's on me.
Yeah, I'll take the home game. I mean, especially shorthanded now. I need my others to step up.
Yeah.
When the others gonna step up in Phoenix, in New Orleans.
Maybe they feel less pressure in Phoenix.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't know.
If we had everybody, if Leak was here, maybe I'm ready to go war anywhere. But without Leak, man, I don't know, man. I think we need to be in the crib. I think we need to be at the crib. Kessler Edwards gonna go off for 15 in Phoenix.
Bro, they're 22-15 at home, 21-16 on the road.
Yeah, I'll give them. I'll be at the crib.
Maybe we play neutral site. Memorial Auditorium. Casey's been asking for years.
Well, let's a shoot.
Let's go.
Let's a shoot.
Let's go.
All right. I don't know. I don't like it. We'll talk more about it. TK joins us. Trysta Krick. When D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leaders. D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And Jesse sound like Pat McAfee impersonating Stone Cold. What?
Yo, Stephen Brown, chill.
I don't think Pat McAfee shows for me. Like, it's cool, but I can always appreciate it. Dudes just hanging out. Like, they got good vibes on that show.
They do.
Like, sometimes I try to throw it on. It's just, I don't know. But it's entertaining.
I don't think I've ever listened to the show. I watched when they do the like live cast of the games and stuff like that. Look, man, it's spring/summertime. Means no hoodies. We can't be in here.
Disagree.
7 degrees. Well, Jesse's still.
We got the studio set to a nice little 67 degrees, 68 degrees.
I went to 71. We'll see if me or Damien notices that.
Wilson, I'm gonna tap in with Shogun when it's all out there. I watched some of the first episode. I like it, but I don't know. I'm just gonna wait till all the episodes are out, but I'm definitely gonna watch it.
Did you see that clip of it's kind of random, but Lou Williams talking about how players go broke?
Yeah, I saw. I didn't see all of it, but I saw the quotes and stuff like that from it.
That money be gone quick. That money be gone.
Well, I was thinking too, because I saw you always see the cribs, old MTV crib stuff, and it's a lot of those guys didn't even show their houses. Those artists, a lot of them were broke. You wonder how many, do people ever make money in music?
Man, music that's tough to make real money. That'll last you.
I've never seen it, Jeremy, but I don't think I'll ever watch it. I've never been interested in it. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think I'll watch it. Our boss loves that show.
The big homie Trysta Krick going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Got the Kings and the Clippers at the Golden One Center tonight. Another in the latest of must-win games.
Yeah, they're all there. Did you? I told Jesse we can talk about it later. Did you see that clip? I think it's a 4-minute clip of Lou Williams on this podcast talking about how players go broke.
No,
it was actually pretty. He broke it down to where it's damn, they really. I can see it now. I definitely see it.
Oh, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, he just basically
doesn't involve buying a house, does it? Because your boy's a little sick to his stomach right now.
Don't watch it.
Okay.
We'll remind you in about 3 months.
Okay.
But yeah, he just kind of breaks it down, the things you have to pay for. You got a $5 million deal. All of a sudden, that becomes $1 million, like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's before you've gotten a house
Mm-hmm.
or gotten a car or jewelry or clothes or whatever you want to get. And then he talks about how after after even somebody like him who made money, he's like, man, that first month I didn't get the check that I normally get when I was playing. I was like, hold on now, we're gonna have to change some things. Like money usually comes in right now, and money's not coming in. So it was he broke it down. He did a good job with it. He did a really good job.
Yeah, I'm curious, but
Hey, I'm winning at everything now.
This will be one of our toughest ones right here too.
I really am like Corbin. I really am Corbin. I'm winning at everything.
You are.
That's a good call right there.
Casey's cooking right now. Casey is cooking right now. This is an interesting one. You mentioned Lou Williams.
I have no clue. I don't even know what a Lou Williams contract looks like.
This is fascinating. Lou Williams, 17 years in the National Basketball Association.
Wow.
The former number 45 overall pick in the 2005 NBA draft. Lou Williams' highest grossing year as a professional was 2018-19. The 2018-19 season, participants will get disqualified if they don't shut the hell up while I'm trying to examine the stats.
Why?
$8 million.
Oh,
jeez.
$8 million.
No wonder he had that whole monologue.
$30 is my guess.
Is the peak money that Lou Williams made. 17 seasons. The former number 45 overall pick in the draft. $8 million is his highest season earning. Career earnings for Lou Williams.
This is tough.
Is what? 17 NBA seasons.
All right, I've taken the last couple L's. I'll go first, unless Kenny would like to go first.
No,
but
go ahead.
I'm going to go $153 million.
$153
This is nasty
million
work.
dollars. Don't know why I wrote 153,000. $153 million dollars.
Nope. That's it. It's on the books.
$153 million.
I feel horrible about this game.
This is a warning, pal. This is a warning.
Get him, ref.
$153 million is Jesse's guess. 17 NBA seasons, his peak earning year, $8 million. The former number 45 overall pick in the draft. For his third straight victory, Kenny Caraway, career earnings for Lou Williams.
I'm going to go $131 million.
$131 million. I'm going to be honest with you.
I think we were way off.
You both should be ashamed of yourself.
But I'm closer.
If I should have the authority to throw this
triple
game
digits,
out.
huh?
$85.6 million because Kenny's guess was less bad than Jesse's.
Let's go.
He's earned
Let's cook.
his third straight victory.
Where's Will Z? Got to get a new picture up there. This one with the shades on.
Kenny is now 6-12 in pocket watching. 4-12. I'm sorry. He's now 7-12 in pocket watching. And 5-12 versus Jesse. But he's surging. He's surging. There is a momentum.
Let's relax. But he's still 600. Let's relax.
There is a momentum shift in pocket watching. Perhaps it's all of the attention that pocket watching has gotten on. What are you doing right now?
I'm posing for Will Z's new picture, baby. Come on.
See, and you know what? The chat's treating me like the Boston Celtics this season. A couple of bad losses. We're on NBA today. Oh, the Celtics don't have it. What is Jesse? Are they going to lose it? I don't know.
Jesse's lost the MVP award.
Yeah, great. Russell Hunt, you're Brian Windhorst. Congrats.
No. We even have a little game over on the KSFM side that no one knows about but the two of us. Kenny's 2-0 in April.
No, I'm really the Corbin storyline right
now. Mind you, the little game that we play over at KSFM that no one knows about but us. Kenny was like 0 of 10. He had never gotten it right, and then the calendar switched. We thought the bit was dead. It emerged yesterday, and he's 2-0 so far in the month of April.
Hey man, look, man. Everything changed when I cheated. Everything changed.
That's what I'm saying. Dude took steroids one time, and he's been winning since. This is not fair. I'm playing Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco, and I'm losing every time now.
No, you did it. You did attempt to cheat, and it has thrown this all into question.
Somebody get me some steroids.
The game's better when everyone's taking steroids. Trysta Krick is with us.
Oh man,
TK with us early. What's up, TK?
What up, man? TK, I'm
What's up? What's up, boys?
The truth is,
I'm not playing with these boys out here, TK.
I told you, Lou Williams was the number 45 overall pick, and you guys still went with 131 million.
The 17 seasons is a lot.
Yeah, that threw me off. I'm not gonna lie.
131 million? No shot.
I was gonna do under 100 million, and then I thought about, well, damn, 17 seasons. That's what threw me off.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was probably getting like 500,000 in some of those years.
He was. That's the shoot. His first few years, he was getting 450, 664, 770. Then he started making some money after that, but it was all. So think about Lou Williams.
What's his biggest AAV?
8 million.
Yeah, that
was only like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, it was the 2018-19 season. Yeah. So think about what I'm thinking about Lou's conversation that you were talking about. Yeah. Cut that 45 in half, and then some because he had to pay his agent.
Right. Well, that's essentially
probably about $20 million, $15 million. Like, I mean,
is it just me, or do you guys think about that every time you hear a number? Every time I hear what someone makes, I always say, "Well, that's really
cut it in half." Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
You're an athlete or you're an entertainer. I know you're paying a bunch of people. You're paying your agent. You you're paying your manager. If you're an entertainer, you're paying guap.
Your publicist. Yep.
Publicists, they're not working for cheap either. I mean, you got to make real bread to have a squad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy, man. And he talked about. Have you seen that clip of him on his podcast, just breaking down like how people go broke? He's I
didn't see that.
Yeah, he broke it down perfectly, and he was like, he talked about, one of the ugly truths is like, you don't even know who you married, right? Because you're never home. When you are home, you play house real quick, and then you're out on the road or whatever. And he's like, one of the reasons why that flies is you got the wife, and not like trying to say they're gold diggers or anything else like that, but like to keep them from tripping, just like here's the car, go shopping. You know what I'm saying? Like, go do what you want to do. Go have these fancy dinners. And like, that's how, not everybody, but a lot of these marriages work, where I can go be on the road for 5 days out of the 7 days and you not bother me when I come home or nag me while I'm out. Just here's the lifestyle. So when they retire and you see these divorces, not only is it the fact that you don't know who you married, which is what he said, because you don't know this person like that. And now you're home every day or whatever, but also that here's my card, go shopping card.
That's done.
That ain't there no more.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, oh, well, damn, I didn't sign up for this. Or now I got to really like look at you and communicate with you and stuff like that. And some people, they never had that connection to begin with.
Well, you get into routines like where you're home, away, home, away, home, away. Like you get used to that. So when someone's always home, it's like, don't you have somewhere to go? Because I'm used to being by myself right now, right? Or I'm used to like doing things my way. You're messing up. Like my routine's the same. You're the one who's doing something different. You need to go find something for yourself to do.
When this is a little inside baseball.
Yeah, that's personal experience right there.
Well, look, a little inside baseball. My family knows that I love them. I'm the vampire. They're the early birds to make it, so they'll go to bed at 10 o'clock and I'll be up some nights till 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
let them be up at like 11 o'clock. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? You know, you're not. This is my time. This is my alone time to roam the house. What are you doing up right now? Maybe so
everyone goes to bed. Kenny just walks around the house.
I mean, having a good old time. Like, yes, this is when I can wind down, get on the sticks a little bit, listen to some podcasts, watch some shows, watch some old games, whatever. Maybe up at like 11:30. I'll be like, yo,
getting an attitude.
What are you doing?
You guys to go. Like, you guys got to get up out of here. Like, figure out like another place to be. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, the marriages between athlete or famous person and non-famous person, those are so fascinating to me because it's like, let's be honest, there's like a couple of different routes that people go, right? They go high school, college sweetheart, and that person knew them ish before they had money, but they probably most likely were with them knowing that there was some level of thing happening. Maybe not with Steph, but I think that Davidson run was all she wrote. Like maybe Dame's girl when he was at Weber State, we didn't know how highly, what Dame was going to be when he got there. So that's that. And then there's like, you were in the industry, you're getting paid, you're probably meeting these girls out in the nightlife scene or through other players' wives and girlfriends. Like that's an interesting lane to choose your partner. Very
when League Fits does the date night post, it's usually pretty funny because they all wind up looking the same.
No, they do.
It's like every young NBA player has a girlfriend that looks like another young NBA player's girlfriend.
What's wild to me, we're gonna get. Can we go there? Can we go there for a second? All right, let's go there for a second. They're like, I don't understand, and I do understand. That's the thing, is that there's I'd love to hear what you guys have to say, and I don't think this is right, and I don't think this is how it should be or true all the time. But what I imagine is happening is like this implicit feeling that like a pretty blonde white girl is like a status symbol because there's so many dudes in the NBA with these like white blonde women. And I do not understand it at all, other than it has to be some sort of like, I don't know, like a programming thing that's happening below the surface that is either happening like with intention or completely unintentional. I saw a Knicks picture, all these like Knicks, and they all the wives looked exactly the same, and they did not share complexions at all.
I know the picture you're talking about.
I have a thought on that because I don't necessarily feel like that. I feel like they all look like you just pulled them off of Instagram.
That too.
Like I want to say this though first. Can we hit that button? Yeah. Lindsey Harding has been named the G League Coach of the Year. The coach of our Stockton Kings has been named the 2023-2024 NBA G League Coach of the Year.
That is awesome. First year. Yeah.
You
might have been on to something.
I swear to you, I want to be clear. I know nothing.
Yeah.
But as we were talking, I started putting this together. Like Lindsey would make a lot of sense at the University of Tennessee. Just throw that out there. Shout out to Lindsey. Congratulations to Lindsey Harding. I remember Lindsey told us on this show she wants to see this NBA thing through. She wants to be an NBA coach. So maybe UT isn't for her. But congratulations to our girl Lindsey Harding. I'm sorry that was a left turn from what we were talking about, but I wanted to make sure we threw that out there. I feel like young players, when you scroll through those, they all look like they just look like girls that you pulled off of Instagram. Some girls, like I see Joe Budden's girls, like she doesn't look human,
like real.
Yeah, she looks like she was like what would the perfect girl for Joe Budden be? And she was constructed somehow. There it is.
The funny thing about that is that's a change for Joe Budden. Joe Budden used to have a type. Like all his girls kind of look the same. She actually looks a little different. Now, physically, they're about the same. But complexion-wise, her look, they're a little she's a little different than the ones in the past. But to Trista's point, I understand, and to each his own. It's whatever. It ain't got nothing to do with me. My life is my life. You know what I mean? But they do all look the same, or they look. There's two types.
There's a couple. Yeah, there's a
types.
spectrum. There's a spectrum in terms of like complexion. But I think those who choose the blonde ones, there has to be a reason for it. And then I think there's just a thing about trophy wives, right? Like we acquire we like get money, we acquire a nice house, we acquire a nice car. There's a vision in our head of what like success and status looks like. And like, I think that goes into all realms of our life. And then like to Lou Williams's point, it's cool when you guys go out to the red carpet or she's at your games, but when you're retired and you guys are in the house together, not stepping out, what's that dynamic like now? Like you still care that she looks like was built out of AI? Eventually she doesn't anymore. And also the concept of like wake up gorgeous versus make up gorgeous. You know what I'm saying? Like you got all the contouring on your face going, you got that happening, you got all the lip implant, this injection filler, this, that. What's it look like when she wakes up in the morning?
I think we always forget too, because this all started with pocket watching Lou Williams and the conversation that Lou Williams had on his podcast. But
another win for me.
You're right. You're on the run. You're on the run. We hear about numbers like $85 million. Oh, we could all live on $85 million. We'll cut that in half. Well, we could all live on $40 million. Yeah, because we're not used to it. And you talk about Lou Williams waking up and that check's not rolling in like it used to, but the expenses that you had when you were making $5 million a year are still rolling in. And figuring all of that stuff out, I think, is far more complicated than any of us ever really give it credit for, which is why you need to be taught out the gate, like, hey, save money. You talk about hiring agents and all. First person you hire is a financial advisor. That's not your cousin, not the homie who you went to high school with, someone at Morgan Stanley, someone at like a major institution who can be held accountable when they screw up. Like that should be your first hire to ensure that when you're Lou Williams and you're 17 seasons in and you're done, you know how the bills are going to get
paid. Is Lou Williams broke? Is that where this all?
No.
He's got his.
He needs that check.
Well, I mean, I think that's where some of this came from, because we talked about this or whatever, and he talked about like he was tripping when he first, like after whenever he got paid every 2 weeks or whatever, and when he first retired and that second week rolled around and nothing came in, he's like, whoa, well, wait a minute, like this is, he said specifically, he's like, now I'm like something about I'm living real life. I hadn't been living real life until that moment. That's when I became an adult and a grown up and all this other stuff. And he said, I got to figure this out. I got to figure out what I'm doing.
You know what else ends that we don't talk about nearly enough? 41 road games of per diem.
Oh,
yep.
Man.
41 road games of per diem could support a whole lot of people's year.
And the big homie that's like on a supermax, like you go to this club, you go to this bar.
Oh,
you go
yeah.
to this
Oh, yeah.
Like the per diem and then some. Like you're out.
Yeah.
Like we saw what happened with James Johnson was taking the little homies to the mall and just like get whatever you want. If you're like a NBA player living on a marginal NBA salary and you've got LeBron James on your team, like LeBron James, maybe not LeBron James, but a LeBron James in terms of amount of money that he's making. Yeah, he's probably not doing that. But like,
there's a reason LeBron is a billionaire. It's because he doesn't spend anything. That's the part some people miss. Like, oh, he's got all these business. Yeah, he also is notorious for being frugal. And he learned that from Warren Buffett, who's Warren Buffett.
Yeah. Then on top of that, those guys too, they like, I'm sure there's things definitely that they buy, but they don't pay for a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah, right.
If LeBron likes a watch, hey man, here, take the watch. Just put it on your Instagram real quick or something.
LeBron got a Louis Vuitton endorsement, for God's sakes.
He ain't never bought nothing Nike. They ain't never bought nothing now. Louis
Never
Vuitton.
will. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Never, all his like
never had to buy workout clothes.
Herb Jones was wearing, I don't know if this is still the case, but Herb Jones was wearing only his Nike warm-up, like dry fit to and from games because he was like, I'm not buying clothes. I've game clothes for free.
I know someone like that. Like they get Nike gear, their school is Nike. That's what they wear.
Yeah. That's and then you have the Jared Vanderbilts of the world. Who buy him?
That's a tremendous story. The most relatable poor person, broke person story. I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna keep the tag inside, and then I'm gonna like act like, oh, it just wasn't for me. Dude, you're on League Fits in that t-shirt. Louis sees that. They're like, yo, you wore this out. And he's like, no.
Try to return it like, it didn't fit. Bro.
He's got like a personal stylist. He's like, yep, I'm not going to keep any of these. And I keep these. This is a maybe. These are a maybe.
I'm going to return that jacket King Melly made for me. Like, oh, it doesn't fit. Like, bro, you was on stage at a Night for Lovers with it. What you mean?
I saw Burner Boy. Did you see that clip when he was at the concert and he tried to throw his jacket into the stands?
And someone grabbed it?
Like, no. And he's like, no, I'm throwing it in the stands. He's like, no, you're not.
Yeah, I saw that. TK, what'd you think of the games last night? The women's games.
I thought I was absolutely incorrect thinking that LSU was going to be able to contain Caitlin Clark. Here's the thing. I'm very puzzled, as is all of Twitter, very puzzled with the Kim Mulkey coaching. Haley Van Lith is shorter. Yeah, Haley Van Lith is shorter than me. She's 5'4"-esque and like not a supreme athlete, let's be honest. Very good college player. I don't even know if she's a WNBA player, honestly. Like Alexis Morris, who absolutely strapped Caitlin Clark, not a WNBA player. She ended up getting waived very, very early on when she got to the league. So why not blitz? In my mind, I was like, okay, I'm gonna bet LSU plus 2.5 because I think Kim will double or blitz Caitlin Clark. She'll give her the Steph Curry treatment, and then she'll have to, try to figure out a way to either spray out to shooters or hit girls down low, but she doesn't have a lot of, her center, Monica Cesano, ended up graduating. So she's gone. So I was like, okay, the size of LSU, the athleticism of LSU, and just the fire that they have, the physicality that they have, I think Kim Mulkey will draw up something to contain Caitlin, or at least make it very tough on Iowa to score outside of Caitlin. Maybe just let her go off and no one else does anything. And it was actually really sad. It was a terrible decision to let Haley Van Lith be on an island with Caitlin Clark.
That was crazy. What
are we doing? She was getting absolutely barbecued too. Just shook. Just Caitlin hit her with a cross and a heavy, and she was gone. She was that way. That way.
Yeah, I was baffled. I was baffled watching that. Like I was baffled after probably the second play of the game where I was like, oh, this is not going to work out.
I can attest to that. That came up it was like 4:25 where it was like, yo, what the hell is going on right now?
I was like, I'm sure this is just the preview. This is just a different look that she's going to, and then she's going to throw Flage on her or some, and then it's really going, no, she just.
Why wasn't Flage on her? That's the question. Flage is 5'10". That was the size matchup I had in my head.
Well, we have a theory.
What is it?
Well, Kim Mulkey was punishing her daughter. That's our theory.
All right. Well,
teach you to side with them.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to be with them so bad, huh? All right.
Yeah. That's our theory.
Ironically,
it makes as much sense as anything else that she did last night.
She hates Haley Van Lith, huh? Like Haley Van Lith got the bad treatment when she got there. She was getting benched early, and I know she's obviously not a great defender. She messes up anything offensively. She's on the bench immediately. She did not transfer from Louisville to go through this.
No.
She treats her like Mike treats Kevin Huerter.
I watched that game and kind of followed the whole season. I got feelings for Haley, man. Haley, she had a difficult year.
Yep.
But she's like, I just hear her quotes. I heard what she had to say after that story came out. You see her yesterday. She's always positive, always trying to, be supportive of her teammates and all this other stuff.
She's not her mother.
No, like she tries, and she works. You know what I mean? And she's not always successful, but she tries. I like Haley. She might have to leave. I like Haley.
Oh yeah, I mean that was the thing that I don't think people really understand is like both Iowa and maybe, I mean, obviously you guys do because you guys watch the game, but casual fans that are just tuning in to this game, which obviously Paul Pierce was one. He had never seen a women's game.
Jesus Christ.
I think he's ever watched, like when you call it girls basketball, girls or boys perform. I was like, he said what? These kids are grown.
Putting that dude on television.
He
Gotta
sounds
stop it.
ridiculous.
He sounds bad. But you could tell though that this is probably an awakening that both Iowa and LSU are worse teams than they were last year. They just are.
I think Iowa's better. You think they're worse this year? I think they have better guards. They lost the big girl.
Yeah,
but they have better guards around.
They lost a couple of girls, one on the perimeter, and then obviously the center, Cesano. I think that the guards have stepped up more because they've got seniors on that team, and they were hitting shots. And the bunny, we got to stop with the bunny jump because that's a travel. Like I know that jump because I'm
that is a women's basketball staple, man.
Staple, the bunny jump that we're just trying. We can't go straight up, you know.
It's crazy.
The bunny jump and then the jump stop step through that I was always taught was a travel, and I guess it's not. Hell, that's even gotten into the men's game where they just let that jump step and then you take two more steps after. I said I didn't think that was legal, but all right. Whatever.
We're getting 4 steps now these days. We're getting the bunny jump and the step through. We're getting moving pivot foots. The game's just whatever. But yeah, I think LSU's obviously was missing a lot. They lost multiple guards. And then I think South Carolina just feels like the team. This feels like the team.
So you got South Carolina winning it all?
I do. I'd love to see it be a game though, you know. I'd love to see.
I think it's going to be a game.
Yeah, I think either one of them. Well, if they beat NC State,
like, Camila Cardozo is a monster. She's huge. She's like the Zach Edey of the women's game. She's like the Donovan Clingan of the women's game. She's 6'10"? She's 6'10" against Iowa. Who's stopping Camila Cardozo on Iowa? No one. You're just gonna have to outshoot them. You're just gonna have to. Bombs over Baghdad.
Let me ask both of you guys a question. Do you think, and I think she's great. I think she is great. You think Caitlin can play that way in the WNBA?
Yeah. I do.
Where she takes 18 threes a night?
Well,
like that way, not if she's talented enough. But if you look at her game, it's not.
Well, on Indiana, yeah. She could take 18 threes a night on Indiana.
Aaliyah's gonna be like, pass the ball.
Yeah, no, she could still take 18 threes.
How many assists did Caitlin Clark have last night? 14?
Almost, yeah, she had double. I bet say almost 15. She was passing. But like that, but that's what I'm saying.
She's a really good passer.
It's gonna have to, in my opinion, I think it's gonna have to be more like, 22 and 8-9 assists. And I don't know, 7 to 9 3-point attempts as opposed to 14 to 18.
Yeah, I don't know that she takes 18 a night, but she can take double-digit 3-pointers a night.
How many threes does Sabrina average?
My guess.
That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's a ton.
Let me see.
And the defense is a little better too. You know what I mean? A lot better.
Defense is a lot better.
12 threes, 11
she
threes.
She takes 12 threes a game?
14 threes, 11 threes, 18 threes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know Sabrina.
Sabrina takes 12 threes a night?
I didn't.
Wow.
Maybe she can do the same exact thing. I thought it was.
I don't think
different.
Yeah, I did not realize Sabrina took that many threes a game.
Yep.
Man.
Not every game, but yeah, like a lot of games. If you look at her game log of the postseason, she's getting 18 threes, 11 threes, 14, 12, 11, 8, 7, 10, 9, 12.
We got 8 per game. That's how many she shoots. She shoots 8 threes per game.
You think
Sabrina
Caitlin takes more? No, maybe not rookie year, but by year 3, is she taking more than 8 threes a game?
Yes.
Caitlin? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Caitlin's taking more than 8 threes per game next year.
Yes.
Yeah, Caitlin.
Let me ask you guys this. 2 things. 1, Caitlin Clark wanted to go to UConn. That was her dream school. Gino Auriemma did not recruit her. I'm very fascinated to see if anyone asks him why not. 2, out of Paige and Caitlin, obviously Caitlin is like kaboom star, right? Like took over, surpassed what we thought Paige was going to be, surpassed what we thought Ozzy was going to be, surpassed what we thought Juju was going to be. But in terms of, you don't think Caitlin Clark's a bigger star than Juju
today? Because she's 4 years older than her. Juju just scored more than anybody in their freshman season, and Caitlin's on that list. Caitlin's like top 5. Juju surpassed that.
Well, we'll have to see if she becomes the national sensation of all of basketball in the college game. We'll see. I would love it. I would love Caitlin to go and then pass the torch to Juju. But we will have to see if Juju's on State Farm commercials. Anyhow, Damien is dubious, as am I.
Well, not probably for the same reasons, but
no, I mean it's
yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, they love. I said this to.
That was a bar too. That was a bar.
Said this to Casey yesterday. Like Sabrina, Becky, Birdie, Caitlin, white guards, boy.
Love ourselves some white guards.
League loves them, and all of them are stars. Don't get it twisted. Like all of them are the
black
truth.
centers, they get maligned.
Hey,
yo,
Brittany wasn't on a State Farm commercial.
Right.
No.
Different time.
Do you think like where do you guys have? Because I saw a bunch of clips today about coaches and players discussing Paige's skill level, and a lot of Caitlin's contemporaries are like, "Yo, Paige is maybe one of the most skilled people we've seen in the game." Like, how do you guys compare Paige and her skill and like just court vision, not like diming up, but just like the way to read a defense compared to Caitlin? Like, how do you guys compare them? We're gonna see it
Well,
obviously on Friday.
I'm biased. I love Paige. I always have loved Paige. I remember one of the early shows we did. I came to you about Paige. I said, she reminds me of Kyrie. I think that's why I like her, the way she moves. So I like Paige more than Caitlin. Not that I don't like Caitlin, but I've always liked Paige. And I think her game, I think they'll both be great in the pros, but I think Paige is more of something that I can see her doing the same exact thing in the pros because of her skill level. Caitlin may have to adjust her game a little bit. That's why I asked you guys about the 3-point shot. Like how many times is she gonna just dribble it out and pull from the logo in the WNBA? I don't know if she's gonna be able to do that with the players around her. That'll be like, yo, chill with all that and the defense. I think Paige's game is tailor-made for a professional game today. I like Paige. I like Paige.
One thing I love about Paige is sometimes she looks erratic, but she's always in control of what she's doing. Like she has an incredible vision for the court. I was watching Caitlin last night. Sometimes, like that's the beauty of these two players. Like neither one of them are polished. Like as great as like Caitlin like looks awkward sometimes. Paige looks erratic, and they're still in complete control of everything that they're doing. Yeah, Paige is supremely skilled. Like she is incredible to watch. She had a double-double last night. Hadn't even been discussed yet today.
She had
a double-double last night.
Doesn't she have like some crazy numbers going on of like 25, 5, and 5, and like 2 steals? Like she's got something like we're
all coming off this injury.
Yeah, right.
Her footwork is very impressive in a way that Caitlin doesn't have that footwork. Caitlin's just does it, like I think the Kyrie Steph comparisons are right. Like that's how Caitlin wants to just like kill shot, logos, like the court vision, like they play fluid, their bodies sort of move similarly, like, and the Kyrie Paige comparison. I understand it at least. Obviously they're not like mirror images of one another, but like you can tell Caitlin's game came from like watching Steph.
Yeah, Caitlin will dribble, sidestep, three from 30 feet out. Paige will tween behind the back, half spin, bring it back, mid range, fall away on you, and it's like, oh my god, that bag was crazy.
I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna.
There's a girl who's playing in the WNBA right now who's really undersized but had skill like Kyrie. If you remember, she went to Arizona. Her name's Ari McDonald.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She's got those Kobe, Kyrie, like the pivot foot, like the step through the midi. She's just small. She's just small, but she ended up being like a tournament sensation a few years ago as well.
Was that when did they go to the Final Four?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
She was a problem. Her brother's in the.
They lost to Stanford.
Isn't her brother? Didn't his brother go to Auburn or something like that? Is that the same girl?
I don't know. Maybe.
I can't remember.
I can't say for sure. I'm not gonna be out here speaking mistruths to the chatty house.
Thank you.
What are you looking up, Damien?
I'm just pulling up every Paige Becker's basket from the season, so I'm done for the rest.
Tween. That's in and out.
That's what I'm looking like. That's
also
that's what I'm looking to
you
see.
can tell the demo that Paige grew up around. The demo Caitlin grew up around.
Where's Paige from again?
You know what I'm saying? She's from Minnesota, but she's really close with Ozzie Fudd and went to the DMV to train. And her and Chet and Jalen
I forgot AZ got hurt.
Yeah.
I completely forgot AZ's on this UConn team until last night.
Yeah.
Crazy. This is an amazing job by Gino. I die a little every time I have to say that out loud. God bless it. He's a hell of a coach.
Yeah, I think her, Jalen Suggs, and Chet all grew up kind of together, which is an insane talent base.
You know what demo Chet's around.
That's what I'm saying.
No question what demo Chet's around.
Listen to Paige speak, and you're like, oh, okay.
I saw something she did with AZ a couple years ago. I think it was like for Slam or something like that. And Paige she's talk like Chet, and Chet talk like Leroy.
Real quick, what do you think of Angel
Reese?
Yeah,
I think she's a gentle soul, man. I think she's like totally.
Okay, that's not what I meant. I don't want. No, we're not doing. No. What do you think of her as a basketball? What do you think of her next?
I think she throws up a lot of nonsense around the rim.
Okay, all right.
We can't, guys. The skill level is just not there around the rim.
I just wanted to make sure I think you see things the way that I do.
She got it. Well, I see.
She's just out there.
No, I know. No, I didn't mean that.
She's gonna be in the league for a little.
No,
while.
I think she's gonna be in the league. I didn't mean to imply she's not gonna be in the league. I just don't. She might have peaked. Right. She's definitely not that. She's probably
quintessential college players that dominate the college game on the men's side and on the women's side, and I think she's probably closer to like a dominant college player than she is a dominant WNBA player. But I'd love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong. I think she needs to work out with somebody to get her post moves like up.
That's the thing I wonder about. Will she do that? Because that was Skylar. Skylar was not it. They wanted her to be it so bad. And then she worked. Like she worked her ass off and got a lot better. It's not only like the physical part of it, like it's the mental part of it. Like I know who she worked with. And that guy told her, shoot. Don't look, shoot. Be aggressive in everything you do. Because if you're going to be passive, you're going to be out the league. If you're going to be passive, you could leave.
There's only so many spots, right?
That's right. That's it.
Cut less than half in the NBA. So you've got supremely skilled players that are up out of there right away because there's just no room for you, right? You need to be, especially at the guard position specifically, or scorer forwards, you have to be a killer. But I think Angel, who did Kelsey Plum work with? She ended up getting a lot better from college to the WNBA. She slimmed way down. She lost a ton of body fat. He worked on her. I know that maybe it was Phil Handy a little bit, but I think she had a different trainer in terms of like her body mechanics as well. What do you say?
I was saying I remember seeing something about that. It wasn't Drew Hanlon, was it?
No, it was somebody really under the radar. Like it's not an Instagram developer, not one of those. Not like has the foam on you and hits you.
That was coming out of the injury?
It was right out of college.
Because it was right out of college.
Angel's gotta work on her athleticism.
She's got to work on like footwork. She's got to work on body control. Like she has to work on getting herself square to the basket. She'll come down with the rock and just immediately put it back up using like the wobbly arms. That's just not gonna. And it goes in because she's kind of mastered this not mastered, but she has a side spin thing that she does where it kind of rattles in.
She got to work on her game.
Yeah, she has to work on her game.
And you wonder with everything that happened this past offseason, how much did she work on her game?
I don't think she did that much. And I get it. Like you became one of the most famous college athletes on the planet. And you got brand deals and NIL and you're making videos for social media, and the amount of stuff pulling at you when you have that level of fame, you feel like you need to capitalize on it. But you can't forget that the main thing should still be the main thing, right? You have to be a good basketball player or all this stuff goes away. And maybe that was why she was benched and not with the team in the beginning with LSU. We still haven't gotten any real insight onto that.
Mm-hmm.
Kim Mulkey's like, quit asking. It might be COVID, you know? You're like, okay.
And what'd she say, Trysta?
Quit asking. It might be COVID. I ain't testing.
Now that's an impression right there. That's a good impression right there. We love you, TK.
Love you guys.
Trysta Mulkey. Trysta Krick. Bet MGM tonight. The Heat Check podcast. That's how you do impressions right there.
That was a good
We'll
one.
come back. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Might be COVID. I ain't testing. All right. Shut the fuck up. God damn.
New Will Z graphic just dropped.
Oh, yeah.
Lie, solid for KC.
It's out there.
I hadn't seen it. Let's go.
It's out there.
I texted Keith Smith. I told him, Keith, we got to work.
That's hilarious.
Okay. Jesse training.
No,
I'm training. We're not taking steroids yet.
That was fire. I don't think I'm ever taking another picture. That's the one. I think you got my record wrong. Ain't I 6-12?
No, dude, you got a cool graphic, all right?
It got me at 5-12.
You are.
I'm 6-12, man. Come on, man.
No.
Disrespectful.
Well, you're actually.
Don't ask me what's my record against the Western Conference.
Okay.
What's my record overall? I'm 6-12.
Will Z just posted your record over the last 17. That's all it is. Since March 1st.
Did you guys know that I actually learned this from Trysta? That's where I learned it. The Suns are 10-9 in their last 19 games. That's average.
Yeah.
But you know, people aren't talking about them that way. They're like,
man, it's probably what the Kings are, right?
Kings are probably better than that.
Are they?
Kings just had a spot where they went 7-3. Before that, they were at least like 6-4.
Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Then again, they didn't pull away from
1,
Phoenix, so it can't be that much.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I got 9-6 in March.
And like I said, I guess it can't be that much better. They haven't separated from them or something like that. So, and they were never really behind Phoenix like that.
So if you 9-6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, a little bit better.
I didn't see this, but it kind of reminded me of what I was thinking earlier. So they're just going to be cussing up a storm when they get to Netflix, huh? They're releasing social media clips with them cussing now and stuff like that.
True, yeah.
So Hunter was cutting up.
Not Hunter, but he was on Complex. That just reminded me because The Rock was cussing on his promos or whatever, and
Rock.
WWE tweeted out the ones with like them cussing and stuff like that. I feel like they never do that.
Rock really do just be like, he be saying everything. He be
Oh,
saying, like,
did you
it's
see
BMF.
Did you see the clip where after the show or whatever, the ref comes in to talk to Cody or whatever, and The Rock hits him with the belt?
No, I
yes.
didn't
All right,
see
let
that.
me see. I'll tag you in it right now.
Oh man, WrestleMania week.
The ref doesn't even play dead either. He gets out like, "Why did you hit me for?"
No, I don't. Before.
Oh, never mind. Manny, I know you're in here. Ignore that dude on that tweet, man. I muted that dude so long ago. Don't pay that no attention. I only saw it because you responded to him. Ignore that guy. He's not the brightest. Yeah, I'm watching it right now. What the hell is wrong with The Rock?
Like I said, the ref doesn't even like go down. He gets out the ring like, "Oh,
that's hella funny." Why'd he hit that dude like that?
Because he's cooking right now.
The Rock, look at
That was a classic. That was a classic.
That is incredible. I hope Dwayne apologized when he got to the back. Goodness gracious.
That poor guy.
Man.
Poor guy.
He's just checking on Seth, and The Rock comes over and just winds up and cracks him with the belt. Goodness gracious.
Did all of that last night say anything to you about, did it drop any hints for you? Does it raise your antennas at all?
One, I thought it was fantastic.
It was great.
I thought it was really, really good. And no, it didn't drop any hints. Man, I'm not so sure about The Rock turning back.
I was gonna say, I don't think he's turning.
I don't know. I feel like you can still get the desired result without turning Rock yet. Because this is like, I guess the most important thing, Rock's not a full-time wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can't be around that much longer. Like, I'm having a discussion with our friend because he thought up until like maybe weeks ago that Rock and Roman was happening at 40. It's like, it's not happening. And I said, I think it's happening next year. And he's like, he's filming Fast 20 or whatever it is next year. Oh, all right. Well, I don't think he's sticking around much longer past WrestleMania.
It could be.
So,
it could be a SummerSlam.
He's been on a lot. Can we acknowledge, like, shout out to The Rock. I know that, like,
he's been a full time.
He's been there virtually every week in one of these two shows to promote WrestleMania.
Yeah. It might be a SummerSlam thing. Might be a SummerSlam thing. And SummerSlam, I know it's not Mania, but it is.
It's still pretty big.
It's the summer version of Mania.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely okay with a SummerSlam thing.
I think
But how do you get there though? Because this angle's really, really good. Do you turn him and or do you turn him and switch the whole thing up and let Cody go on to do whatever he's going to do, and then you figure out the Rock Roman stuff later? Or do you get to the desired result of Cody and then figure out how to keep the Rock around? Does the Rock act as Redacted did to Stone Cold?
How about this, guys? Maybe Rock doesn't turn on Roman. Maybe Roman inadvertently cost Roman.
Rock inadvertently
cost Roman the match. You get the Cody win. You still have Rock with an edge. Like, he's not. He's going to be cheered as a babyface, but he can still be this.
The only thing I don't like about that and I feel you.
This is not clean.
No, I don't even mind it not being clean. It makes you look dumb. Like The Rock is too. This is all too cerebral. Like it's too like you can't. It can't be the old Mr. Fuji. You know, it can't. You're The Rock. You're not Mr. Fuji.
Just have Cody win Sunday. All it takes is you have Roman go away for a bit or whatever. Have The Rock cut a promo on Monday Night Raw the night after or whatever. This is why I'm the head of the table. Roman couldn't get it done.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is like, yeah.
But that turns the tricky part about that is it turns Roman babyface. If The Rock comes out and cuts a promo talking about I'm the head of the table, The Rock now is the heel, and now he's turned Roman babyface.
Well, no,
because if Roman's gone, then he comes back, he gets the pop.
You can still turn head of the table. Who's the head of the table into who's the biggest jerk still in WWE? Like you can still make it a heel thing.
I feel like you turn Roman babyface if you do that.
I think there's ways to get around it. Roman can still talk about I still run things, stuff like that. I cut heel promos.
And if that's the case, I mean, Roman's got to be the heel. Roman always has to be the heel.
So, but here's the thing, Roman. He could be on to something. Roman's been the hottest heel in the company for 4 years. There might not be a better time to turn him babyface. Let Cody do what he does. Roman goes away. I don't know how you get to rock Roman, but let Roman be a babyface when he comes back. He's not the title guy. It sort of keeps him away from Cody if they're both babyfaces, and he could maybe finally be that hot babyface WWE wanted him to be like 10 years ago.
I feel, and you guys got a better feel for it. Roman's gone too far. You can't like Roman Reigns will be a babyface.
That's the best time to do it.
Hogan was the babyface for like there's no such thing as too far.
Yeah, like
except for Cena.
That's the only one. That's the only one.
He was just doing Make-A-Wish. You can't really do that to the kids.
He was too far of a babyface to ever go heel. Hogan never really went babyface as Hollywood, did he?
When he came back, he was.
But it was more like people were happy to see him.
He did turn babyface in WCW, but it's kind of hard to. It got a little convoluted there.
It's a little WCW-ish.
Yeah, it got a little convoluted and hard to figure out.
Did you see? Switching gears a little bit. Did you see Punk's interview?
I saw clips of it. I haven't had the time to watch the whole thing.
I saw the clip of him talking about the Jack guy.
Yeah, I saw that clip too. The Jack Perry. Yeah. The incident with the glass and when he quit.
Yeah, take it at face value. It seems reasonable.
Well, I don't like people.
I don't know if that's how his idea of how he spoke to these people. Might be different, but if that's how it went down. Seems reasonable.
I think Punk is one of those guys where if you like hate him, you're going to hate everything he says, and you're going to think that he's a liar. If you I don't have an issue with what he said. I do kind of have a problem with like, this is a clown show. This isn't even a real company. And then like quitting. Like, all right, like that's cool. He knows more than we do. And I think he was asked later in the interview, because I read this later, does he think AEW is sustainable? And he said in its current structure, business structure, it's sustainable as long as Tony Khan wants to put money into it. If he doesn't, it's not going to be sustainable anymore. And that's where I get like, okay, he understands the workings of this more than we do. But that shouldn't necessarily be a surprise. Like it's a new company. It's going to take time. They've got a television deal. We don't really know the makings of that television deal like we do, the billions of dollars WWE makes. But I didn't have a problem with it either. But I also don't have a problem with Punk.
And this is and I usually have a problem with Punk. But hearing that story, I was like, that seems reasonable. It seems understandable and reasonable.
Welcome to the club, man.
This
took you a while, but welcome.
This Will Z graphic is just phenomenal.
Oh, it's fire. It's fire. Will Z did it again.
That is the LA Caraway logo.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 different KC poses here on the man is 5 and 12.
Crazy too. The turnaround was
what
crazy.
Turnaround? You've only won. Turnaround
was crazy.
You've only won 3 games in a row.
Come on, man. I'm in my last 3. I'm 3-0. Nobody else in the league can say that.
All right. Well, since the season started, some of us have been playing well all season.
I can't lie.
Since December 12th.
I can't lie.
Buddy Hield?
Buddy
Hey,
Hield stat.
no. You really, you've been talking about how they've been talking up Luka lately, the last week. Have some shame, huh? Apply it to yourself.
They want me to be the MVP. They want me to be the MVP.
I could be wrong. I'm hearing a little stress.
This means something to me. I won't lie. This means something to me.
Them lights.
I'm hearing a little stress.
Them lights. That's all I had to do was bring him into the deep waters. That's it.
And again, my man's feeling good because of our little behind the scenes gimmick on KSFM. He's riding high in the month of April. It's crazy. We'll come back. Will Z will join us. We'll talk Kings basketball. Kings versus Clippers tonight. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Oh, it's tremendous.
Alex, what happened?
Tremendous. Yeah, what are y'all talking about? What are you talking about, Alex? I feel like that's a daily question. Text Will. Where's Will? No, three. I don't know if you're watching.
Boston Toppies made me laugh. John Post saying I was like the Dolphins in December hurt a little bit, though. I'm not gonna lie.
J Dub, what's up, man? Yeah, that possum video with Matt Barnes was nuts. Absolutely nuts.
What do you do?
I have no clue. Move.
I tweeted like I'm
out?
I'm gonna live around him.
Yep.
Like when he's ready to leave, cool.
Well, no, because you can't go to bed.
I can if I close the door. You're gonna like go
I'd close
toe to toe with a possum. What if he bites you? Now you got rabies and you don't like water.
An irrational fear of water. Yeah. Yeah, that's tough.
I guess you can call animal control for these things.
Yeah, I guess you could. It's boy, that'd be a lot. But shoot, hell, what?
Imagine he's moving towards your living room.
Whatever gets that possum the hell out of my house, I'm gonna do it. That was a crazy video, absolutely crazy.
And that was like a 10-minute situation,
Yeah,
right?
100%. Yep.
King VL, maybe you get the possum to go halfers, but at that point, I mean, he's a squatter.
Give up the house. That's it. Give up the house.
I think we've pretty much learned it on the show. Rodents are just a no-go.
Nope. The amount of paperwork I'm filling out per day is incredible.
Zabel, give me Boston. At least there's winning tied to that.
Oh, Scout, bro. Legit one of my worst fears. Absolutely one of my worst fears right there. That is frightening. Is she throwing stuff? Are you throwing stuff?
Yeah.
Across the room? You did that in front of 1,000 people.
Yeah, it's on camera.
Yeah, that's on camera. No. Didn't see Kenny throw anything at himself.
And if it was on camera, we delete it.
Threats.
No, I'm Trysta Krick Karosh. I'm not telling you. Oh man.
Oh yeah, yeah, I saw that bad Barnes.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm so scared of that. Of something crawling through that doggy door. Hey, we could. Alfonso's right. Get Jen on the phone.
I already told her, I own you. Because the camera's right there. It saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Who would be our person in the office that hasn't never gotten their complaint? Like Pam in that one episode.
Kyle.
That's fair. That's a good one.
Yeah, Kyle. Everybody loves Kyle.
Brings people donuts.
He does. He brings people donuts.
Donut Friday changes his office.
I can't lie.
Because donuts are just always here now too.
Yeah,
like today is Tuesday, right? And there's
Yeah.
donuts out there.
Yeah, Kelly brought those in. Yeah, I can't lie. When Fridays get here, like I told you about that one day that they had that stupid lunch and the guys didn't get donuts, that I was flustered. I was just completely flustered. Okay, I got you.
Aldrin, they brought that in today too, I think.
They had that. Yep, they sure did. Yep, they sure did. They sure did.
Oh.
You all right?
Yeah, I like I said, I ain't gonna talk about it. I ain't gonna talk about it, man. I ain't gonna talk about it. We talked about it yesterday off air. I ain't talking about this one. But it just more came that's.
Did you get another shooting gun? I don't know what. I can't remember what we talked.
But it was about the A's.
Oh, yeah.
I'll say what I say. I ain't got to go into detail.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong. Look, we don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
No, we can.
Okay, because so we were talking about the report of what Oakland. It was Casey Pratt's report on what Oakland, the city, I guess, is pitching to the A's, and I guess Major League Baseball. And I saw it. And I just kind of tucked it away. Kenny saw it, and then we talked about it together, and it didn't make a lot of sense to either one of us. But this, I want to be clear. This isn't about Sacramento. No. This isn't about. It was about like economics,
right?
The proposal didn't make. I didn't understand it.
So Casey Pratt just put out there again. He said the city, because there's a report today, and I think the Mercury News, that the A's in Oakland are far apart on these negotiations, right? Like even after Saturday.
Yeah.
Far apart.
Yeah.
So the city's term was a 5-year lease with the opt-out at 3 years, $97 million extension fee that the A's would have to pay field conversions costs, sell the Coliseum stake to a local developer. The MLB demands are grant the city of Oakland exclusive rights for 1 year of solicit owners for MLB expansion, or leave the A's colors, name, and franchise and history in Oakland, or facilitate sale of A's to local ownership group. And like I said, nothing to do with Sacramento at all. This is, I guess you got to ask, but this is a complete non-starter. Why would the A's or Major League Baseball agree to any of this?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't understand that stuff at all.
So if the Oakland wants to keep the A's, which I'm all for, like if they want them to be there even for the 3, 4, 5 years or whatever, I'm all for if that's what they want to do. But they gotta change some of these demands. This ain't gonna get it done. Like virtually none of that is gonna get it done.
None of it. Nope.
None of it it's a starter. So that for my new graphic?
12.3 million.
That's what they did last night?
Yeah.
Wow.
LSU and Iowa did 12.3 million, the most watched women's game ever.
Wow.
Man.
That had people buzzing too.
It did. It did. It was one of those things where obviously we work in the hip hop world too, but like we've been so ingrained in the sports world for so long. That's who we follow on Twitter. Like we follow other sports people. Mm-hmm. It felt like everybody was talking about those games. Not just that game. It felt like everybody was talking about both of those games.
Absolutely. Do you think they'll have the same intrigue for the Final Four? Not that they have to do 12 million.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do, because if I'm sure Caitlin was a big reason why. Mm-hmm. The opponent was a big reason why. I don't want to take away from that, but like I think Caitlin was a big reason why. I think UConn is a draw. Mm-hmm. And I think South Carolina is a draw. Mm. So I think it has the potential to be another monster weekend for women's basketball. Are you looking at your graphic again?
Oh no, that's just
you set that as your new screensaver.
I really should. That's just phenomenal. Show me that work again. How you got that up there? Because I'll put that.
Still says 5 and 12 on it.
Yeah, well, we don't have to. We can cut it off at certain points. You know what I mean? But I was looking for a tweet that I saw yesterday from I think it was you know who Dragonfly Jones is? I don't even think that's his @
It's the best follow on Twitter right there.
He's hilarious. He's got some stuff on Yahoo, like a podcast and stuff like that. But he had a tweet that the reason why I asked you if it would be the same, I can't follow him. But basically, there he is. He he said, Juju versus LSU would have been some, quote, we rock with the winning team either way type of stuff. Iowa versus UConn, though. Iowa versus Connecticut. Juju versus LSU would have been a big family affair. Iowa versus UConn don't even feel like it's any of our business.
Yeah. Hard to argue with that.
I was dying at that.
12.3 million. That's amazing. I'm trying to see, because it's weird. They're only pushing out the one. I want to see what the other number is.
My thought is it probably didn't do as high. Probably 9.
Yeah, that was my thought. Like that's a number to be. That's a number to be proud of.
Absolutely. I'd say 8 or 9.
The previous. Oh. UConn, USC. Yeah, no.
5, 3.
6.7.
That's still good though.
Still a very good number, but man, it speaks to the intrigue of Caitlin versus LSU.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what it'll be interesting to see if those 12 million or 10 million or 9 million tune in to see Caitlin's next game. How much of that was Caitlin? How much of that was LSU? How much of that was a year build? Mm-hmm. And correct me. Yeah, that was the 4:00 start. Mm-hmm. Well, it's 7:00, but yeah, it's still.
I think I don't think we see 12 million for any of these games. I think the biggest game they have left is South Carolina versus
UConn.
Iowa.
Okay.
I think that's the biggest game they have left.
Yeah.
In women's basketball.
Maybe.
In all the college sports, really. Or college basketball, I should say.
The previous high was 1983.
Women's game?
USC versus Louisiana Tech.
Man.
Cheryl Miller.
Versus who, though? I mean, Louisiana Tech was cooking for sure.
USC.
For years.
USC versus Louisiana Tech.
No, I'm saying, like, I'm trying to think of if anybody was on Louisiana Tech at the time to make it like, or was it just the name? Because obviously Louisiana Tech
83
used to be big time.
Yeah, that's too early for Swoops in them.
Louisiana Tech used to be a factory.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 11.83 million people watched that game in 1983. 12.3 million watched Iowa and LSU last night.
So this also reminds me. I was thinking about this last night. It kind of went under the radar. I think I found the official word on it or whatever. I think. I'm not sure. I don't know if this is official. Remember yesterday I asked, I was like, hey, we never heard if Sacramento got the Final Four, the women's Final Four or not. There was like 7 cities for 5 slots or something like that. Well, it looks like they didn't. It looks like they announced them already. They didn't get the Final Four in the next 7 years or whatever, or 5 years or whatever. But they did get a regional championship in 2026.
Okay.
And I was thinking, if my math is correct, and everything goes according to plan, that might be one of Juju's last appearances in college basketball.
24, 25, 26, yeah.
Be the West region.
Yep.
It'll be, Sweet 16, Elite 8.
Yep.
I hope, I hope she goes to the Final Four then too, but I hope one of her final trips is going to be in that West region. That'd be dope.
Jesse, can we get Will the link? Let's get Ramsey too real quick. By the way,
damn, sorry TC too. Wasn't TC on the line at one point?
Well, we had Trysta on, but I told TC to call back. Joel Embiid's playing today, by the way.
6.7 million marks the 4th largest audience.
Wow. What a night.
Yeah, an amazing night. We're going to get to the Joel stuff too. Let's get Ramsey first. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much, gentlemen. Y'all brought up the A's. I mentioned this yesterday with Kyle and James. Saturday night, I'm basically rehashing something. Saturday night, worked the Bay FC game in San Jose. Who just happened to walk past me in about the 75th minute? John Fisher. And he actually said hello to me.
Did you do the crotch chop?
I wish I could have. I had to remain as professional as I
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Did you flip him the double birds? That's what you should have done.
I was at work, even though the Bay FC isn't even his own. He doesn't own the team, but they're just using, quote unquote, his stadium. But still, I was just like the brashness, the boldness, and the audacity you have to show his face in public at a game.
That's interesting. He mentioned over the weekend, one of the reasons why he would leave Oakland is because the way he's treated in the Bay Area.
Okay. All right, buddy. All right. Let's bring in our good buddy, Will Z. By the way, I don't want to gloss over what Jesse said. Joel Embiid, who wasn't at shoot-around this morning, and it was speculated he wasn't going to return tonight, even though it is believed he's going to return this week. It was reported from Adrian Wojnarowski just moments ago that Joel Embiid is expected to make his return tonight versus the Oklahoma City Thunder. As we welcome in our good buddy Will Z, the Zcast, and of course his previews by the numbers, which you can see over at willzstats.com. William, how you feeling about the Kings, man? It's been a tough couple of days, tough weekend, but the path is still there.
Yeah, feeling okay. I feel I think I've set myself up in my mind where I've kind of given up on the 6th seed. So if they get it, great. I will be excited. But I'm just kind of ready for that play-in scenario to play out. And we'll see what happens. Nervous, but the combo of Barnes and Keegan playing well last game I thought was so big for them. And I think they're just going to have to learn to win different ways down the stretch.
Well, first of all, I want to salute you. You are phenomenal at making these graphics. The latest one that you did is Don is Dope-esque with all the different versions.
I had that thought. Yeah.
It's one of your best works. You know what I mean? And I'll look past the fact that I am 6-12. And that's not the graph, but it's cool because I'm skyrocketing. It's only a matter of time before I'm like 14 and 12.
You're right.
Kenny,
he's 5-12 versus.
Yeah,
he's 5-12 in the regular.
That's not my overall record.
How would you want me to put it, Kenny? Would it be 6-12 and then another line of Jesse 12 and 5?
No.
Like it doesn't make sense.
You're right.
I would like maybe my record on the graphic as well. That would be nice.
Well, I mean, that get a win first.
Whoa! Wow.
Jesse,
Wow.
just don't lose
This
9 in a row. And you're good.
Just don't lose 9 in a row. That's right.
Just don't.
Don't lose 9
That's
in
it,
a
Will.
row.
Just don't do that.
Boy, I'll say this though. I know it's funny. Jesse's sweating.
I did know when you hit the music, like this is real. Pocket watches, like my blood gets pumping, like it's competition.
Well,
It's
look,
real.
hey,
It's
look,
real.
Man, it's past the All-Star break, and everybody's picked up a little bit. That's what happened.
Wow.
Yeah,
Gonna have to start posting like post All-Star break pocket watch numbers.
Should have traded for Mason Plumlee.
Oh well, that would have fixed everything.
But no, man, this game tonight, no Kawhi for the Clippers. Obviously, we've talked about it numerous times before. That does nothing for Kings fans, make them feel any good, any better, anything like that. But what have you seen from the Clippers statistically with how they played as of late? They were struggling at the beginning of the year, got James struggling a little bit longer, and then they took off. Seems like they're back down to earth a little bit and kind of struggling, trying to find themselves a little bit.
Yeah, to me, what stands out is their defensive struggles. So on the season, they have a defensive rating of 115.3. That's 18th in the league. But since the All-Star break, that's up to 118.0, which is right around like 25th in the league, give or take. And the three-point percentage, they're allowing opponents to shoot 40.8% from three. For reference, again, the Jazz allow the highest three-point percentage on the season at 39.7%. So their defense just hasn't been there. And I don't know if it's effort or scheme or they're just kind of falling apart. I haven't watched enough games to really analyze their defense in that aspect, but that's what stands out in the numbers and should be a good sign for the Kings, especially with Kawhi out. I mean, you take out his defense from the Clippers, and that's already a hit, and you add on that it already hasn't been great with him, and that's a positive sign.
Well, what is it about this matchup that's so difficult for Sacramento? They obviously matched up a little bit better last year. I think guys were out at different points, so that doesn't really matter. But this is a team where every time discussions about playoff matchups come about, the Clippers get referenced, and it's don't like that one. Don't like that one. What is it about this matchup that you think is so, or do the numbers show is so difficult for Sacramento?
I think for this one, it's going more off feeling. Is the Clippers, when healthy, always have a matchup that they can exploit. With Kawhi out, I think that changes a lot because now you can have Keegan focus on Paul George, whereas when both Paul George and Kawhi are playing, Harrison Barnes has to guard one of them. We've seen at times the Kings have tried to put Trey Lyles on Kawhi, which just did not work, but it's like, what else are you have to try something. So it's just that they are so loaded individually and that they can run isolation on any given play through any given player, that the Kings' point of attack defense just as a whole roster isn't quite there. But when you take a piece like Kawhi out, we saw it last game. I think Paul George was out, if I'm remembering right, that helped a lot as well. So I think it's just their individual talent on offense is far superior than the Kings' individual talent on defense.
Yeah, that last game that they played, obviously Malik Monk was there, and I think Kevin Huerter was there too, and they played well in that game. But that was, like you said, without Paul George, and it allowed things to flow a little bit better for the Kings, this group of Kings, than in games past. And I wonder where they're going to go tonight. Like, do you see, like, based off the numbers and just the way they're playing, do you see them trying to transform the Kings into the Kings trying to transform into a defensive team now that they don't have the offensive firepower that they had before Monk and Huerter went out? Are they going to try to change how they play, or are they going to ask Harrison to step up, Keegan to step up, Keon maybe to step up, and still be that team that tries to get to 115, 120?
It feels like they have to change, which is what I thought before the Jazz game, and then they came out and scored 127 or whatever it was. But also keep in mind that the Jazz are the worst defense in the league, so take that with a grain of salt. But it feels like they have to change because they just don't have the offensive firepower, especially off the bench. To me, in my mind, it's can Keegan Barnes, Fox, and Sabonis get to 80 combined, I don't care the combo, like whoever scores what, can those 4 get to 80, 90, which is what we saw last game. They were at 90 combined. And can you get 30 from everyone? Like getting 30 from Keon, Duarte, Davion, Trey, and Sasha. Is that asking a
Not
lot?
crazy.
30
No,
points?
I don't think so.
It's becoming, it's one of those things, Ken, where everyone has to collectively step up. Like you can talk about next man up all you want to, but with Malik, that doesn't exist. You have to collectively do it. And now, I feel bad. Like I want to make sure we keep pointing this out. It's not just Malik.
Yep.
The Kings essentially lost Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk on the same day. Even though Kevin was out, it was made official that same day, and he gets hurt that night. That's your 2-guard position. Like you've just wiped out one of your most dangerous attributes as an offensive team. And it's not going to be, all right, well, Chris Duarte, go get us 15. Better yet, Chris, go get us 25, because that's just what we lost between those two. It's guys are going to have to, you're going to need Keegan to do the, 20 shots a night. You're going to need Domas to do a little bit more. De'Aaron's got to do a little bit more. Harrison, Duarte, Davion. Everyone collectively has to do a little bit more. And I'm fearful a lot of pressure is going to wind up falling on Keon, because if teams play Sacramento a certain way, if Keon isn't aggressive on the offensive end, that's going to continue. And the Kings will have to find a way to break that every time they take the floor.
And that's where it feels like they have to shift into that defensive mindset. I know that they haven't been good. Like we just want them to be average, but maybe they have to be above average for the last 8 games and even more so than that. But they're also bringing in, like, the players that are getting more playing time with these injuries are defensive players, or at least in concept. So it feels like that should be doable in theory. We'll see what it turns out to be in practice. But I'll be interested to see what happens between Kessler and Sasha, and kind of who gets those minutes between them. Will be the kind of rotational piece that I'm looking at.
I mean, and I think between those two, it depends game to game, but I think about what Sasha might be able to give you offensively, and the way he spreads the floor, the way, Sasha can go for, 15 or 12 or something like that because of the way he can shoot the rock. So maybe he gets the first look. That kind of goes against how Mike Brown probably even sees the game. But because we're trying to find points, I think maybe Sasha might get that look.
That's where I lean towards as well. He impacts the game in a lot of different ways. Not that Kessler doesn't. Kessler doesn't just impact with defense. We've seen him be a knockdown shooter lately. He's a really good rebounder as well, both offensive and defensive. But I think Sasha just fits better in the offense, and we've seen him kind of hold his own on defense. And I think him being able to play with Trey, which we've seen really work, is a nice surprise.
Will, you got a swing stat?
I think it's going to be 3-point percentage, a simple one, but the
Saw
Clippers,
you tweet about that.
Yeah, I think it's just with the way the Kings shot against the Jazz, the way that the Clippers are allowing the 3-point percentage, it's sometimes you just got to keep it simple and go with that.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get one tonight, man. Come on, man.
Got to. William, we appreciate you, man. Great stuff. We'll see you later on in the week as the Kings head out east for a 4-game road trip, man. We'll talk to you. What's that, Thursday? All right. Appreciate you, Will.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Keep doing the great job with the graphics. Keep doing
right.
what you do.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I hope keep that same energy when well,
what? Ain't
you're on
nothing gonna happen over here.
well,
You see me cooking.
Well, you are cooking. You are cooking. I took a quick peek at something right before Will joined us. I had this pulled up because we were talking about the $6 million for UConn, the 12 million or whatever for LSU and in Iowa, and I was wondering, like, what's the rivalry? What's the Caitlin effect? Iowa beat Colorado in the Sweet 16. 7 million people watched that. There's a Caitlin effect.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, there's a well, let me rephrase it. It says nearly 7 million, 6.87 million. That was an ABC game also, so that's part of the note. I think we could be in for some record-breaking years, some record-breaking numbers.
I'm with you.
Good stuff.
I'm with you.
I'm excited for this, man. It's WrestleMania week.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. WrestleMania, our man Jason Jones, is going to join us when D-Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Mr. WrestleMania.
But then again, I gotta be drunk.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, Casey cooking. I mean,
all right, let's relax now, okay?
Check out the merchandise.
arguably the greatest theme music in history.
Pound for pound, he's the GOAT.
Pound for
shoot.
pound.
Let's shoot. I'm looking forward to Paul's Hall of Fame speech. That's going to be epic. That is going to be epic. I'm looking forward to that.
Are you able to fill me in on the joke or what happened between him and Tommy Dreamer?
The joke?
I don't know, because there's people like Tommy Dreamer's going to clip Paul Heyman in a speech or whatever. Like do they hate each other or something like that?
No, I think there's always it's not that. I think it's more
I saw a tweet that Brock is redacted. ECW, anyone from ECW is just gonna finish off what Tommy Dreamer tried to do or whatever wants to do.
Yeah, I think there's a story that like Paul took a job with WWE and he kind of left Tommy Dreamer there to close down ECW. I don't think that I don't know how much validity is to that. I feel like a lot of times when wrestlers talk, they're lying. And that's probably true to a certain degree with Paul Heyman as well. But yeah, I think it's more they just have kind of a sketchy history because Tommy Dreamer was so involved in ECW. I wonder who's do we know who's inducting Paul?
It's Roman.
Oh, it's Roman.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Who is the other Paul Heyman guy that everyone forgets because he stunk? CM Punk, redacted.
Mr. Perfect's kid.
Yeah.
Curtis Axel.
Yeah, have him do the speech.
No, Curtis Axel. I never bothered nobody.
Stunk was a strong word.
What? No.
Just talking about Cesaro.
No,
How we do
it was
about
pretty,
Cesaro? Oh,
it was
we're
pretty
good?
accurate.
Right.
It was pretty accurate. Cesaro was great.
Throwing that word around loosely.
Well, okay.
Hey guys, he's doing the ring around the rosy again. Wow.
What is Cesaro been doing in AEW?
Name's Claudio, by the way.
Yeah, it's Claudio. Yeah.
He's doing the same thing he's doing in WWE, being a mid-carder.
Yeah.
They swear, like, oh yeah, these guys go anywhere else. They'll draw. Now he's doing the same thing.
Yeah, he's a mid-carder.
Did
I do
you
like
guys
Cesaro,
watch any
though.
of these games?
I watched like 2 minutes of one on Saturday.
Yeah, I had it on for a few minutes. I was just curious what it looked like. I was curious what the crowd looked like.
Well, that's the other thing. Why are they still acting like we're in COVID times?
Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah.
What's that all about?
They need to play these games at local high schools too.
Yeah, trying to fill them stadiums is a tough look.
Also, I'm assuming the San. Yeah, like just play them in Texas.
I think the one place they drew was St. Louis.
Crazy ones.
Oh, did they?
Oh,
Like
no,
crazy
just
good?
Crazy. No. Texas got crazy high school stadiums.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
They got like 2 stories. They got some crazy.
No, that's crazy.
Shout out to the San Antonio Brahmas as well. I'm assuming that's the Rocks team.
But Frank, why are you asking me? I didn't say they hurt or not. Seton Hall, shout out to Shaheen Holloway. Who's that? Iowa in Cleveland? Yeah, right in Cleveland.
Final Four in Cleveland is crazy.
Man.
Most factual thing I've ever said about Cleveland, Joakim Noah after that press conference or at that press conference.
I always laugh when I see my man up there, Pablo. I thought you quit.
Yeah, I thought Pablo was gone.
I say that every time I see him. I thought Pablo quit.
Is his show an ESPN show, like a podcast type, or is his own thing?
I have no idea. He was doing the ESPN Daily, which was so good. And then, like, oh, he's leaving. And then now he's on PTI every day. It's possible, Jay. I think it's absolutely possible they win both. I know they've done that. I think they've done that once before. I think it's very, very possible that they win both.
David, this one's tough. I'm gonna go with the Birds because they can at least fly like away from me. We don't have to be near each other. Rodents, they want all the smoke.
Yeah, I'm guessing they were. They're just like, hey, guys, tough it out for 10 minutes because we're going to beat the shit out of you. Just tough it out, guys.
Mama Rose. Hard times. You don't know nothing about hard times.
Mama Rose. Mama Rose.
You know, last night I got a little frustrated. I really wanted to play basketball last night.
I remember you saying that when we were leaving.
Yeah, and nothing worked out. Ask me if I played basketball last night.
Did you play basketball last night?
No.
Okay.
Tried to, I got.
That's why you're so good at pocket watching. You're focused now on pocket watching and not catching shots off the gun anymore.
Pocket
that was allegedly bought for Reese, which Reese has never used.
I was gonna say, did Reese take your time slot on later?
No.
Reese has used it. He didn't use it yesterday because I have to set it up before I leave the house. So it's all ready to go. So I didn't set it up. So he just got regular shots up. But did KC
it's a good strategy, right? To keep Reese from using it. Like he can't use it unless Dad says.
I'm glad you're here because you see the big brain stuff he's working on. I didn't even see the vision right there.
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, man,
I got it.
He better get some shots up. He got work to do. He better get some shots up. He better know what to do. But yeah, man, I thought I was gonna go home, hoop a little bit, maybe work with Reese a little bit. The games are still on. I still want to see the games. Just like the weather's pretty good. Like, we just put some long sleeve compression on. We'll be good outside. Well, didn't happen. Game was a little later. We had to eat. Then Ryan had to get a bath. Next thing I know, it's like 9:15. I was like, usually I abide by the unwritten rule of, hey, no basketball after 9:30. Like we got neighbors or whatever. So I usually abide by that. But I told the wife, I said, hey, I'm going outside today at about 10. All right, it's whatever. I'm shooting. And then 10, Ryan didn't go down to like 10:15, 10:30. I was like, I'm not going to play today. And I was like getting upset about it. And then I said, I'm going to the gym. I'm going to the gym. So I got up, got dressed, went to the gym at about 10:30, 10:45 with the sole purpose of playing basketball. And I'm not gonna say the gym. I'm not gonna say the gym. I'm not gonna say the location. It doesn't matter. But that little ghetto place had locked people out of the gym because too many people were letting people in the emergency exit. So the basketball court is closed. So I go there. Then, I can't even do nothing. Now I'm really pissed off.
At that point, you need to go get yourself a Big Mac.
I thought about going downtown, but I said I ain't going to do that.
You know what's fast? You know what I love about that whole story is the gym part. Because people always say, how do you get up at like 4 a.m. to work out? That is so weird to me. Someone leaving their house at 10:30 p.m. to go work out is insane. Just absolutely insane.
So good point. Casey did not mention the gym, but like
I didn't say nothing about 24. But he might know that's
the only gym that's open at that time of night.
No, Cal Fix.
Hey. Some of us have been accused of cheating because we went to the gym at night. So,
No.
Hey, man, I'm always
Oh no. Oh no. That's no good.
back in the day, yeah, I got straight accused of being up to no good. And I was like, 24 hours is open like 24 hours.
Jay, like, I'm here for these games, man. What you mean?
And she was like, I don't buy it for a second. Some gym at 11 o'clock at night. Who goes to the gym at 11?
A lot of people.
Like, who is she? I was like, the bench. I'm like, I'm too much of a loser to have someone I could go dip out and see at 11 and be back by 12:30.
Jay, do you watch BMF? Are you up to date?
Of course.
That's CJ. So Jay would get this. You're like Charles coming in when they thought he was cheap. I said, no, man, I've been writing a song for you. Oh, yeah. What does the song sound like?
My man had the tape. He's like, no. Look.
Have the tape ready. Pop the tape in.
Charles out here struggling.
Charles been in 2 seasons struggle.
My man.
Charles having a tough time.
Charles was all giddy after his one little rekindle.
man, imagine your wife getting all giddy because she's looking at a man's business card.
Well,
I would just have to move out. I'd be like, I can't do this. The man's business card got your attention.
Poor Charles.
no.
Poor Charles.
Well,
You'll get there one day, Dame.
Maybe.
no, I'll finish it. I'll finish the show. I watch it knowing it's ass.
Well,
I just
hey,
watch the show knowing it's bad.
Jason, I was telling him today about the all-time shootout that had the most shots ever that they had in the last episode.
Oh yeah, they shot up the entire projects for like 10 minutes, and it's like, how
No
was
casualties.
how are there not like 40 people dead? Like,
You know what BMF feels like? BMF feels like 50 Cent was sitting around telling people, I could get them to watch anything at this point. Oh, you think I'm playing? Okay, watch this.
I'll be there Friday.
I'm going to pick
I'm
people
like,
with
they got-
no acting experience whatsoever, throw them on this show, and watch people tune in droves.
all these bullets flying, they safe by a mailbox.
Yeah, by a mailbox.
Somehow the mailbox just don't get hit. I was like, come on, but I'm
Bro,
going to watch on Thursday night. I'm not
was-
up front. I'm
In my
going to
line,
watch.
that might have been the most shots ever shot, bullets ever shot in the history of TV. It might. I
On the
mean,
roof with guns. I mean, all we needed was a missile launcher.
that was crazy. Maybe 2 casualties, and none of them were the stars.
Of
They
course.
made it.
Well, Meech and oh boy are
Shout
still
out
alive.
T. Shout out Meech. Shout out T.
Jason Jones of The Athletic, proper introduction for our man. Or this week, he is Mr. WrestleMania. Jay, look, we haven't spoiled it, man. We're on. When is it dropping?
I got one possibly tomorrow, if not Thursday, and I got another one later in the week.
Okay.
I talked to a wise man, so hey.
There it is. All right. So we had mentioned there was a reason you were late last week and kept checking. No article. So there's your little tease for
I mean,
Jason
I was
Jones'
like in
September
wrestling nerd heaven. I was like, this is like the greatest thing ever. I'm like, I will save this interview and file it away. And like, yeah, it was. I was playing parts of it for my girlfriend. She was like, I don't care about how to cut a promo.
I mean, this is one of the goats. This is one of the goats.
Yeah.
This is one of the.
And then she started talking about, oh yeah, that's a great promo. I said, see, you're learning.
Mhm. He is the greatest.
I completely ruined her. She now talks about promos and the sneakers app. She's ruined.
There we go.
There you go.
There
That's
we
a good one.
go.
Hey, get the
Yes.
ring out. That's a good woman right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Hey, only if I can do that Roman Reigns intro.
Did
Oh,
you
I
see
saw that.
Yes,
I
yeah.
saw that. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
said, if I
that-
can't do that, there will never be a wedding again if I can't do that.
That's a fitting Jason Jones walk down the aisle moment.
But not this.
Kenny did a rock. Like he turned around, he kind of looked at the crowd like he did he didn't have the music
Yeah,
blaring.
Stevie Wonder was playing.
Yeah, but
No, you got to have the tribal chief music playing.
Should have.
And you got you know, as you walk down the aisle, everyone's got to stand up and
acknowledge me.
Completely take the day from her.
That's right.
No one's even going to care about her little walk anymore. Like, did you see that they had a belt and everything?
And
He had a wise man. He had his brothers with him.
Yeah.
No one cares. What you thinking about WrestleMania, man? Like we less than a week away. We were talking about it earlier about just like, you know, are they going to turn The Rock, you know, babyface? Is he too hot right now to do that? How do they get to Roman and Rock? Is that not even a WrestleMania no more? Is that a SummerSlam because of everything else The Rock got going on? Like, what are some of the things that you see playing out here?
I don't think you can turn Rock yet. I don't think I think it's soon. I mean, he's too hot right now. I mean, this stuff here. I'm like, I mean, I was like, stop hitting him, Rock. Damn. I'm like, stop hitting him with the.
He had 99 Royal Rumble flashbacks. He thought it was Mick Foley down there, so he just.
I was like, oh my god! I mean, this stuff is hot right now. I mean, they've completely turned Cody into like this sympathetic, like
that pop Cody got last night when Rock was standing over Seth and the music hit. Yo, that was heavy Austin vibes. Like that was a loud reaction.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're cooking. Right now they're cooking. I mean, everywhere on the card they're pretty much cooking. I mean, the you know, what did Montez call it? The Women Avengers match. Bianca, Jade, and Naomi against they got the Avengers, and I mean they're cooking all over this whole card. This is gonna be a good one.
I like the idea, and I don't like this. I should say I don't like this, but I like the idea of Jade flipping on both of them,
being a heel.
Awesome. Yeah. Like, because they had this whole little great moment on SmackDown, and they're pointing.
Yeah. You know what I noticed? I told Jesse.
Power, and I think Jade about to just come wreck shop.
You know what I noticed? In that Bianca has always looked phenomenal. She's a little extra shredded right now.
Yeah.
She's in WrestleMania shape, and I couldn't help but think, oh, she saw Bianca coming in. She was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to take WrestleMania shape to a whole new level. Because she did that point. And I was like, gosh, she looked like, because Jade is shredded.
Right.
It's like, she looks like Jade.
Yeah. Everybody got to step their game up now.
Mm-hmm.
She going to turn on Bianca. Jade going to turn on Bianca.
That's a good look.
Yeah.
But so here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. So we get all excited, right? And we book WrestleMania. It's like we were talking about with outfits.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta have like your jacket, like the jacket. Did you know Drake gave him a jacket? The jacket you were wearing on Friday that you got from Drake. I
didn't get nothing from Drake.
You didn't wear no off-whites with that or some rare Jordans that you got from Michael Jordan. You wore your Chuck Taylors that regular people like me and Jason can get at the store.
Mm-hmm.
You need a singular centerpiece. WrestleMania is the same way. You got to have like a centerpiece. And the folks,
too much on
right. It's why I think Gunther's streak keeps going. It's why I think Rhea beats Becky. You keep that stuff going, and the story is Cody. You have other stories, but like too many heel turns, too many title changes, too many monumental shifts. Like, what are you going to do Monday?
Right.
And then Friday, and then WrestleMania Backlash. Like, what do you do next? Like,
That's a good call.
That's why I don't think Rock turns. Yeah, that's why I don't think Seth turns. I think there's too much still going on.
Yeah, I don't think Seth is turning either.
Mm.
And The Rock, that last night was the first time where I was like, The Rock is this was it. Like, he's not the goofy Hollywood. Like, he's cleaned it up. Like, he's nasty. This is what I wanted to see. Last night was the first time where I thought, you can't do it yet. It's too soon. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do the hottest Rock we maybe have ever seen for 2 months. I don't know.
You can milk this thing for a while.
So the flip side to that, Jay, is how long is The Rock gonna be around? Like, The Rock's basically been a full-timer appearing on Raw or SmackDown, one or the other, basically for months now. I think it's silly to think he's going to keep doing that. At some point,
I read
he's got to film a movie.
A movie, I think, from like May to like late July or something like that. So if that's what I read was correctly, he'd be around for a SummerSlam.
Mm-hmm.
And even if he's filming a movie, unless he's out the country, I mean, TKO and all them they could drop him in for a night.
Right.
You know, but I think, I don't know how you take him off TV right now.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, this stuff right here, I'm about to order me a Final Boss T-shirt. I mean,
Mama Rose,
Mama Rose, Mama Rose,
Mama Rose.
When Rock gets excited, he starts repeating himself. And it's always weird when The Rock gets really excited. He gets that country accent from 1996 back. Like listening to The Rock talk in 1996 is so bizarre. And then when he gets really excited, you hear a little bit of that early Rock come out.
That when he still wasn't that far removed from living in Tennessee. And
yeah, right. They've done I don't know what the plan was at the Royal Rumble, but they have done a masterful job at building out this WrestleMania.
Yeah, just the whole idea of The Rock just hates the fact that Cody ruined his plan, and you know, and then I mean, and there's just so many stories off of it. The fact that Drew was just like, "Don't you ruin my moment by getting beat up on the night before." You know, CM Punk will be doing. To me, the greatest twist would be Drew gets his moment and wins, and then Priest cash in and takes the belt like 3 minutes later.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. So that's the other thing, like just lurking off to the side, Damien Priest, who's been a part of the second hottest faction in wrestling for the last 2 years with that Money in the Bank briefcase.
Yeah, I mean, because to me, that would just be like and then like he loses the belt and CM Punk gets in there and just laughs at him for his
oh, that'd be so good.
Over his 2 minute reign.
They got to put Punk at the table. Punk's got to be at the commentary.
Yeah, I guess there's just so much going on. There's going to be so much going on. I mean, then I guess Lil Wayne's going to be there. Meek Mill. I mean, this is going to be. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. And this,
Jay,
yeah.
Let me ask you a question here. Are you and have you been familiar of the gold belt?
Yeah, what's it called? The golden one? Is it called the gold belt or the golden one?
The gold belt.
Yeah, the one that all the celebrities are walking around with.
Oh, the Snoop belt. Yeah, the Snoop belt.
Yeah, we are
it's
not
a belt they made last year. They sold them at Mania and they sold out. I didn't buy one. It was like, I want to say like $600 or something crazy like that. That thing sold out so quick in LA. And it's the belt they made for Snoop.
Yeah, so like the guy who wrote Hamilton walked in with it yesterday.
Yeah, everyone's had the belt. Like they were at some event, like All-Star Weekend, I think, and like just kept passing the belt around. They pass it to me, they may not see that belt again.
Yeah, right. It's a nice looking belt. It just confused us. I was like, did they introduce a new title? What is this?
That's the
and
Snoop
what
title.
The hell does the Hamilton guy have to do with this?
Yeah,
why is he holding it like that?
Yeah, like I said, let me get a hold of that. I'll be like, oh yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. Y'all see me on D-Lo and KC a week.
That's where it becomes the 24/7 title, and we start knocking at Jason's door.
Triple H be looking for me,
treating him like he's Crash Holly.
Like, return our belt. I'm like, what you talking about, man? I got this off of WWE.com.
Hey, Triple H has been known to tweet you, man. That could happen.
Well, that's your boy.
Yeah.
He's a sneaker guy too now, apparently.
Yeah, I mean,
sneaker guy.
He's
talking about Travis Scott. I saw him talking about Travis Scott's influence on the Jordan brand.
Man, Triple H he can be himself with his father-in-law not around. Everybody letting their hair down now. Everybody can be themselves now. They're like, oh, cool. We can, not worry about offending the boss and his friend. We're cool now.
Everything's good. Everything is awesome.
I think Lil Wayne might be performing Jay to the ring. That's kind of the way it looked. I don't know but that's kind of the way it looked. That would be my guess. And you know what, low key was one of the best parts of the show. It is when Jay walked to the back and he came flying back out. And The Rock stepped out, and the crowd realized that The Rock just threw him back. Oh, that was a great spot. That was such a great spot.
Actually, I'm working on something. I actually caught up with Jay too, so I'm working on something with him too.
Man, listen to. So let's see. You talked to the wise man. You talked to Jay. Did you talk to anyone else?
Well, I'm working on some more people, trying to get a couple of more voices out there, you know. But yeah, those are the main ones.
Make sure you hadn't talked to the head of the table.
Oh no, I didn't. You know,
making your way down the bloodline.
Yeah, I might as well. I mean, just go ahead and get the whole family. You know, they're all Niner fans, so I know somebody on here would love that.
That's why they're the bloodline.
Yeah, but unlike the Niners, they kind of come through in the big one.
I mean, that's unnecessary.
I know. I'm sorry. I had no choice. You wore that hat today, so I had to say something.
You wore that hat today.
Well, you guys look great.
The hell is going on with him?
Oh, they didn't win last night. We haven't talked about it today.
Let's do Tyler Rogers, boy. I've seen enough. I mean,
why are you picking on him?
Because every time he's always giving up a big hit, a big home run. This guy, who is that? Fernandez. He hit that one up where Giancarlo Stanton hit.
Hold on. You can't do that. You can't go, what is it? Fernandez or
No, I can't. Well, it's one or the other. What's his name? Is it Fernandez? The guy with the home run? I'll find out. I think it's Fernandez.
Don't be like Paul Pierce now. Don't get them all mixed up.
Oh, no. We ain't never
gracious.
going full Paul Pierce. We ain't never going full Paul Pierce.
Got to be one of the. That's got to be top 5. One of the worst sports takes ever.
You know what the best part about that is Skip. Yep. Yeah. No, he beat that white girl's ass. Yeah. No, beat him. Yeah. Like,
and
hey,
Keyshawn, like, what do I do with this? Like,
Keyshawn, like, I used to be on the morning show on ESPN.
now I'm with a guy who clearly ain't watched any basketball in 2 years. He's like, it's like Paul just woke up yesterday afternoon, you know, hit the blunt and was like, this Caitlin girl is really good.
Talking about girls basketball.
What did he say? It's not like she did the girls from Iowa and Colorado, as if
come on, man.
As if Caitlin Clark would only be allowed to play against certain states. He's like, they let her out the white league. You know, she didn't play North Dakota last night. I was like, what are you, man?
Yo, Skip is struggling.
Skip
is struggling. He's trying to recreate this Shannon thing. And it's
failed miserably.
Yeah. This is terrible.
It's such a discredit to Shannon Sharp too. To just think you could throw another black athlete in there and think it's gonna work.
And all the ones they picked, though.
Hey, I'm not mad at a dude like Keyshawn. Like, you're looking for a job, right? Richard Sherman. Like, you're looking for a job. It turned out to be
Sherman's actually good.
It turned out to be a really good opportunity for Shannon. Like, we see what Shannon turned this opportunity with Fox into. But when are y'all gonna start saying no to that dude? Like, when are y'all gonna look at Skip and go, yeah, no, bro? Like, go get Jeff Hornacek to do this with you. Like, go get JJ Redick. Like, we're not gonna you've made your entire living on. We're not gonna continue to do this with you.
And
of course, she beat them white girls.
If you're a producer, like, how do you say no? We got to. What has Paul Pierce done? Where you're like, yeah, that'd be a good idea.
It's so I always say, you only need one person to believe in you, and the person that hired Skip hired him at ESPN.
I'm even tired of seeing Skip and Lil Wayne. Like, all right, I don't know if I need to keep hearing Lil Wayne talk about the Packers. I don't care.
Hey, man, get your money. But I was just like, come on. He was like, oh my God, did you realize that Caitlin played against black people last night and she beat them? I was just like,
awful. He's awful on the mic.
I mean, there've been some pretty bad sports takes the last few days. There's been some pretty god awful takes.
Yeah, they're out there.
And unfortunately, a lot of them have been around men saying dumb things about women's basketball.
And Jay, we talked a lot about, last night and those games and the impact of those games. And it was was obvious, and you're really excited. People are excited about women's college basketball or women's basketball in general. But then it becomes, everyone's default mechanism is let's go to Twitter and talk about it. And some of y'all just made it clear that you have not seen a women's basketball game before. And I promise everyone, it's okay to just watch. You don't have to go to Twitter and take part in the conversation if you have nothing to add. And I saw some wild tweets last night. I was telling Casey, I saw some wild tweets from people I respect, hip hop writers who, they were all in on the game. LSU and Iowa, and Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark are going to be the Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and usher in a new audience to the WNBA. And it was
there were some real lazy, stereotypical, contrived just takes. Just as like, and like from people who I would expect would know, like there was someone like, well, if these two ladies go pro, I mean, we got people start calling them girls all the time. First off, there was a lot of if these girls leave, why would anyone want to watch the games anymore? I'm like, there was literally a game right after that one.
Come on, man.
with two superstars. Like,
yeah.
I was just like, I can't call it. I mean, just some of the stuff that people are saying is just like, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, they fall back on those tired lines of good versus evil, and it's just like, come on. And then when we get to the point where we think Kim Mulkey led an anthem protest, I'm done. That was the best take of all. Her own people turned on her. They were like, look what she did. She cowered to her black players. And I was like, what are we talking about?
When she coached the game, when it tipped off, she made it clear, I will not cower to anybody. I'll even make a point.
Yeah, she did make
Get her, Haley. Get her, Haley. Haley's like, why are you doing this to me?
Sacrifice her own daughter to make a point.
She's like, oh, you got it. Yeah. She heard what Haley said the other day.
Mm-hmm. You gonna Casey, you gonna side with them? All right.
Oh, you want to be vocal? Okay.
Oh, you think this is a free country? Okay.
We're gonna learn you today, Haley. We're gonna learn you today.
You got Caitlin for the next 40 minutes.
Oh man.
Caitlin, just the innocent bystander playing hoops. She didn't know she was part of a bigger agenda.
Mm-mm.
The other cold part. Now, I you guys can talk. I'm not even gonna say that people were watching that game and they were putting the Larry Bird quote. I saw that plenty of times.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I think Jay sent that to us, didn't he?
Yep.
Oh, there too. I saw plenty of times on Twitter. It's like, well,
now hold on. That's a shoot quote.
No, he really said that.
I thought I know I've heard that before.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's funny. I don't even know that I thought that it was real.
Yeah, Larry Bird really said that. Yeah.
For those that don't know, Larry Bird said it was disrespectful to have a white player guard him.
Come on, Larry.
I mean,
man, I love Larry Bird.
Larry. Don't do that.
Yeah, we've had some great stuff the last few days, and then that doesn't even get into the NBA at all. I mean, this is
boys basketball.
Boys basketball.
We got boys basketball tonight.
What are these boys going to do?
Going to start referring to it every time someone says something stupid. Yeah, we got boys basketball tonight. It's the Kings versus the Clippers.
The boys get a chance to play tonight.
Yeah.
What are these little boys going to? I mean, this is just. I mean, just some of the takes are just like. I try to defend my folks in the media when I can, but when you've got. He's only good because he's tall. I'm like, you really went all the way to the game, and that's your take. He's good because he's tall. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. I was just like, okay. I like the lane I'm in now. I don't miss that stuff.
I love the lane that you're in, especially this week, especially WrestleMania week. We got business tonight at the Golden One Center. What do you think about the Clippers? They've been you have been, even when they were playing well, you were reluctant with them. they have rewarded your thinking because they've had kind of a downturn. What is like? Is it just another regular season for the Clippers where they're gonna play a certain way during the regular season? The playoffs are gonna come and they're gonna end.
I just don't trust them yet. I just don't trust them.
That's understandable.
Yep.
I mean, Kawhi sitting out tonight, I just don't I don't know what it is. You got a team that has James Harden and you're trying to get past the second round of the playoffs. I just don't trust it. I mean, they could prove me wrong, but it's like they have might be one of the bigger collections of guys I just don't trust in the postseason, all on the same team.
Mm.
It's like you got a guy like Russ who's going to give you his all, but Russ's default might be, I'm shooting these threes in the fourth quarter if y'all going to stand around and not do nothing. Paul George could be, anything. He could go for 45, 50. He could go 5 for 20. I mean, they're just, when you get to the postseason, you don't know what they're going to be. I mean, we've seen James look great and then all of a sudden can't do anything right. And then some of the games they've lost lately, I'm just like, what's going on? Like, they really should have lost to Philly.
Yeah, that was
they got a gift because NBA officiating this year is awful, or awfuler, however you want to say it, than normal. They got a gift. They should have lost to Philly. I mean, this is just, I don't know what to make of them. I mean, I think they don't want to see Luka in the playoffs for sure.
I don't know that anybody want to see the Dallas Mavericks right now.
Not right now. No, I don't think anybody want to mess with them. I think, and then that 7 through 10 is looking mighty spicy. So hey,
what you think about the Kings situation now, losing Malik Monk? Is that the final death blow for being able to be a top 6 team, being able to win a series in the playoffs, or do they have enough around Malik and on the rest of the roster to still have an opportunity? Nobody will predict it maybe, but they still got some top flight players there.
I don't know if they can win a series without Malik. I mean, because you've got guys who come off the bench, and then you got guys like Malik who are only off the bench in name. Like, that's a starter level player. It's not like losing just your regular, reserve. And that's not to disrespect the other guys, but talking about a guy who's probably I voted for him last year. He's probably going to win 6th Man of the Year this year. He's playing at that high of a level. And when you can get him and De'Aaron, you got 2 guys that get downhill and create. A lot of teams don't have, that's a dynamic you just can't replace, because De'Aaron, I know from knowing De'Aaron a little bit, De'Aaron likes playing off the ball sometimes. And Malik allows him to do that and get the ball and just attack. I don't know if you've got another guy that you really can't duplicate that. I mean, and then you're talking about, also Herter being out, and even though I know he wasn't Herter of last season, talking about your depth taking a couple of hits. I think it's going to be. I don't think they're going to free fall by any stretch, but I mean, I could see them if they end up at 7 without Malik, they could lose 2 in a row and miss the playoffs. I mean, it's not unfathomable, But I think it's going to be, when you get deep in those second half waters, you're going to miss Malik a lot, just because the 2 seasons he's been having, important, and he's a clutch player. I like Malik's game a lot, and I just think it's he has a game you really can't duplicate. The only guy who can really do what Malik does is De'Aaron. And I think the Kings are most dangerous when you have both of them out there, because if you put those 2 with Sabonis, that's 3 creators, and that's hard to guard. So I think it's going to be tough for him. I feel you hate to see a guy go down, with that injury, but who knows? Depending on who you draw in the first round, assuming you make the playoffs, maybe you can steal it. You can extend the series. Maybe get him back in a second round type situation, but it's going to be tough for them just because, like I said, he's going to probably be 6th Man of the Year for a reason.
You just get there. That's all I care about. That's all I care about.
Just get in. You can't, get in and worry about the rest later. Like I said, they could, if they're, imagine you got to go through like Phoenix, for that
Yeah.
first one, and then if it's not Phoenix,
Could be New Orleans. Yeah.
I mean, really, it's going to be tough if you're saying hopefully we get Steph or LeBron.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
I mean, but
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no easy way around this.
The Lakers is the worst because it becomes okay. They're gonna beat the Lakers a fifth time. They're gonna go 5-0 against the Lakers.
You would assume AD at some point won't act like he's scared of Sabonis in at least one of the games. You would assume, and it's hard to beat a team 5 times. That's why even in the NCAA tournament, when you draw a team from your league, it's like NC State gets Duke. I mean, Duke probably would have loved to play the team that didn't know them. So, I mean, it's always tough to continue to beat the same, unless you're just so far superior. Like, if you're just head and shoulders above that other team, you don't want to keep seeing the same team over and over. But like I said, there's no easy way to get around this for any team in the West.
Jay, we're locked in the rest of the week, man. It's WrestleMania week. Excited to see the post, man. Excited to see the articles over.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming, and I watched the Bray Wyatt doc last week, so my perspective on that's going to run sometime. It's out. I almost started crying in the middle of the thing. So,
I'm ready. I forgot that dropped on Monday.
That dropped on Monday. Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff, you'll learn some stuff in there that I didn't even know about him. By the way, he was a Raider. He wanted to play for the Raiders. So,
that's I'm locked in. That's good stuff.
He wanted to be that was his dream to be a lineman for the Raiders.
We appreciate you, Jay. Thank you, brother.
All right, catch you next time.
Jason Jones of The Athletic. Make sure you're locked in. And we're out of here. We're headed out to NIT tournament.
Vamos,
let's shoot.
Take the beam.
That's perfect. NIT tournament on the way. Who was that? What did they call him? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Is that who that was?
I think that was the Indiana State dude.
Man. Wow, you were assaulted on camera.
You saw it.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah.
You reacted like you just got shot in the shoulder, but I love the edit of the video to where we can't see her. No, this is sketchy footage by.
It really is. It's disgusting, to be honest with you, that they would try to paint this as if I did something to myself.
All right, y'all.
Oh, by the way, got a word. Young Zell gonna be at Harlow's on May 25th. Man, get your tickets, man. Young Zell gonna be in the building.
Young Zell, May 20th. That's what he was talking about yesterday. Okay, Zell. Okay. Yeah, that's good stuff. Young Zell, May 25th.
Jason. Is that problem? Like problem, the rapper? Or is there a different problem?
I had 99 problems. All right, y'all. We got to run. Love y'all, man. We will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, lighting the beam.
Yeah, man.
10 a.m.
Let's get one tonight.